Chapter 1, Don't Bother Me. Honey, I don't have any money to spend lately. Can you give me some more money?
A young man sitting on an expensive leather sofa in a suburban garden villa winked and said,
Shenlang, I hope you can pay attention to your image. You are really disgusting.
Su Ruoshua bit her teeth and her eyebrows were tightly twisted together. I just got back to China, and I didn't bring any money with me. Shenlang said this with a little bit of a weak voice, because he had never asked a woman for money before.
Shenlang had a very vague concept of money.
Suddenly, he was in the big city, and without money, it was really difficult to get by. The iceberg beauty in front of him was his temporary fiancée, and this fiancée was no simple person. Her name is Su Ruoshua, the president of a well-known fashion company and the most beautiful woman in the business world of Wahaishi. She is about 22 or 23 years old, wearing a light blue dress, with a hot body and soft, straight black hair hanging down her shoulders. She exudes a kind of cold and elegant temperament.
In addition to her temperament, her appearance is also outstanding.
Her delicate facial features give her a natural beauty that is truly stunning.
At home, you eat my food and live in my house, and you still want to ask me for money?
Su Ruoshua, a naturally proud and cold beauty, finds it hard to tolerate such an incompetent guy. She just couldn't understand why her grandfather had forced her to marry this man. Because she was forced to marry a rich young man, Su Ruoshua had no choice but to first enter into a marriage contract with Shenlang and live with him for a year. In name, she was Shenlang's fiancée, but in reality, it was just an agreement with her grandfather to live with this man for a year. Before meeting Shenlang, Su Ruoshua once imagined that with her own abilities, even if the other person was a piece of mud, she could turn him into a gorgeous gentleman. But after living with Shenlang for 3 days, Su Ruoshua completely gave up her delusional idea. This man is no different from a scoundrel, and he is not worthy of her.
Honey, don't be so cruel. You're the CEO of a big company. Money is just a number to you.
Shenlang said with a smile. Su Ruoshua's beautiful eyes revealed deep contempt, and she said coldly, Shenlang, I won't give you money for no reason. You have hands and feet, so you can find a job yourself.
I'm going to work now, so don't bother me.
After saying that, Su Ruoshua left the villa gate without looking back. Her pretty face was extremely cold. Her man, Su Ruoshua, must be talented and handsome, a dragon among men, and definitely not this kind of loser. Shenlang's face was a little bad, and being despised by a woman was unbearable for any man.
Isn't it just about finding a job? It's like I can't find one.
Shenlang thought to himself, and got up from the sofa. He had been killing and burning people every day, and had been disconnected from normal life for too long. For a while, Shenlang really didn't know what kind of job to look for. The fastest way to make money is to rob people, which is a piece of cake for Shenlang.
But there are some things he is not willing to do.
Anyway, everything will work out in the end.
After leaving the villa community, Shenlang walked aimlessly through the streets of Wahaishi.
It was only June, but the temperature in Huahai City was already unbearably hot. The slightest hint of a heat wave on the ground confirmed the high temperature at this time.
Where can I find a job on such a hot day?
Shenlang walked along, thinking about what kind of job to look for. Along the way, he saw a lot of job postings, but they were generally for restaurants, hotels, or even karaoke bars.
Shenlang could not possibly be interested in such low-level work. He wanted a decent living, but how could he do such low-level work? If the cold and delicate woman at home knew that he had found a low-level job, she might even look down on him even more. Shenlang was quite irritated.
As he walked, he arrived at the bustling commercial district of the city center around 10 a.m. By chance, Shenlang saw the words job fair posted on the ground floor of a group building, and he went up with interest.
Lianya International Fashion Group is currently hiring several high-paid employees. There are job openings in various departments. Welcome to this recruitment conference. It said something like this. Lianya International Fashion Group? Isn't that the company of the iceberg beauty? Shenlang became a little interested.
Shenlang didn't know much about the iceberg beauty, but he did know some information about her.
Su Ruoshua was the president of the Lianya International Fashion Group.
Shenlang was a bit reluctant to work under the iceberg beauty, but the job here was quite suitable for him. Anyway, he had to find a job first.
Shenlang couldn't stand the disdainful look of the iceberg beauty at home anymore. Shenlang tidied up the collar of his flowery shirt a little and walked into the company building.
When he arrived at the job fair on the second floor, Shen Lang saw many young people who had come to apply for the job. They were all dressed in suits and ties and looked very well prepared. Shen Lang, on the other hand, stood out in his flowery shirt.
"Excuse me, sir, are you here to apply for a job?" A girl from the reception desk came up and asked. Her voice was sweet and she was cute. Shen Lang nodded and smiled. "Yes." "Excuse me, miss, which department here has the highest salary?"
The girl was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Handsome guy, you're so funny.
"Why don't you ask which department has the most beautiful women?"
Shen Lang scratched his head. "Beauty, let's get down to business."
"I'm not joking."
The girl took a look at Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang was casually dressed, the girl could tell that the clothes he was wearing were expensive and casual, and his temperament and behavior were obviously influenced by high society. The girl threw a flirtatious glance and said teasingly, "Of course, the highest salary goes to our public relations department. Our department is currently looking for a manager, so handsome, you might as well give it a try."
"Great, thanks, beautiful lady." Shen Lang was delighted.
The PR manager seems to be very powerful. Soon, Shen Lang went to the line to receive the information form and filled in some of his own information. The PR manager requires strong language skills and proficiency in English, Italian, and French. The requirements did not mention education. The IA International Job Fair emphasized ability over education, and the assessment was very strict. Besides, people who knew 3 foreign languages certainly had a high level of education.
Shen Lang arrived at the interview hall for the PR manager position.
There was a large group of people waiting in line in front of him, at least 30 or 40 at a glance.
There were some well-educated people with good looks who looked like they had studied abroad.
There were also some middle-aged men with a calm and steady demeanor and a lot of experience. And there were some men with a wretched expression who were just trying their luck. Damn, so many people are applying for the PR manager position.
I have too many competitors, right?
Shen Lang thought to himself as he watched the long line of applicants. Just as he was thinking, 2 men in front of him were whispering to each other.
One of them, a fat guy, said, "Hey, did you hear?
It said that the PR department at Linya International is full of women, and they're the most beautiful women in the business community in Wahaishi."
"Hey. Of course I know.
Especially that Lin Kyer in the PR department, she's so damn hot.
If I can get the job, I'll definitely try to get her."
Another young man with glasses and messy hair said seriously.
Shen Lang was a little speechless.
It turns out that the motives of these candidates are not very pure.
Chapter 2, There are really a lot of beautiful women. Shen Lang didn't want to think about it too much.
He just wanted a decent job, and it would be nice to work with beautiful women.
After a while, Shen Lang finally got an interview. Shen Lang walked into the office.
The examiner in front of him was a little beauty, wearing a uniform, with a petite and delicate figure, a carefully sculpted face, and fair skin. She was the one that the fat guy had a crush on. She had a cute face and gave off a fresh and sweet feeling. Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh. There are really a lot of beautiful women at Linya International.
You want to apply for the position of PR manager?
Lin Kyer frowned slightly when she saw the information sheet that Shen Lang had submitted.
Men who apply for the PR department usually have ulterior motives, and the other party also wants to apply for the manager?
The information also says that he speaks English, Italian, and French. Although the position of PR manager requires knowledge of these 3 languages, such talents are generally older. Shen Lang in front of her is only in his early 20s, and Lin Kyer doesn't believe that Shen Lang really has this ability.
Most likely, he is another rich second generation who is here to make trouble. Yes, beautiful examiner, if you have anything to test me, just go ahead,"
Shen Lang said with a smile. Lin Kyer was obviously somewhat suspicious, but she didn't say much. She said seriously, "Okay, the assessment will begin now."
The assessment is divided into a preliminary assessment and a final assessment. The preliminary assessment is a written test. We will give you 3 language papers.
Mr. Shen only needs to achieve an average score of 60 points on each paper to pass. Although it is a bit troublesome, Shen Lang has no objection.
He says, "Okay, let's get started." The president's office on the top floor of the Linya International building. Su Ruoshua was talking business with a beautiful woman in uniform. The beauty is named Lu Xiaoxiao, the director of IA International, second only to Su Ruoshua in position.
The two bosses of the company are both women, and they are both super beauties.
Lu Xiaoxiao's looks and temperament are also top-notch.
Her professional suit outlines her perfect curves, her slender waist, and her tall legs with black stockings are a perfect match.
Knock, knock, knock. The office door suddenly rings. Come in. Hello, Ms. Su, hello, Ms. Lu.
Lin Kaier hurried into the office and greeted the two women.
What's the matter? Su Ruoxue asked calmly.
Mr. Su, a man has applied for the position of public relations manager at the job fair.
Would you like to meet him in person? Lin Kaier asked. A man applying for the PR manager position? No need, you handle it yourself.
Su Ruoxue said calmly, with a hint of mockery in her voice.
Most of the candidates don't have any normal purpose. But Mr. Su, the gentleman who came to apply for the job, got a perfect score on the written exam.
Lin Kaier said immediately.
Full marks? How is that possible? Before Su Ruoxue could say anything, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Director Lu, it is indeed a perfect score.
I still have the test papers. Lin Kaier handed Shenlang's 3 test papers to Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at it and frowned slightly. The written test papers were all very formal questions, and they were all personally checked by Lu Xiaoxiao.
The answers on the test papers were obviously correct.
The 3 papers were very difficult, and it was possible to get a score of 70 or 80, but to get a perfect score, it was almost impossible for a normal person to do unless the other person was extremely proficient in the 3 languages.
Is this considered to have passed the preliminary review? Lin Kaier asked.
Su Ruoxue's face was also slightly moved, and she said, Our company is very fair. Since the gentleman passed the written exam, then notify him to come for an interview in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoxiao's face was a little abnormal, and she coughed and said, Shui, it's a bit strange to let a man be the manager of the public relations department.
What's wrong with men? We can't be sexist.
If he has the ability, give him a chance. Su Ruoxue smiled lightly. If the iceberg beauty knew that this man was the best in the family, she would not know how to feel. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and turned to Lin Kaier and said, Okay.
Assistant Lin, you notify the gentleman to come for an interview at 2:30 p.m.
Yes.
Lin Kaier nodded.
It was already 11:30 when they arrived at the office of the job fair.
Shenlang was a little impatient, and after a while, Lin Kaier finally came back. How is it going, beautiful examiner? Shenlang couldn't wait to ask.
Congratulations, Mr. Shen, the director has informed you to come for an interview at 2 p.m.
This is your qualification certificate.
Lin Kaier handed over a certificate with a smile.
I have to wait until the afternoon. Can't we do it now? Shenlang frowned.
Lin Kaier shook her head and said, This is the normal process of the company, and it's already after work now.
Okay.
Shenlang scratched his head and chuckled, Oh, right, beautiful lady, I haven't asked you your name yet. Lin Kaier's face flushed slightly and she said a little awkwardly, My name is Lin Kaier, I am the assistant to the PR manager.
Shenlang smiled, Isn't that going to be my assistant in the future? What a coincidence.
Miss Lin, please take care of me in the future.
Lin Kaier couldn't help but laugh a little. Mr. Shen, it's still a question whether you can pass the interview. The director's interview is very strict.
After a while, Lin Kaier left work. It was quite comfortable chatting with this sweet and innocent beauty, and Shenlang began to look forward to his future work. It was more than 10 minutes past quitting time, and everyone in the company building was leaving. Shenlang was bored and started to wander around the company building.
He walked into a female executive office.
There was a faint fragrance in the office, which seemed to be the perfume of a woman. It is worth mentioning that there are more female employees than male employees at IA International, and the company's top management is basically female. Moreover, women and men are separated when working, and this is the office of a female executive. No wonder so many men at the job fair wanted to work at IA International.
Who wouldn't want to take a girl home?
Shenlang felt a little fresh and wandered around, and found that one of the desk drawers was open. Originally, Shenlang had no habit of peeping into other people's desks, but when he suddenly saw that there was a very interesting magazine in the desk drawer, it immediately aroused his interest. The annual list of the top 20 popular actresses in the island country was released, in high definition. The cover of the magazine was full of pictures, very unrestrained.
Damn! Shen Lang was a little dumbfounded, thinking to himself, are girls nowadays so open-minded? There are even people with such preferences. Reading this unhealthy stuff at work, the current employees are really becoming more and more unprofessional. Shen Lang strongly condemned it and began to enjoy it. Who are you? Suddenly, the voice from the door scared Shen Lang's magazine in his hand almost shaking off. A tall, beautiful woman in a black OL uniform walked in. Shen Lang glanced at her and saw that she looked hurried, and he had some guesses in his mind. Shen Lang thought to himself, could the owner of this Japanese magazine be the one in front of him? Maybe the girl remembered that she hadn't taken the magazine home with her after work, so she hurried over here. Chapter 3, I'll fight you to the death. This beautiful woman has a great figure, a black OL suit, white legs with black stockings, and a dreamlike figure. Her face was also exquisite, and her overall appearance was not inferior to the iceberg at home. Shen Lang was stunned. It was no wonder that Aya International had such a beautiful woman of this caliber. The beauty is no one else but Lu Xiaoxiao. After work, Lu Xiaoxiao was on her way to the office to pick up some materials when she saw a man enter the female executive's office. According to company regulations, men are not allowed in the female executive office. Could it be a thief? At the thought of this possibility, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a little nervous. Although she had practiced taekwondo since childhood, she was always a little afraid of the unknown. But as a director of the company, how could she be scared by a thief? Lu Xiaoxiao immediately summoned up her courage and walked in. She first took a few looks at Shen Lang, who looked unfamiliar. Lu Xiaoxiao was sure she had never seen this person in the company before. Which department are you from? What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shen Lang and asked suspiciously. Miss, I was just looking around, I didn't mean to look through your things. Shen Lang smiled, he had seen the world after all, and he wasn't panicked when he encountered this kind of thing. Looking through my things? Lu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised. Shen Lang coughed and said seriously, I'm telling you, beautiful lady, you shouldn't bring this kind of thing to the office to read. It's not good for the image. After saying that, he handed the Japanese magazine to Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao took the island magazine with a doubtful look, flipped through it casually, and suddenly froze on the spot. Oh my god, this is so vulgar. It's so dirty. Does he have any moral bottom line? This guy is actually reading this kind of magazine. Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red to the ears, and she was shaking with anger. She pointed at Shen Lang with her little finger and gritted her teeth. You're really vulgar. Shen Lang was unhappy when he heard this, and shouted, what's so dirty about it? This magazine is yours, too, beautiful lady. Lu Xiaoxiao was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Shen Lang and shouted, you. How dare you sneak into the office to read such dirty things? You even said it was mine. Do you have any shame? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Lu Xiaoxiao. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxiao kicked Shen Lang in the groin with one of her legs. Oh, shit. Shen Lang sighed in misfortune. If he had known, he would have just slipped away, and now he was in such trouble. This woman's moves are too vicious. She just kicked there. How much hatred does she have? Shen Lang reached out with his right hand and firmly grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao's right leg. A faint fragrance drifted over. Lu Xiaoxiao's proud taekwondo didn't work at all. She lost her balance and fell backwards. Dong! Lu Xiaoxiao fell to the ground with a thud, her face turning pale, and the pain in her but almost made her scream. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Lu Xiaoxiao endured the pain and quickly got up from the ground, rushing toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang was speechless. He grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao's arms and pushed her to the ground. He quickly said, will you calm down? You let me go. Lu Xiaoxiao was startled, and she desperately kicked Shen Lang with her two beautiful legs. Seeing such a pair of perfect legs, Shen Lang really had an unhealthy thought, but he quickly got rid of the thought in his head. I didn't mean to do anything. You misunderstood. Shen Lang hurriedly said. Lu Xiaoxiao felt humiliated, thinking that this beautiful director would be crushed to the ground by a shameless rascal. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was still struggling, Shen Lang pointed to the surveillance camera in the corner of the room and said, there's a surveillance camera there. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage. I promise it wasn't intentional. Then let me go first. Lu Xiaoxiao said with clenched teeth.
Shen Lang also felt that pressing her like this would make him look like a pervert, so he subtly moved his hands away. Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red, and she kicked Shen Lang in a fit of anger.
Shameless beast, I'm telling you, don't even think about running. Why should I run? Shen Lang was a bit speechless.
The two of them went to the surveillance room, and Lu Xiaoxiao personally retrieved the footage from the camera. It was indeed not Shen Lang who brought the magazine in, and the owner of the magazine seemed to be a female executive of the company.
I already said it wasn't intentional. Now you should understand.
Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders. Lu Xiaoxiao said with contempt, I still don't know which shameless rascal was watching it with relish.
Shen Lang's face was a little embarrassed. It's just curiosity. And I'm not a rogue. You're the rascal.
Just thinking about how this guy just took advantage of her made Lu Xiaoxiao feel a million times worse. He was a bit upset when he was scolded, so he said with a laugh, if I were a rogue, you'd be a female Tyrannosaurus.
You! How dare you call me a female Tyrannosaurus? I'll fight you.
Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned pale and then red, and she reached out to grab Shen Lang.
Shen Lang grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao's arm and frowned, saying, Okay, I still have to go to dinner.
I'm too lazy to mess around with you here.
After that, Shen Lang wanted to turn around and leave. You stop.
Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped Shen Lang and asked, You're not an employee of the company, right?
What are you doing here? Your company? What are you doing here? Shen Lang asked curiously.
Don't worry about who I am, just answer my question. Lu Xiaoxiao said coldly. Feeling the overwhelming presence of this beautiful woman, who might be a high-ranking executive, Shen Lang had no choice but to reply, I just came here today to apply for a job and to see what the company is like.
Applying for a job? Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Lang suspiciously and continued, What position are you applying for? Public Relations Manager.
Shen Lang said proudly.
Poof. Lu Xiaoxiao choked in her throat and coughed violently. You are the guy who passed the written exam? Yes, how did you know? Shen Lang asked in wonder. Could it be that the people in this company are so well informed?
Lu Xiaoxiao was full of black lines. I'm sorry, our company doesn't welcome you, please get out. Whether or not Shen Lang did it on purpose, the fact that he was able to read pornographic magazines in the office meant that in Lu Xiaoxiao's mind, Shen Lang's character was already worth zero. Shen Lang was even more unhappy, yelling, Beauty, you shouldn't be cursing like that.
Besides, the company isn't yours, so why should I leave?
You dirty rascal, I'll tell you, I'm the director of the company, and I'm the boss here.
Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned pale and then red. Damn, you're the director?
He didn't know, but when he heard it, Shen Lang was shocked.
He thought to himself, damn it, I'm so unlucky, aren't I? He had just called the director a female Tyrannosaurus, and now Shen Lang was embarrassed and blushing. Chapter 4, The Assessment of the Beautiful Director. Director Lu, calm down. I didn't mean to insult you,
Shen Lang said with a smile. Lu Xiaoxiao finally calmed down, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, I'm afraid you're in trouble now. You've offended me, and you won't get off lightly.
It was just a farce.
As the saying goes, no discord, no understanding.
We'll be friends from now on,
Shen Lang said with a smirk.
Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. How could this guy say such disgusting things?
In order to maintain her goddess-like temperament, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned and said seriously, I can give you a chance, but please show some respect and stay away from me.
Shen Lang smiled and said, Director Beauty, please go easy on me during the afternoon assessment. Oh no, please go easy on me. Lu Xiaoxiao sneered to herself, You think you can pass my assessment? Dream on.
In her heart, Shen Lang must be no good, and the girls in the public relations department can't be ruined by such a rogue.
Don't say any more nonsense. You're not a member of the company now. Please leave the company quickly.
Lu Xiaoxiao snorted.
Okay.
Shen Lang shrugged helplessly.
Are all beautiful women in the workplace so cold?
If I really get such a director in the future, my life will be very difficult. Anyway, Shen Lang really wanted this job, and the interview was just a random change of pace.
After leaving the Leia International building, Shen Lang wandered around outside and ate something.
At 2 p.m., Shen Lang arrived at the director's office as promised. The office was very simple and minimalist, with a few fresh potted plants on the desk and a few goldfish in the fish tank next to it. The curtains were open and the sunlight was pouring in, making the whole office look very bright. There were only two people in the office, one was Lu Xiaoxiao, and the other was the previous examiner, Lin Siley.
Director Lu, this is Mr. Shen. Lin Siley introduced him. I know.
Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shen Lang and said with a blank expression.
Shen Lang felt a little pressure in his heart. Before he could say anything, Lu Xiaoxiao said, the assessment will begin now. Assistant Lin, go and call the two models from the company.
Okay.
Lin Kaier nodded and left the director's office. Director Beauty, what is the interview for? Shen Lang couldn't help but ask.
Lu Xiaoxiao said indifferently, you'll find out later. Soon after, two hot models walked into the director's office, each wearing a sexy and gorgeous light summer coat. Looking at the two beautiful models in front of him, Shen Lang was confused.
What kind of assessment is this? Could it be an assessment of a man's ability in that area?
Mr. Shen, although our company is not particularly commercial, it is still very well known.
Since you came to apply for the job, you should know how our company operates, right?
Lu Xiaoxiao asked with a smile.
I don't know.
Shen Lang shook his head decisively.
You? Lu Xiaoxiao was speechless.
She didn't expect such a reply from Shen Lang.
What kind of freak is this? How dare he come to the company for an interview without any preparation? Mr. Shen, our company is in the fashion business.
Lin Kaier reminded him, her expression a mixture of laughter and tears. Shen Lang suddenly realized, oh, I remember.
So, Director Lu, you don't want me to design fashion, do you? Sorry, I can't do something so high-end.
Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shen Lang with contempt.
Designing fashion? Hee, if you really have that ability, you can go to heaven. This guy probably doesn't know anything, and he's still trying to be the PR manager?
In order to get rid of Shen Lang quickly, Lu Xiaoxiao said unceremoniously, the clothes on these two models were designed by our company and are the only two pieces of our company that were shortlisted for the Paris Fashion Week summer collection. Although they were ranked low at the Paris Fashion Week, they were second to none in China.
These two summer collections have some shortcomings. My assessment is very simple.
Next, please give Mr. Shen an appropriate comment on these two summer collections and point out the shortcomings. As soon as the words fell, Lin Kaier, who was standing next to her, opened her mouth wide.
Isn't this assessment difficult?
Even professionals who understand fashion have a hard time saying what the advantages and disadvantages of fashion are, let alone a layman. Because Shen Lang had watched an erotic movie at the company before, although unintentionally, it made Lu Xiaoxiao have no good impression of him, and she was eager to get rid of him as soon as possible, so she simply increased the difficulty of the assessment by a large margin. However, what Lu Xiaoxiao didn't expect was that Shen Lang didn't show any expression of being in trouble, but instead seemed very relaxed and indifferent, looking at the two models. Gee, the designs are so average.
Director Lu,
I don't think the fashion designers at IA International are very good either.
No wonder they didn't win any awards.
Shen Lang said with a smile.
Really? Since Mr. Shen is so picky, why don't you comment on these two fashions?
Lu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of disdain, and she said lightly that it wasn't very good.
Does this guy really think that the designer the company hired for $1 million a year is just eating for free?
Shen Lang knew that Lu Xiaoxiao was trying to make things difficult for him, and couldn't help but smile. Director Lu, I'm just applying for the position of PR manager.
I don't need to worry about fashion design, do I?
Our company's public relations department often goes out, even abroad, to communicate with other large fashion companies.
How can you not know some fashion knowledge?
Lu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly.
This girl is really good at talking.
Shen Lang was at a loss, so he simply said, okay, then I'll talk about my personal opinion.
Good.
Lu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and began to anticipate what kind of country bumpkin language Shen Lang would say. Lin Kaier, who was standing next to her, was already mourning for Shen Lang. Being targeted by Director Lu was basically a foregone conclusion. Let's start with the one with the fair-skinned girl. This summer dress is obviously simple in style, and it also draws on the simple elements of Jilsander to create a new minimalist style. The exaggerated and huge collar also looks unique, but it still can't escape the routine of Jilsander's design concept. This summer dress may give the judges at the Paris Fashion Week a refreshing feeling at first glance, but after a closer look, there are still too many borrowed elements, so it won't get a high ranking.
Let's talk about this one.
This fashion piece is eye-catching because of its color combination and distinctive personality. It combines colorful plaid, color, and layers of sari, and is somewhere between school and oriental elements.
Multicolor stitching can certainly attract attention, but it lacks a focus.
Versace introduced this color style of sports skirt 5 years ago, so this design lacks a certain degree of novelty. Shen Lang spoke at length, and the two girls, Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Kaier, were both dumbfounded. Not only them, but the two models also looked at Shen Lang with strange eyes. Shen Lang's mouth was full of high-level professional jargon, and he spoke with reason and evidence, hitting the nail on the head. It even made people wonder if this guy had been a fashion designer before.
Lu Xiaoxiao is, after all, the company's director, and her psychological quality is quite good. She forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, took a deep breath, and asked, "So, Mr. Shin, can you give us any suggestions on the corrections that need to be made to these two fashions?" Chapter 5. He is quite vulgar. As I just said, both of these fashions have a common shortcoming, which is a lack of creativity and innovation. So the suggestion is that the originality of your company's designers needs to be strengthened. Shen Lang said calmly. Lu Xiaoxiao's beautiful face could no longer hide her shock. Shen Lang's opinion was surprisingly consistent with the judges' opinions at the Paris Fashion Week. Their company did lack original design capabilities. Now Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't say anything to chide Shen Lang. If Shen Lang was just making things up, or if he had just guessed right, she could have mocked him a little, but this guy really knows too much, doesn't he? If the other party is not a fashion professional, it is impossible to come to such a high-end conclusion. Lu Xiaoxiao knows this very well. Seeing that no one was talking, Shen Lang looked at Lu Xiaoxiao and smiled. "Director Lu, you think this assessment should be passed?" "Congratulations, Mr. Shin, you have passed the interview."
Assistant Lin, take Mr. Shin to the personnel department to sign the contract.
After that, report to me.
I will take him to the public relations department to familiarize him with the environment.
Lu Xiaoxiao said calmly.
Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was so decisive, Shen Lang was a bit shocked. He thought that this beautiful girl would use some other methods to continue to make things difficult for him. Although Lu Xiaoxiao was a bit of a brat, she still cared about the company. Although she was a bit unhappy, she had to admit that Shen Lang was a real talent. Anyway, after this guy joins the company, there will be plenty of opportunities to vent his anger.
Shen Lang followed Lin Kaier out of the director's office with a smile on his face. "Ha, Assistant Lin, we'll be colleagues from now on. It's really fast,"
Shen Lang said to Lin Kaier with a smile. Lin Kaier smiled and said, "Manager Shen, please take good care of me." She still admired Shen Lang in her heart. It was amazing that he was fluent in 3 languages and had such a deep understanding of fashion. Although the other party is about the same age as her, his abilities are not on the same level as hers. Beautiful women in the workplace are not as superficial as little girls. Capable men can always attract them inadvertently, not to mention that Shen Lang is young and handsome.
Shen Lang waved his hand. "Don't call me manager anymore.
We're friends now, so just call me Brother Lang, and I'll call you Kaier." Lin Kaier's face turned red. "Manager Shin, this is in the company, it's not good to call me that.
Besides, I'm your assistant."
Shen Lang quickly realized that calling someone a sister could easily make others think that he was supporting her financially, which was not a good thing.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just want to treat you as a friend."
Shen Lang scratched his head and smiled.
Lin Kaier nodded with a blush.
Shen Lang's witty conversation and handsome facial features gave Lin Kaier a good first impression, and she was secretly looking forward to working with Shen Lang. It has to be said that the efficiency of IA International is quite high. As soon as Shen Lang arrived at the office of the Human Resources Department, the contract was already ready. The public relations manager's monthly salary is 16,000 yuan, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as commission and year-end bonuses.
Shen Lang was a little excited. It wasn't hard to find a good job. Before, the iceberg at home had a look of disdain on her face, as if to say, "Can you find a job?" Shen Lang finally felt relieved. Back in the director's office, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything nonsense, and directly took Shen Lang to the public relations department, accompanied by Lin Kaier. When Shen Lang first walked into the PR department, he saw a group of beautiful women in uniform swaying before his eyes, and his heart was suddenly filled with emotion. He gave the working environment a full score. Just like the 2 men who had said before, the PR department was almost entirely made up of women, all of them beautiful young women,
the oldest of whom was no more than 27 years old. The PR department of Linea International is generally responsible for the company's reception and public relations and certain business negotiations.
In this regard, beautiful women are certainly uniquely qualified.
Generally speaking, when a beautiful and well-mannered woman goes to a negotiation, the other party will have a good impression of you because of your appearance, which is a very important step. The girls in the PR department are also very well behaved. They can accompany clients to talk about work-related matters and even drink together, but if they want to go further, it's impossible.
IA International is a large company that values integrity and development and has a high reputation. It will never engage in borderline content.
If it is discovered that an employee is not living a proper life because of company matters, they will be immediately fired. When Director Liu arrived here with a man, the female staff members looked at him in shock, their expressions of surprise like they had just seen a giant panda.
Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shenlang and coughed, saying, "Ahem.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Shenlang, who has now joined the PR department as a manager."
"Hello, everyone." Shenlang smiled and showed his white teeth.
He's not afraid of boiling water, and he's thick-skinned, so he's not embarrassed at all.
"Manager? A man? Not bad, not bad. He's so handsome."
Director Liu has really good taste, picking such a stylish manager.
"Don't fight, the handsome manager is mine."
The group of female demons below immediately boiled over, and countless pairs of eyes looked at Shenlang, almost wanting to see every part of Shenlang's body, making Shenlang tremble all over. However, looking at the enthusiastic expressions of the women, Shenlang's vanity was bursting.
No wonder so many people in this big city want to be leaders.
It really feels good to be a leader, especially a leader of a group of beautiful women.
Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shenlang and said seriously, "Okay, everyone, listen to me quietly.
Don't be fooled by this man's harmless appearance. Although I haven't had much contact with Manager Shen, I can guarantee that this guy is definitely a 100% scumbag. Sisters, be careful." As soon as the words fell, the entire office fell silent, and a group of women stared at Shenlang with wide eyes. Lin Kaier was also a little stunned. In addition, he is also quite vulgar.
Lu Xiaoxiao added.
Shenlang almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and said in protest, "Lu Xiaoxiao, how can you say such bad things about me?
Where am I indecent?"
Lu Xiaoxiao snorted in contempt, ignoring Shenlang's resistance, but secretly mocking him in her heart. "Don't think I don't know the dirty thoughts in your heart. You're not going to hook up with any of the girls in the company, you dirty rascal."
Chapter 6 What Can You Accomplish?
A group of female employees began to discuss, and then looked at Shenlang's eyes, with a hint of pity, estimating that the new manager had offended Director Liu. Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and turned to Shenlang with a smile, saying, "Manager Shen, let me show you the work environment."
Shenlang was a little speechless.
He thought that this beautiful girl had a conscience, but he didn't expect her to want to fix him.
"Fine, let her. Who says this beauty is higher than me in the company?"
Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't go too far, and at most, she just arranged some more miscellaneous items for Shenlang. Seeing that Shenlang did not complain, but worked hard, she occasionally asked Lin Kaier about her work. Lu Xiaoxiao's resentment also subsided a lot, thinking that you are a sensible person.
The top floor is the president's office.
Lu Xiaoxiao finished organizing her work schedule for the day and reported to the president's office. Although she didn't like Shenlang, she treated him the same in terms of work and didn't say anything bad about him. Su Ruoxue listened carefully to Lu Xiaoxiao's report, taking notes with a pen. A woman working seriously does have a unique charm. Her delicate face is a bit serious and cold, and a natural temperament is exuded.
"Shua, I have one more thing to say, it's about the new PR manager."
Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly said.
"Go ahead."
"That gentleman must have passed your test because he must have something special." Su Ruoxue smiled with interest. Lu Xiaoxiao did not hold back and told Su Ruoxue everything that happened during the previous assessment. Su Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and immediately said, "Since the gentleman is so knowledgeable about fashion, he is a very suitable talent for our company.
Why don't you ask him to give some suggestions for the next Milan Fashion Week? If he is shortlisted, give him the bonus he deserves." "Good, Xiaoxue, then shall I have him come over now and talk to you face to face?" asked Lu Xiaoxiao. Su Ruoxue was a little tempted, and looked at the time. It was almost time to go home. "Let's do it another day."
He's already on the job, so there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. It wasn't long after he started working that Shen Lang experienced the super cool feeling of being a beautiful leader. There were indeed some perks, such as when a pretty secretary came to deliver a document and secretly kissed him on the cheek. Such a bold act made Shen Lang's heart beat faster. After working for less than 2 hours, Shen Lang already liked the job of the PR manager. Not long after, Lu Xiaoxiao walked into his office again. She was furious to see Shen Lang sitting with his legs crossed, in such an indecent manner.
Shen Lang, pay attention to your image. Do you think this is your home? Lu Xiaoxiao said in a bad mood. Actually, it's not that different. Shen Lang's fiancé is the company's president.
Shen Lang straightened up and smiled. Sorry, it's my first day at work, I'm not used to it yet.
Lu Xiaoxiao snorted, don't think your job is easy.
You're under my control from now on. Before you get used to being a manager, you'll do whatever I tell you to do.
Shen Lang rolled his eyes. Isn't this turning me into a slave? This is the company's task book. Go back and read it carefully. The president may meet with you the day after tomorrow.
Behave yourself, or I'll dock your salary.
Lu Xiaoxiao threw a booklet down and left Shen Lang's office without looking back.
Shen Lang looked at Lin Kaier on the desk next to him and sighed, your director Lu is too vindictive, just like a female tyrannosaurus.
Lu Xiaoxiao outside the door did not go far.
As soon as she heard this voice, she almost fell over and her pretty face was distorted with anger.
How dare you call me a tyrannosaurus? Shen Lang, you wait and see. I'll show you tomorrow, or my name isn't Lu.
Lu Xiaoxiao bit her teeth, this man is so damn hateful. Lin Kaier in the office was speechless and couldn't help but remind him, Manager, Director Lu is a very nice person. Although I don't know what grudge you have with Director Lu, you still shouldn't say bad things about her. If she hears you, the consequences will be very bad.
Don't worry. Assistant Lin, I'm not the kind of scumbag she said I was. You mustn't misunderstand.
Shen Lang laughed, he wasn't afraid of Lu Xiaoxiao, after all, his fiancée was the boss of the company, so he had to give her some face.
Lin Kaier didn't know what to say.
After work, Shen Lang took a taxi directly to the Yuhe Villa complex. The villa community in front of him was a bit old, but the classical and elegant architectural style still made it look young, and it was still the most upscale villa community in Huaihaishi.
This is where Shen Lang lives now, or to be more precise, Su Ruoshua's home.
After getting out, said to the boy, do you like cream cakes? She looked about 5 or 6 years old, with 2 rosy little hands holding a box of cream cakes in transparent packaging, and a rosy face that was a little embarrassed.
The sky was still overcast, and the old street.
This beautiful little girl, who looked like an angel from a fairy tale, became the only bright spot in the boy's eyes.
He knew where the girl got the cake from.
It was from a pastry shop across the street, displayed in the window in the highest and most conspicuous place.
This one is strawberry flavored. It's very delicious. Here you go.
The boy looked at the little girl's white face and suddenly lost his mind. He shook his head immediately, then, however, he nodded his head in a strange way. With a trembling hand, he took the cream cake from the girl's hand. The boy could smell the strawberry fragrance from the packaging.
He hadn't eaten anything all day and was very hungry.
The little girl nodded happily. Next time you come here, I'll give you a delicious strawberry-flavored one. The boy's lips moved slightly, and the world in his eyes seemed to come to a standstill.
A warm current filled his heart.
At that moment, a black car slowly pulled up to the curb, the window rolled down, and a driver greeted the little girl.
Miss, why are you here alone again?
It's going to rain soon, so get in the car quickly. The little girl nodded with a silly smile, and her skirt fluttered in the wind as she ran into the car like a little cloud. But as she ran, the girl dropped a pocket watch. The boy reached out to call the little girl, but the car had already driven away. The boy walked up and picked up the solid gold pocket watch. The background of the watch face was a picture of the little girl's innocent and lovely face. In the following days, the boy waited every day in that alley, hoping that the little girl would appear again so that he could return the lost pocket watch to its owner. But after a month, the boy never saw the little girl again, but he did see an old man. That old man was Shen Lang's master. Without the girl, without the pocket watch, and without waiting for a month, Shen Lang might still be living on the streets or might have starved to death. That girl was Su Ruoshue, who changed the trajectory of her own life and was the first woman to give him warmth.
Su Ruoxue probably doesn't remember this incident anymore.
Shen Lang wanted to keep this incident to himself, but an opportunity presented itself, allowing him to cross paths with Su Ruoxue again. There was a reason for this marriage by mistake. Su Ruoxue's grandfather and Shen Lang's master had a close relationship, and they arranged this marriage. Su Ruoxue is now in a difficult situation, forced into marriage by a rich young man with a deep background.
Living with Shen Lang was actually a way for Su Ruoxue's grandfather to protect his granddaughter from harm.
Shen Lang never thought he would get married so quickly, but he still agreed to it without hesitation because he wanted to protect this woman. The ringtone of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts. Shen Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was a familiar number.
"What's up, little sister? Can't I call if there's nothing going on? Brother Lang, do you miss me?" A voice as beautiful as a silver bell sounded on the other end of the line.
Shen Lang sighed, "Sister, I'm so lonely every night, I miss you so much."
"Don't be so sarcastic.
You're the one who's not lonely.
Don't you have that beautiful fiancée to keep you company? Let her keep you warm every night." Hearing the playful voice on the phone, Shen Lang felt both amused and speechless.
Although he and Su Ruoxue had a marriage contract, they had never held hands, let alone slept together. Their relationship is not even like that of an engaged couple, let alone friends.
"Hey, Lang, don't you need money? Do you want me to send you a few million?" "No need. You, Lang, are a real man. I'm embarrassed to ask a woman for money." "Who's the little woman?" Okay, our Yuer is a beautiful woman." After a few words with his junior, Shen Lang hung up the phone.
His mood had improved a little. Shen Lang actually wanted to manage his relationship with Su Ruoxue well, but he was a little overwhelmed.
He hadn't eaten anything that evening, and he was a little hungry.
As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, he heard laughter coming from the living room. The laughter came from Su Ruoxue, and it was very beautiful.
Shen Lang was a little surprised that the iceberg would actually show a smile.
I have to say, Su Ruoxue really looks good when she smiles, but she has never shown such an expression to herself.
Shen Lang's hearing is different from ordinary people.
From a distance, he can tell that Su Ruoxue is talking to a man on the other end of the phone.
"Brother Wenji, don't laugh at me. We haven't been in touch for years. Are you okay now?" Su Ruoxue asked on the phone.
Hearing Su Ruoxue's voice, which actually contained a hint of concern, a wave of anger suddenly surged up in Shen Lang's heart. Although he and Su Ruoxue had no emotional foundation, he instinctively regarded her as his woman. His woman called another man brother and laughed with him.
Shen Lang couldn't stand it.
When Su Ruoxue hung up the phone, she glanced at Shen Lang, who was walking over, and said indifferently, "I'm going out to see an old friend tonight."
Shen Lang asked expressionlessly, "Who is he to you?
What do you care?" Su Ruoxue frowned.
"I'm your nominal fiancé. Isn't it a bit too much to ask?"
Shen Lang snorted. Su Ruoxue frowned and said, "He is a classmate of mine named Zhang Wenji."
"Okay, are you done asking? No wonder you call him Brother Wenji. It's late at night. You're not going on a date with your Wenji brother, are you?"
Shen Lang sneered. Su Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then her mouth curved, outlining a teasing arc. "Oh, you're jealous of me?
Then I'm really flattered.
I'm telling you, Shen Lang, you'd better stay out of this.
Wenji is at least 100 times better than a man like you."
Zhang Wenji is Su Ruoxue's college classmate and has asked her out several times. He has no time for himself, so this time he can't get out of it.
Su Ruoxue is only preparing to go to a dinner party. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang had such a big reaction.
Su Ruoxue had long been unhappy with Shen Lang, and took this opportunity to deliberately anger him.
Shen Lang's mouth twitched, and suddenly he pressed Su Ruoxue's weak shoulders, his eyes sparkling with sparks. "Shen Lang, what are you? What do you want? Let go of me."
Su Ruoxue suddenly felt a little panic when she saw Shen Lang's domineering and arrogant gaze.
100 times stronger?
Woman, I want to see how that man you mentioned is 100 times stronger than me.
If not, I'll teach you a lesson tonight," Shen Lang said coldly. Chapter 8, High Profile.
In 10 minutes, Su Ruoxue changed into a purple dress, outlining her perfect curves, even more stunning than a model.
"Damn Shen Lang, you stink, you have no right to be angry with me."
Su Ruoxue bit her teeth, her pretty face with a hint of anger, threw the pillow on the bed out. Just now, under Xinlang's domineering request, Su Ruoxue had no choice but to agree to let him go with her, and in the name of being a boyfriend and girlfriend. If I let that guy go, he'll only embarrass himself. Su Ruoxue walked out of the room in a sullen mood. Just then, Xinlang also walked out of the bedroom. Su Ruoxue had wanted to nag a bit, but when she saw Xinlang come out, she was suddenly stunned. Xinlang tonight seemed to have completely changed.
He was wearing a
well-fitting casual suit, a Givenchy plaid casual suit that was popular this summer, which matched Xinlang's figure perfectly, setting off his elegant bearing. His deep eyes were like stars, giving a feeling of being unable to see through him. His slender figure, sharp eyebrows, and handsome facial features, carved like a knife, but with a hint of fierceness and domineering, made him seem carefree and uninhibited as he strode out. Especially when the man just passed by her, Su Ruoxue sensitively smelled a hint of cologne.
This young man with an amazing aura is her useless fiancé? Su Ruoxue was momentarily distracted, but quickly recovered.
This guy dresses up well, but no matter how he dresses up, he can't change his disgusting and vulgar nature.
Okay, woman, let's get going.
Xinlang patted Su Ruoxue on the shoulder and said coldly.
Su Ruoxue turned her head away.
This feeling made her feel uncomfortable. It was as if, in an instant, her identity had been switched with Xinlang's.
Xinlang was the CEO, and she was just a little woman. Su Ruoxue, you're so stupid. How could you be bewitched by such a man?
Su Ruoxue adjusted her mood and gave Xinlang a cold look. She left the villa building and drove an Audi A5 convertible four-seater from the garage to the roadside, low-key and restrained.
Get in,
Su Ruoxue said in a neutral tone.
Xinlang got into the passenger seat.
The Audi drove away from the villa community and headed towards the city center.
Where did you get the Givenchy suit? Su Ruoxue asked.
Although this man was sloppy and unmotivated, he had a lot of expensive clothes, which made Su Ruoxue a little curious.
Why ask so much?
It was a gift from an acquaintance,
Xinlang said indifferently. I'm too lazy to ask. Su Ruoxue snorted. The restaurant is called Louis' French Restaurant, located in the most prosperous area of the city center.
It is luxuriously decorated with an elegant French architectural style and is high-end and exquisite.
This is the most upscale French restaurant in Wahaishi.
The cars in the parking lot are mostly luxury cars, and it is obvious that the people who come in and out of here are basically rich people.
An Audi A5 is already a bit downgraded. A genuine high-end French restaurant, Su Ruoxue has only been here once or twice.
After getting out of the car, Xinlang stretched out his arm and was about to take Su Ruoxue's arm.
What do you want to do?
Su Ruoxue frowned.
Xinlang shrugged and said, You are my fiancé. If we don't even hold hands when we go to meet people together, how can we look like a fiancé and a fiancé? You're dreaming. Su Ruoxue's pretty face flushed slightly.
Don't forget, you yourself agreed to let me go to see your Wenjigu as your boyfriend. You have to keep your word.
Xinlang grabbed Su Ruoxue's arm without any hesitation and ordered, Hold my arm tightly. You. Su Ruoxue's pretty face turned pale and white.
She had never been close to another man, let alone hold a man's arm in such an intimate manner. Forget it, just let this man take advantage of you.
Su Ruoxue bit her teeth and took Xinlang's arm.
A fragrance like gardenia wafted from Su Ruoxue, the smell of some kind of high-end perfume. The soft touch of her arm and the tempting whiteness of her neckline made Xinlang's heart flutter. Although Su Ruoxue is a bit arrogant and cold-hearted, she still has a great body.
Zhang Wenji invited Su Ruoxue to this dinner party. Zhang Wenji is a classmate of Su Ruoxue's from college.
Zhang Wenji inherited the family business last month.
Their family runs a medical business.
In this day and age, hospitals and pharmaceuticals are highly profitable industries, and since it is a family business, Zhang Wenji's family is very wealthy.
Su Ruoxue's Aya International Fashion Company was developed with the full support of her grandfather and is not a very large company. It does not have a deep foundation, so Su Ruoxue has to give Zhang Wenji face.
Of course, Su Ruoxue still has some good feelings for Zhang Wenji, because in their student days, they had a good relationship.
Zhang Wenji personally waited at the entrance of the restaurant.
This Zhang Wenji was 23 or 24 years old, and his appearance was average, but because he was a second-generation rich kid, he dressed very appropriately, wearing a suit of expensive clothes that made him look quite elegant. Xin Lang was young and vigorous, but tall and handsome, and there was a hint of sharpness in his demeanor. In terms of appearance and temperament, he looked much more handsome than Zhang Wenji. When Su Ruoxue walked over with Xin Lang's arm around her shoulder, Zhang Wenji's face became a little stiff. "Ruoxue, you're here. This is..." Before Su Ruoxue could introduce him, Xin Lang smiled elegantly. "I am Su Ruoxue's boyfriend. My name is Xin Lang. Hello." "Hello?" Zhang Wenji's mouth twitched. "Shit, a boyfriend? Ruoxue, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhang Wenji was stunned. Su Ruoxue's pretty face was a little unnatural. Although she didn't want to admit it, she still nodded and said, "Yes, he is my boyfriend." In fact, Su Ruoxue also vaguely sensed that Zhang Wenji had a good impression of her. After all, he had been too enthusiastic during the several dinners they had previously proposed. Although Su Ruoxue had a good impression of Zhang Wenji, it didn't mean that she liked him. It was a good idea to use Xin Lang as a pretext to reveal her identity, so that Zhang Wenji would know to back off. Zhang Wenji's face sank slightly. "Su Ruoxue actually has a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me before?" He had originally planned to use this dinner to develop a relationship with Su Ruoxue, but now that she has a boyfriend, what's the point of going on a date? However, soon, Zhang Wenji changed his mind and found his own advantage. Because he found that Xin Lang was sitting in Su Ruoxue's car, which meant that Xin Lang was probably from a middle-class family or was a poor person. Zhang Wenji glanced at Xin Lang, revealing a hint of resentment and jealousy. "Can a poor guy like you even get close to a goddess like this?" He had already decided that he would make Xin Lang look like a fool later. "Ruoxue, I'm very happy that you finally agreed to come out to dinner." Zhang Wenji warmly went up to her and wanted to shake her hand. In public, it is a normal thing to shake hands. However, before Su Ruoxue could extend her hand, Xin Lang's hand reached out and grabbed Zhang Wenji's hand, smiling and saying, "Hello, hello. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Wenji had no choice but to shake hands with Xin Lang and smile. "Ha, it's nothing." After that, Zhang Wenji was about to shake hands with Su Ruoxue again, but he was already a little nervous. He really wanted to experience the feeling of holding Su Ruoxue's little hand in his own. Xin Lang did not give Zhang Wenji a chance, and turned to Su Ruoxue and said, "Schwer, let's go inside." "Schwer?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue almost fell to the ground. She felt a wave of emotions in her heart. How could this guy have such a thick skin? How dare he call her that? Chapter 9. What is the gap? However, it must be said that Xin Lang's acting skills are too good. Su Ruoxue was almost fooled by this guy's gentlemanly demeanor. Zhang Wenji looked embarrassed and glanced at Xin Lang. He was already very unhappy with Xin Lang. Xin Lang had an expressionless face, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, how can this piece of trash be 100 times better than me? Is Su Ruoxue an idiot? Didn't Su Ruoxue say she was lacking in self-cultivation and ambition? I'll just be more high-profile, and show this woman what the difference is. A tall and charming French waitress led the three of them into the restaurant. The people who entered and left the restaurant had a touch of elegance in their behavior and movements. There were also many foreigners, and one could faintly smell the scent of high society. The hall was very spacious, with soft and elegant lighting. It was more like a high-end social venue than a restaurant. The spotlight was focused on the stage, and there was a band playing jazz. Xin Lang and his two friends sat down at a table and were about to order. Zhang Wenji himself was not very enthusiastic about Western food, but he felt that coming here would allow him to better express himself, or more colloquially, to better show off. Because he felt that he had been influenced by high society, only by showing his best side to Su Ruoxue would he make this beautiful woman take a second look at him. Even Su Ruoxue may not know the dining etiquette and culture of this high-end French restaurant. At this time, Zhang Wenji can calmly and elegantly teach the girl how to eat, and talk about the French romantic culture he learned from Baidu, so that Xin Lang, a bumpkin, can't say anything. For this reason, Zhang Wenji also learned a few basic French phrases. After he sat down, he pretended to be profound and greeted a French waitress in broken French. The French waitress smiled and responded, walking up to him. Zhang Wenji, I really didn't think you could speak French. Su Ruoxue smiled. It's just so. I'm not that good at it. Zhang Wenji was a little proud of himself. He had just deliberately shown off his French in the hope that Su Ruoxue would praise him. You're being modest.
I think your French is very good, Su Ruoxue complimented.
As the president of a fashion company, she often participates in some activities abroad, and Su Ruoxue also knows some French. Zhang Wenji's French wasn't very good, but after all, he was an old classmate, so he still needed to give him some face.
Not bad? I don't think it's very good. The sentences don't flow well, and the level is pretty bad, Xinlang suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhang Wenji was unhappy. His face darkened and he said disdainfully, from the tone of Mr. Shen, "It seems that you have quite a lot of accomplishment in French?" Xinlang nodded. "Well, at least I'm more accomplished than you." Zhang Wenji was a little dissatisfied.
He felt that Xinlang was pretending to be a big shot. Zhang Wenji originally wanted to take the opportunity to make a sarcastic comment on Xinlang, but he didn't really understand French either. The topic didn't feel like it was going anywhere, so Zhang Wenji quickly changed the subject.
"It would be a shame not to drink brandy at a French restaurant. Do you know, French people love brandy the most?"
Brandy is a special distilled liquor made from various fruits, fermented and distilled, then stored in oak barrels and refined.
It has a particularly rich fruit flavor and is a fine wine.
Zhang Wenji began to show off the knowledge he had found on Baidu. Su Ruoxue was not very interested in wine culture, so she just smiled and nodded.
Su Ruoxue could put up with it, but Xinlang couldn't.
He impatiently said to Zhang Wenji, "Okay, stop pushing, let's start ordering." Zhang Wenji's face immediately turned dark, and he said unhappily, "Mr. Shen, this is a high-end occasion, so please pay attention to etiquette and don't swear." Su Ruoxue was also quite dissatisfied with Xinlang's words and felt that her face had been completely humiliated. However, Xinlang is her self-proclaimed boyfriend, and Su Ruoxue still wants to defend him. She said softly, "Zhang Wenji, don't mind it."
Xinlang just couldn't wait any longer. "Let's order our food quickly."
"Okay." Zhang Wenji didn't get too tangled up in it, but just coldly glared at Xinlang, as if he were looking at a bumpkin, and said in a condescending tone, "Mr. Shen, please maintain your manners during the rest of the meal."
Xinlang looked at Zhang Wenji and was very unhappy, so he didn't bother to pay any attention to him.
Zhang Wenji felt that he was of noble status and was too disdainful to communicate with Xinlang, so he immediately began to order food.
Xinlang couldn't help but feel a little amused.
This guy had previously pretended to be a snob in French, but when it came to ordering food, he switched to Mandarin.
Zhang Wenji looked at Su Ruoxue and asked, "Su Ruoxue, what would you like to eat?" "I'll just have whatever you're having."
Su Ruoxue smiled lightly.
In order to show his politeness, Zhang Wenji still kept his composure and asked Xinlang, "Mr. Shen, what would you like to eat?"
Zhang Wenji looked at him with some contempt. Although Xinlang dressed up like a human dog, he was a little bit more handsome than himself, but he was definitely a bumpkin at heart. Not to mention having eaten a top-notch French meal, he might not even know how to order a meal. Xinlang glanced at the French waitress and said in fluent French, "Beautiful waitress, please bring me a Saint Jacques scallop, French-style fried sole, and grilled camembert cheese." The French waitress' eyes lit up. Listening to Xinlang speak such fluent French, she couldn't help but say excitedly, "Sir, you can speak such fluent native French.
I've never met anyone like you in this country." Su Ruoxue's face also froze for a moment. This man actually speaks French? And so fluently?
After living in France for a few months, he had left nothing behind, but had memorized the local language.
Xinlang used quite literary language to communicate with the French waitress. The waitress was also very happy to meet such a gentlemanly and romantic Chinese person for the first time, and enthusiastically chatted with Xinlang in French. Holy shit!
Zhang Wenji looked at Xinlang and the French waitress, dumbfounded.
Damn, this bumpkin actually speaks French?
He was very suspicious that Xinlang was just talking nonsense, but looking at the French waitress's excited expression, Xinlang didn't seem to be talking nonsense, and it seemed that he was speaking very fluently.
Su Ruoxue's face was blank. She never thought that this seemingly lazy and sloppy guy actually had some real talent. It's not easy to speak French so fluently.
At this moment, her impression of Xinlang had slightly changed. She thought about how her grandfather had tried every means to get her engaged and living together with this man.
Could there really be some reason for this?
Zhang Wenji had said that he understood French, but now he was too embarrassed to admit that he didn't, so he just looked at Xinlang and the French girl with a smile on his face, pretending that he could understand French as well. The waitress did not dare to disturb Xinlang and the others, and only chatted with Xinlang enthusiastically for a while before preparing the menu with a flushed face. Shen Lang's words and behavior fascinated her. Zhang Wenji saw that Shen Lang had already ordered the most expensive dishes, and a feeling of resentment rose in his heart. In order to show off his wealth, Zhang Wenji also ordered a few bottles of top-notch brandy, which was a drop in the bucket for him. Chapter 10. You really have a disease. Since Shen Lang could speak fluent French, Zhang Wenji was a little suspicious of Shen Lang's identity. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Shen, your French is really good.
Do you work for a French company?"
Shen Lang wanted to tell him about his job, but then he thought about it was Su Ruoshua's company, so he just smiled and said, "No, I don't have a job." He didn't want to reveal his job to Su Ruoshua yet. After hearing this, Zhang Wenji's expression on his face was very wonderful.
He turned and looked at Su Ruoshua and laughed. "Ruoshua, you are so beautiful and so outstanding. I think many people have pursued you. Choosing a good-for-nothing unemployed person as your boyfriend is a bit too low-class, isn't it?"
Su Ruoshua frowned. Although she also rejected Shen Lang in her bones, Zhang Wenji's vicious words also made her feel unhappy.
"It doesn't matter, I like him," Su Ruoshua said seriously.
Zhang Wenji felt that his chance had come, and thought to himself that a vase had no right to compete with him for a woman. He smiled and said, "Ruoshua, I think you have better options.
For example, although you have a boyfriend, Zhang Wenji still have the right to pursue you, right?" Zhang Wenji, this. Su Ruoshua frowned and couldn't answer.
I didn't expect Zhang Wenji to really have such intentions. Zhang Wenji was a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Ruoshua, don't doubt my intentions.
This time, the reason I wanted to see you so much was to ask you to help me see a doctor."
"What, a doctor?" Su Ruoshua was stunned and said, "Zhang Wenji, I'm not a doctor, so you don't need to see me for a doctor's appointment.
Besides, is your family a hospital?"
Zhang Wenji had long prepared a response. He smiled gently and said, "Ruoshua, although my family's medical business is growing, no one can cure my illness except you."
What disease do you have?" Su Ruoshua was slightly stunned.
Zhang Wenji's cheerful appearance didn't seem to indicate that he had any illness.
In fact, Zhang Wenji really didn't have any serious illness.
This was just one of his bad habits. If Su Ruoshua asked, he would confess on his own initiative, saying that it was a heart disease that only you could cure.
He thought it would be very romantic. However, before Su Ruoshua could say anything, Shen Lang took the lead and said, "You really are sick." Zhang Wenji was stunned for a moment, and said with a laugh, "Yes, I am sick." "Zhang Wenji, I'm not joking with you, you really are sick,"
Shen Lang said sarcastically. Seeing Shen Lang say this, Zhang Wenji's face turned black like the bottom of a pot. He felt that this bumpkin was scolding him, and he was a little annoyed and said, "Mr. Shen, you are so indiscreet with your words.
Do you also know medicine?"
"Not bad, at least I know more than you."
Shen Lang shrugged. Zhang Wenji was furious.
Damn, this kid's mouth is really cheap, and he is against me everywhere. But in front of Su Ruoshua, Zhang Wenji didn't want to make a scene, and still put on a smile, which looked quite refined. Zhang Wenji sneered, "Although I, Zhang Wenji, have limited abilities, my family is a well-known medical enterprise that owns several large hospitals, and I think I still know a little bit about medicine." Mr. Shen Lang has such a big mouth, so I have to ask, "Mr. Shen, how can you tell that I am sick just by looking at me?" Shen Lang said indifferently, "Mr. Zhang Wenji, although you look quite energetic, you are actually just a show. If I am not mistaken, you should often feel aching in your waist, hot all over, dizzy, tinnitus, and weak limbs. Especially when you sleep at night, you often have a cold sweat in the middle of the night." Zhang Wenji was shocked.
Shen Lang was right about these symptoms. He had them all, and they were all accurate. Damn, this bumpkin really has some skills.
Zhang Wenji's family owns several large hospitals, and he himself also regularly undergoes medical examinations and knows his own problems, but it is difficult to talk about them.
He doesn't believe that Shen Lang is really that powerful. Zhang Wenji smiled and pretended to be ignorant. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. I don't have any of the symptoms you mentioned. I exercise a lot and am very healthy."
Shen Lang sneered, "You know whether you really have it or not. Zhang Wenji, on the basis of your good relationship with Cher, I can give you some advice and suggestions, otherwise it will be too late for you to regret it." Hearing Shen Lang say it so seriously, Zhang Wenji felt a little scared, but he still didn't want to admit it, and he didn't think Shen Lang really had that kind of ability.
He asked with a stiff neck, "Mr. Shen, then tell me, what disease do I have?"
Shen Lang smiled and said, "If you want me to tell you the truth, You have to tell me honestly that you don't have any of the symptoms I just mentioned.
Zhang Wenji looked embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, and then said, yes, a little bit, but isn't that normal? I'm usually too busy at work and don't exercise enough.
I just said that I exercise a lot. Shen Lang's mouth revealed a hint of sarcasm, and he said coldly, don't lie to yourself. Zhang Wenji, you clearly know that you have kidney deficiency, and during this time, you have also been eating things that nourish the kidneys. You have eaten the most bull penis, dog meat, and pig kidneys. Zhang Wenji was shocked, and beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. He did have kidney deficiency, and he had been taking tonic food for a few days, just as Shen Lang had said.
I'm just overworked, that's why I'm like this.
Zhang Wenji defended himself.
Shen Lang said unceremoniously, there are many types of kidney deficiency.
You can't rush to make up for it by taking a lot of supplements, because that will backfire.
The root cause of your kidney deficiency is that you masturbate too much, 2 or 3 times a day? I advise you to be more abstinent, quit masturbation, and be more restrained.
Otherwise, in 2 years, you will most likely contract the strange disease of impotence, premature ejaculation, and it will be difficult to cure.
Zhang Wenji's face turned pale and he was speechless.
He did indulge in excessive sex and often masturbated, but how could this kid say it in front of Su Ruoxue?
Isn't this TM trying to embarrass himself? Shen Lang said he would be impotent, which made Zhang Wenji feel a chill down his spine.
He felt that he must control himself in the future and never masturbate again. Su Ruoxue's pretty face was stiff, and a chill ran through her heart.
She never thought Zhang Wenji had such a hobby. Zhang Wenji was so angry that he was ashamed.
He would never admit to such a shameful thing in front of Su Ruoxue, otherwise he could commit suicide.
Looking at Shen Lang's cold side face, Su Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were shining.
She was very curious about how Shen Lang could tell. But it was amazing that he could tell the other person's problem just by looking at him.
Could he really have that kind of ability? Zhang Wenji's face instantly turned gloomy, and he made a rather angry look, snorting, Mr. Shin, you are completely talking nonsense here, deliberately making me look bad, right? Where did I have any overindulgence? Shen Lang impatiently said, anyway, I have made myself clear.
Whether you listen or not is your own business.
Zhang Wenji was a little guilty, but his eyes still turned to Su Ruoxue, and he defended, Su Ruoxue, your boyfriend is too rude.
Seriously, I suggest that you should find a boyfriend who is almost as good as you.
This kind of man who talks nonsense is really unreliable. Today, on Ruoxue's behalf, I won't get angry.
Su Ruoxue was very uncomfortable and frowned, saying, Zhang Wenji, my boyfriend's words are too straightforward.
I think you should go to the hospital and have a look. Maybe it really is kidney deficiency. Zhang Wenji's face turned black like the bottom of a pot. Even Su Ruoxue said that he had kidney deficiency, which made Zhang Wenji feel extremely sad and feel that he could no longer hold his head up in front of Su Ruoxue. Zhang Wenji, I said you have kidney deficiency, but you just don't admit it, and you still have to pretend. Shen Lang sneered.
Zhang Wenji glared at Shen Lang with a resentful look and said in a stern tone, I know my own body. You are deliberately hurting me in front of Ruoxue.
Kid, I advise you not to go too far. Chapter 11, Asking for Trouble. Su Ruoxue was a little upset and said seriously, Zhang Wenji, you misunderstood this matter. My boyfriend has always been straightforward and quick-witted, saying whatever comes to mind. Perhaps he expressed himself more directly and did not consider your feelings.
You must not take this to heart. Seeing that Su Ruoxue no longer had a good impression of him, it seemed that she trusted this bumpkin, which made Zhang Wenji extremely unhappy. In other words, in the eyes of the goddess, he had become a man who indulged in excessive sex and liked to masturbate. This made Zhang Wenji feel pessimistic, and he thought that through normal channels, he would never be able to pursue Su Ruoxue again.
Zhang Wenji looked at Shen Lang with a gloomy expression and said with gritted teeth, your name is Shen Lang, right?
Very well, I Zhang Wenji remember you.
Shen Lang didn't care.
If this idiot didn't provoke him, it would be fine, but if he dared to provoke him, Shen Lang wouldn't mind beating him up. After a while, the French cuisine was served on the table by the waiter.
The previous conflict made the atmosphere of the meal not very harmonious.
Zhang Wenji felt extremely ashamed and wanted to peel off Shen Lang's skin. But in front of Su Ruoxue, he didn't want to do too much. After all, Su Ruoxue was invited by him. Whether or not he could pursue the goddess, Zhang Wenji still had to finish the meal, otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. Zhang Wenji was very thick-skinned, and even poured a glass of brandy for Xin Lang, indicating that he would compete with Xin Lang in drinking to show off his alcohol tolerance.
Xin Lang suddenly said, "You have kidney deficiency, so you'd better not drink."
Zhang Wenji's face turned pale and he sneered, "Mr. Xin, don't make a big deal out of it.
I don't have kidney deficiency at all.
I feel great and I often entertain outside, so I can drink quite a lot."
Mr. Xin, you know so much about kidney deficiency, don't tell me you also have kidney deficiency and can't drink?
Zhang Wenji is a total alcoholic. He can easily get drunk on ordinary wine, and even high-proof brandy is no problem. If this kid loosens up, he's going to get Xin Lang drunk as a skunk and have him carried home.
How could Xin Lang not see Zhang Wenji's little trick?
Today, Su Ruoxue is so contemptuous of him, so of course Xin Lang also wants to show off.
It just so happens that the woman doesn't hate this guy, right? Xin Lang plans to trample Zhang Wenji hard and make this guy lose face. Mr. Zhang, since you said so, let's have a drinking contest? Xin Lang smiled indifferently and suggested it first.
Good.
Mr. Xin, you said it.
I'll go first. Zhang Wenji applauded, he was just waiting for this. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wenji raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Xin Lang also raised his glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. Seeing Xin Lang's arrogance and daring to compete with a master like himself, Zhang Wenji was secretly pleased, and suddenly became enthusiastic, beginning to repeatedly toast and compete with Xin Lang, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Xin Lang sneered to himself and ordered several bottles of high-proof brandy, and frequently toasted Zhang Wenji. Not to mention brandy, even if you pour alcohol directly into your mouth, Xin Lang's constitution means that no matter how much he drinks, he won't get drunk. Seeing Xin Lang drink so much, Su Ruoxue was still a little worried about the man's health. She wanted to get up and comfort him, but Zhang Wenji, who was drunk as a skunk, pushed her away and yelled, "We can still drink."
"It's okay, Snow, you eat first." Xin Lang smiled lightly.
Su Ruoxue had no choice but to silently eat the French meal on the side, allowing Xin Lang to play freely. After drinking 6 or 7 bottles of brandy, Zhang Wenji was already drunk, but he still retained a trace of consciousness. Seeing that Xin Lang had not yet fallen, he was both frightened and anxious, and felt that he had to be even more ruthless. Zhang Wenji raised the frequency of toasting, and Xin Lang accepted without objection, and then accelerated. Soon, the table was filled with a dozen bottles of high-proof brandy. Seeing the two of them drink so extravagantly, the group of diners around them frequently turned their heads. Su Ruoxue was very curious to see that Xin Lang was still the same as before after drinking so much. She suddenly felt that Xin Lang was somewhat mysterious, and that this man was not as simple as she had thought.
You really have a good tolerance for alcohol. I'm starting to admire you."
This, as the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine with a bosom friend is never enough.
"Let's drink again. Zhang Wenji's head was spinning. "Okay." Xin Lang's mouth revealed a hint of mockery.
After drinking a dozen more glasses of brandy, Zhang Wenji completely lost his mind. He started to dance around the table, waving his arms and legs and talking nonsense. After a while, Zhang Wenji suddenly burst into tears.
"Sir, what's wrong with you?"
Several French waitresses were shocked.
Su Ruoxue frowned. She saw Zhang Wenji was already drunk and delirious, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Zhang Wenji, do you want to go to the hospital?"
Zhang Wenji suddenly shook off Su Ruoxue, crying even more loudly, crying and shouting, "I have kidney deficiency, I have overindulged in sex, I masturbate, I'm not a human being."
"Pa!"
Su Ruoxue covered her mouth, trying hard not to laugh, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Xin Lang looked at Su Ruoxue's smiling face and was momentarily distracted.
He couldn't help but admit that she really looked good when she smiled.
This smiling face was so similar to the little girl in his memory. This ice-face president still has a bit of a sense of humor.
Seeing Xin Lang staring at her, Su Ruoxue's pretty face was very unnatural. She forced herself to suppress her smile and said coldly, "Xin Lang, look at you, you've made her drunk like this. He brought this on himself."
"Okay, let's go." Xin Lang chuckled. "What about Wenji?" Su Ruoxue asked.
"Don't worry about this guy, he will sober up naturally."
Xin Lang shook his head and subconsciously grabbed Su Ruoxue's hand.
The woman's soft and comfortable, and Xin Lang couldn't help but hold it a few more times.
Su Ruoxue's heart jumped, and she quickly retracted her hand, staring at Xin Lang with a little shame and annoyance.
She always felt that this guy was deliberately eating her own tofu. Zhang Wenji was still crying there, and the diners around him were staring at him with wide eyes, wondering if he was crazy. The two of them didn't care about him either, and they left the restaurant and got into the car.
In the car, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but ask, Shen Lang, have you studied abroad? I have been abroad, but I have never studied abroad? By the way, I have never been to college. Shen Lang laughed. Su Ruoxue was a little surprised. You didn't go to college, so how did you? What? Do you think I'm amazing? Shen Lang's mouth curled up slightly. Su Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and said in a haughty tone, that's enough. Don't flatter yourself. Even if you're amazing, it's none of my business. Shen Lang was a little speechless. Couldn't this beauty say something human? Couldn't she praise him a little? After the incident just now, Su Ruoxue vaguely felt that Shen Lang was not the kind of lazy man she thought he was, and her impression of this man had slightly changed. Shen Lang, since you know French, our company is in need of a French translator. You can come to our company to work as a translator. The pay is not bad. Su Ruoxue said. No, I told you before, I have a job. Shen Lang said indifferently. Su Ruoxue didn't say anything else, and she was slightly angry in her heart. She didn't think Shen Lang could really find a decent job. She was obviously acting out of good intentions, but why did this man always go against her? Chapter 12. Come with us. When they got home, the two of them didn't talk much, and each took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Shen Lang exhaled a breath of air and stretched his body. Su Ruoxue happened to be downstairs, wearing an OL uniform that outlined her charming curves. Her eyes were a bit red, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night. Shen Lang happened to be out of the bedroom and greeted Su Ruoxue. It's still early, you can sleep a little later. Don't get in my way. Su Ruoxue snorted, turned sideways, and walked into the bathroom. She still felt a little uncomfortable with a man in the house. Shen Lang was also too lazy to make things difficult for himself, so after they finished washing up, they went to work one after the other. Wahaishi First People's Hospital. In a certain ward, Zhang Wenji was lying on the bed, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Yesterday, he was so drunk that Shen Lang had to take him to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with severe alcohol poisoning and almost lost his mind. Fortunately, the doctor's full rescue efforts prevented him from suffering any aftereffects. Although the alcohol in his body has been cleared, Zhang Wenji is still dizzy and can't get out of bed. Shen Lang, you motherfucker! Zhang Wenji cursed, his face contorted in anger. He had originally wanted to make Shen Lang look like a fool in front of Su Ruoxue, but instead he had become the laughingstock. Zhang Wenji was almost out of his mind. He had never made such a fool of himself before. His hatred for Shen Lang had reached a point where he wanted to stab the little white face to death. Boss, you're looking for me. The door to the ward was pushed open and a man in a suit walked up quickly, speaking respectfully to Zhang Wenji. Have you found out who that Shen Lang kid is? Zhang Wenji asked hurriedly. It's been checked. That kid is the new public relations manager of Aya International Fashion Company, and he applied for the job yesterday. The man in the suit immediately said. Public relations manager? Zhang Wenji was stunned at first, then revealed a look of ferocity. Damn it, that bitch Su Ruoxue pretended to be pure before, but she secretly kept a young gigolo. You guys hurry up and bring this kid Shen Lang over to me. I want to teach him a good lesson. Yes, boss. It was only 7 o'clock when they arrived at the Aya International building. Su Ruoxue was used to coming to the office so early. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as she walked in the door, 2 security guards greeted her. Su Ruoxue nodded in response. Good morning, Mr. Su. As she walked down the stairs, a group of employees greeted her with a stiff face. A group of well-dressed women, the management who are usually very arrogant, all lowered their heads and bowed to Su Ruoxue when they saw her, looking very reserved. As the president, Su Ruoxue's aura is still very impressive. In the hearts of the employees of the Leia Group, Su Ruoxue is a goddess, with a strong attitude, decisive actions, and great business acumen. She is an object of worship and respect for the employees. Su Ruoxue got into the elevator and went to the top floor, where she entered the president's office as usual. About 10 minutes later, Shen Lang also took a taxi to the company. It was just the beginning of the workday, and Shen Lang was already hoping for a paycheck,
because if things continued like this, he would soon run out of money for a taxi ride. Just as he got out of the taxi and walked towards the company building, a large van roared up and stopped on the curb. A cold light flashed in Shun Lang's eyes. As a top-notch killer, he could clearly feel a sense of hostility, and he knew that he was being targeted. Sure enough, the van door opened and 5 muscular men in black vests immediately stepped out.
Kid, are you Shun Lang?
The bald guy in the lead pointed at Shun Lang, showing his ferocious look.
Brother Meng, this is the kid. A muscular man next to him said. Shun Lang said indifferently, I am Shun Lang. What do you want with me?
The bald man named Manga walked forward and sneered at Shun Lang. Kid, come with us.
Shun Lang felt a little funny and said calmly, why should I go with you? Kid, if you don't want to get punched, you'd better listen to me. Brother Meng roared. Shun Lang sneered, really? Ha, actually I am a reasonable person, and I don't want to use my fists unless absolutely necessary. Don't pretend to be tough, because you don't have the strength.
Shun Lang smiled, no, because if I use my fists, I myself will be out of control. As soon as he finished speaking, the tough guys were stunned. The henchmen in the underworld are basically guys with big nerves, who are especially good at fighting and hacking people, but their culture is not very good, so they are slower than others in understanding language.
What the kid meant was that his fists were harder than theirs?
After thinking it over, Brother Meng couldn't help but sigh. This educated person is different when he pretends to be a tough guy. Brother Meng quickly memorized this way of acting like a tough guy and thought he could use it in the future.
Yo, kid, you're good at acting tough, but I'll make you look like a fool.
Meng laughed and told the guys next to him, beat this kid up first, then take him away. Several muscular men surrounded him with ill intent, and they all smiled in a strange way. One of the muscle men directly threw a slap at Shun Lang, hitting him hard in the face. Shun Lang's face remained expressionless, but his eyes were quick and his hands were fast. He grabbed the man's fist and pulled it. Crack! With a crisp sound, the man's arm was ripped off by Shun Lang, and he let out a howl like a ghost crying wolf.
Fuck him. Another muscle man kicked him hard in the waist. Shun Lang didn't bother to dodge.
There was a muffled thud. The guy who kicked Shun Lang let out a gasp of cold air, and the intense pain in his leg almost made him fall over. He felt that Shun Lang's waist was as hard as a rock.
Damn, is this a human? The guy was stunned.
Shun Lang walked forward slowly and punched the guy straight in the nose. With a pop, the man's nose started bleeding and he fainted.
You useless piece of shit! Mangu roared in frustration.
Unfortunately, it took less than half a minute for Shun Lang to easily defeat 5 strong men. He clapped his hands as if it was as simple as eating and drinking. Holy shit, how is this possible?
Menga's scalp was numb. This kid's skills are too good, right?
After Shun Lang knocked out the thugs, he stepped closer to the leader, Mangu. Although Menga didn't have a high IQ, he knew that it was unlikely that he could run away, and it would be too embarrassing. He didn't believe that this kid was really that good.
Die, you son of a bitch.
A fierce look flashed in Meng's eyes, and he swung his hammer-like fist and smashed it hard at Shun Lang's head.
Chapter 13, Good Girlfriend.
Shun Lang swung a punch without any frills, and it collided with Meng Ji's punch.
Crack! A loud crack, Menga's face was completely distorted, and the tremendous force from Shun Lang's fist directly broke his wrist. Ah! Menga clutched his right arm and couldn't help but scream. Shun Lang smiled coldly, extended his right hand and grabbed Meng Ji's throat. With a little force, he lifted him up. Spare my life, brother. Brother Meng was terrified and dared not show any temper. This time, he really ran into a tough nut. Who sent you here? Shun Lang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll tell you, it was Zhang Wenji, who sent us here. Brother Meng's face had turned a deep red. Zhang Wenji? Shun Lang raised his eyebrows. It was the man with the weak kidney from last night. He really is a persistent ghost. Tell Zhang Wenji that if he dares to provoke me again, I will break his legs next time. Shun Lang said with a smile. Okay. Big brother, please let go of me. I can't take it anymore. Meng's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and he looked like he was having trouble breathing. Shun Lang casually threw Mengu. Menga's body became light, flying over Shun Lang's head and crashing into the van. With a loud bang, Meng's huge body smashed the van. After doing all this, Shen Lang calmly walked into the building of Aya International. The top floor is the president's office.
As soon as Su Ruoxue sat down, Lu Xiaoxiao came in with a stack of documents.
Xiao Shui, I'm here to deliver the documents.
Lu Xiaoxiao smiled at Su Ruoxue. You've worked hard.
Su Ruoxue and Lu Xiaoxiao were classmates and best friends.
Seeing that Su Ruoxue was not feeling well, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but frown and ask, Shui, your eyes are a bit swollen.
Did you not get any rest last night? A relative is here.
Su Ruoxue sighed, touched her flat stomach, and felt a slight pain. Take care of yourself and don't stay up late. You're so pretty, it wouldn't be good if you got old.
I know. Su Ruoxue shook her head.
Lu Xiaoxiao sighed and said, don't always wear a long face.
It's easy to get old that way. Don't think about unhappy things.
I'll help you with some of the work for a while.
Xiao, don't bother.
Su Ruoxue shook her head slightly.
What kind of relationship do we have?
What's the trouble?
By the way, there's something I want to tell you. Lu Xiaoxiao said. Just say what you want to say. Why are you so formal in front of me? Su Ruoxue smiled.
Yesterday, the company hired a manager for the public relations department, and that shameless man actually secretly called my mother a Tyrannosaurus. I can't stand that kind of attitude, and you have to let me fix that man, Xiaoxue. When Lu Xiaoxiao thought about it, she was angry.
Poof. Su Ruoxue was amused.
He dared to call Lu Xiaoxiao a mother tyrant.
That man is quite interesting. Xiaoxiao, you're still like a child. Forget it.
No, I must fix him.
Snow, you have to promise me.
Lu Xiaoxiao said in a high-pitched voice. Su Ruoxue couldn't help but be tormented by this little beauty, so she simply said, okay, if you want to fix him, you can, I don't care, but don't go too far. Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth curved.
That guy, he still wants to fight with me? Shui, I know you are the best to me.
Lu Xiaoxiao giggled and hooked Su Ruoxue's waist with one hand.
Okay, stop it. Don't move your little paws around. I'm a woman, so stop playing your tricks. Su Ruoxue's mouth curled upwards. Shui, if you were really a man, I would have given myself to you a long time ago.
Lu Xiaoxiao threw a flirtatious glance at Su Ruoxue. She knew that Su Ruoxue had a lot on her mind these days, so she was trying to find ways to cheer her up. Come on, you're all grown up, acting like a spoiled little girl. Su Ruoxue scolded with a smile. When they reached the public relations department on the third floor, Shen Lang pushed open the door and walked in.
Hello, Mr. Shen. Hello, Brother Shen. Manager Shen is very handsome today.
The girls in the public relations department greeted Shen Lang, and they were so flattering that Shen Lang was almost carried away.
Shen Lang's office is relatively large, including the assistant's office. Today, Lin Kaier came in late. When she arrived at the office, she apologized to Shen Lang by bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Manager Shen, I'm late today. It's okay, it's only a minute late. Don't worry. Shen Lang smiled.
Lin Kaier quickly tidied up her things, returned to her desk, and started working. It's rare to see a girl who is so serious. Shen Lang's job is simple, which is to handle documents and record the content of some new fashion items. Because he doesn't need to go out to meet clients at this time, he has a lot of free time. After an hour or two, seeing that Lin Kaier at the desk next to him seemed a little distracted, Shen Lang couldn't help but ask, Assistant Lin, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits today.
Has something happened? Something happened at home. No, nothing. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for your concern. Lin Kaier squeezed out a smile.
Shen Lang could easily tell that Lin Kaier had probably suffered some kind of mental blow due to something, but he didn't want to ask too much about someone else's family affairs. If you're tired, take a day off and go home to rest.
I'll take care of your work for you. Shen Lang said. No, how can I trouble you, manager? I'm fine, I don't need to rest.
Lin Kaier shook her head repeatedly and continued working. Shen Lang didn't say anything else, but seeing Lin Kaier's weak appearance, he felt a little bit of pain. Soon, Shen Lang finished his work.
Although the position of manager is easy, it is also too boring.
There was still more than an hour left before the end of the workday, so Shen Lang spent the rest of his time playing an online competitive game. Just as he was playing with great enthusiasm, the office door suddenly opened. Lu Xiaoxiao, in uniform, walked in. She was there to supervise Shen Lang's work. Seeing that this guy was actually playing a game in broad daylight, Lu Xiaoxiao was about to have an asthma attack.
Shen Lang, you dare to play games during work hours? Director Lu, let me finish this game, or I'll get reported. Shen Lang continued to fiddle with the mouse and keyboard. Play your sister.
Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale and then red, and she was so angry that she unplugged the computer.
Chapter 14, I'll make you regret it. Shen Lang was a little helpless, scratching his head and saying, Director Lu, calm down.
I've already finished my work.
Playing games won't affect the company. Cut the crap. It doesn't matter if you've finished your work or not. This is the company's rule. If I find you playing games during work time again, you can forget about being a manager.
Lu Xiaoxiao said angrily.
Okay.
Shen Lang was at his wit's end.
Show me the work you've done.
Lu Xiaoxiao said in a bad mood.
Shen Lang gave Lu Xiaoxiao all the process documents.
Lu Xiaoxiao looked at them carefully.
She originally wanted to scold Shen Lang. But there was not a single mistake in the documents. Although this guy was cheap, he was still capable, and Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't find a way to scold him. Director Lu, what do you think? Shen Lang's mouth curled up. Humph, SOSO. Come to my office after work this afternoon.
Lu Xiaoxiao said with a cold expression.
Well, okay. Shen Lang responded, vaguely sensing a bad smell. If I don't fix you up, do you really think I'm as easy to bully as a little match girl? After leaving the office, Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face revealed a sinister sneer. She didn't like Shen Lang at all, and since he had dared to call her mother a tyrannosaurus, she couldn't swallow the insult. It was almost time to leave work, and Shen Lang arrived at the top floor as promised. When he walked outside the director's office, the door was slightly ajar. Shen Lang's heart stirred, and he leaned forward to take a look inside the office. Damn, I almost got tricked by this girl. What did Shen Lang see? He just saw Lu Xiaoxiao take a pill out of her sleeve, put it in a glass of water on the desk, and shake it a few times. Shen Lang pretended to be fine and pushed the door open. Lu Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly blocked the glass of water, afraid that Shen Lang would discover it. Seeing that Shen Lang was calm, Lu Xiaoxiao also pretended to be calm and said, Manager Shen, you have worked hard. Shen Lang said, not hard. This girl has always had an ice-cold face for me, but suddenly she's being polite. Her acting is too bad. How could such a heavy task not be hard? Come, I'll pour you a glass of water. Take a break. Lu Xiaoxiao picked up the glass of water on the table and handed it to Shen Lang. It was indeed prepared for herself. Shen Lang was secretly relieved. This bitch almost got me. I don't know what kind of medicine was in it, but this bitch is too vicious, isn't she? After receiving the glass of water, Shen Lang was thinking about how to expose Lu Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Director Lu, excuse me, there is a document for you here. A female employee delivered a document. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately walked over, and Shen Lang's mouth curled up, thinking to himself, you've had enough of me, now it's my turn to have some fun with you, right? Shen Lang quickly poured the water in his hand into the glass on Lu Xiaoxiao's desk. Lu Xiaoxiao was holding the document, and as soon as she turned around, Shen Lang pretended to finish drinking the water and slowly placed the empty cup on the table. Director Lu, this water seems to have a different flavor. Shen Lang pretended to say. Lu Xiaoxiao was secretly pleased, thinking that Shen Lang had already drunk the water with the laxative into his stomach. Mr. Shen, actually, I think there are still some misunderstandings between us. How about this, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, and we'll communicate well. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly. That smile looked quite bright. Shen Lang was trembling all over, thinking that if you were that kind of person, I would have jumped into the river. Just now, she drank the water that had been mixed with some unknown medicine. Shen Lang felt a hint of amusement in his heart. He wanted to see if Lu Xiaoxiao would throw a stone at her own feet. Well, the beautiful woman is inviting me to dinner, how can I not go? Shen Lang said with a smile. Lu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes clearly flashed a hint of contempt, thinking to herself, do you deserve it? You actually want to get close to me? No way. Cough, Manager Shen is too polite. Lu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Shen Lang.
Shin Lang couldn't help but glance down, and beneath the collar of his uniform, a touch of alluring Snow White appeared before his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red, and she took a step back in embarrassment, holding down her collar. She thought to herself, this guy is really a sex fiend. I'll show you how I'll get you later. There was still an hour before the laxative would take effect, and Lu Xiaoxiao already had an idea in mind. Director Lu, it's getting late, let's go. Shin Lang coughed and said. Okay. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled to herself. After leaving the company building, Lu Xiaoxiao went to the parking lot and drove out a black BMW X6 four-seater convertible. The beauty invited, or the top white beauty? If it were any other man, he would be overjoyed, but Shin Lang felt a little uncomfortable. I don't know what this beautiful girl is selling. Manager Shin, get in the car quickly. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Shin Lang with her beautiful eyes. Okay. Shin Lang opened the door to the passenger seat and sat down. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a look of disdain, thinking that she, a goddess of peerless beauty, had never invited another man to get into her car, and today she was really giving this bastard a break. It just so happened that at this time, the company's employees had all gone home for the day. Seeing a man get into Lu Xiaoxiao's car, a group of female employees looked at him in surprise. Shin Lang had just started working, and not many people knew him. Lu Xiaoxiao is one of the two beauties of IA International. Her looks and temperament are not inferior to Su Ruoxue, the company's big celebrity. Hey, isn't that Director Lu's car? A man actually got into Director Lu's car. I'm stunned. Could it be that Director Lu is supporting him? The female staff were all talking about it, and Lu Xiaoxiao felt ashamed. She glared at Shin Lang, who was laughing, and wished she could kick him out of the car. She quickly closed the car door and drove away from Linya International in her BMW. Lu Xiaoxiao drove the car without saying a word to Shin Lang along the way. After driving the BMW for a while, Shin Lang felt a little strange. This route seems to be wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao drove straight to the suburbs and arrived at a deserted area. Director Lu, where are we going? Don't we need to go so far to eat? Shin Lang asked tentatively. Lu Xiaoxiao was secretly delighted. Eat? With me here, do you still want to eat? There is a farmhouse near the western suburbs, and the food there is quite good. Today, the director will take you there to try it. Lu Xiaoxiao said with a light cough. Well, after driving for so long, just to go to a farmhouse for dinner, I guess the flavor must be very good. Shin Lang echoed. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the BMW arrived at a farm. After a while of turning left and right, the BMW drove into a remote area in the wilderness. Lu Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone and looked at the time, revealing a strange smile on the corner of her mouth. It's been an hour already, so the laxative should be working by now, right? Chapter 15, Shameful. Shin Lang's heart jumped. This girl has finally revealed her true nature. Manager Shin, do you feel anything wrong with your body? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled strangely. Shin Lang also smiled. No, I don't feel anything. Lu Xiaoxiao frowned, a little puzzled. Shouldn't it be? Why is this stuff not reacting at all? The laxative was labeled to be effective after 1 hour. Shit, did I buy fake medicine? Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was thinking this, suddenly, her lower abdomen began to hurt slightly, and she began to cry out. Gurgling. Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned pale, and her tummy suddenly became restless. She didn't think she had eaten anything bad. Miss Lu, this place is too remote. I don't see any farmhouses. Shin Lang smiled. Sister Farmer. I have to go to the bathroom. You can't follow me, stay in the car. Lu Xiaoxiao covered her stomach, gave Shin Lang a look, took out a pack of tissues, and ran outside the car. Shin Lang pushed open the car door and shouted, Director Lu, don't run so fast. There are lots of weeds here. Be careful. Lu Xiaoxiao blushed and said in a cute voice, Don't look this way, I have to go to the bathroom. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Her stomach started to rumble again, and Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it in any longer. She quickly darted into the grass and hurriedly squatted down. A strange and continuous sound came from her stomach. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw Shin Lang coming over, she blushed and said, Don't come over. Stay away from me. Okay, be careful. Shin Lang shouted. I know. Lu Xiaoxiao replied weakly. Shen Lang's eyesight was much better than ordinary people, and he could see Lu Xiaoxiao's appearance clearly from such a distance. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao was in pain while she was doing it, Shen Lang quickly guessed what it was. Shit, it turns out that the cup of water was laced with laxatives? Damn it, not only did you give me laxatives, but you also wanted to leave me in the middle of nowhere to suffer? This girl is too bad. Shen Lang rolled his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao was in pain, sweating all over, and her face was getting worse and worse. Shen Lang frowned slightly and became a little worried. Although this girl is very bad-minded, Shen Lang doesn't want to watch her suffer. After all, she is a beautiful woman. Shen Lang walked over, and Lu Xiaoxiao was already very weak. Her legs were trembling, and she was too ashamed to care. She panted and shouted at Shen Lang, "Come save me." As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiaoxiao's body leaned over and almost fell to the ground. Shen Lang went up to help her up, and with a burst of qi, he massaged her stomach with his right hand for a while. Afterwards, Shen Lang carried Lu Xiaoxiao to a nearby farm to rest for a while and changed into a clean set of clothes. I said, "Director Lu, what did you eat today that made you poop like that?" Shen Lang smiled and showed his white teeth. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She didn't expect that the laxative was so harsh. Lu Xiaoxiao felt depressed, and it really was like throwing a stone at her own feet. The laxative was clearly given to Shen Lang, so how did it end up on her side? You knew that the water had laxatives in it? Lu Xiaoxiao bit her silver teeth and glared at Shen Lang. What laxative? Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be ignorant. Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said, "Shen Lang, you don't have to pretend. You're amazing, and I'm defeated." Shen Lang laughed and said in a strange voice, "Director Lu, how could I be as good as you? You can even think of using laxatives to get back at people. Lu Xiaoxiao, how could you let this guy take advantage of you?" She suppressed the shame in her heart and asked with a smile, "Manager Shen, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" Shen Lang rolled his eyes and asked. Lu Xiaoxiao revealed a hint of shyness and said, "Manager Shen, you know, I am an innocent and pure beauty. So, just now I was in a weak state and completely unable to resist. You wouldn't have taken advantage of the situation to do something shameful to me, would you?" Shen Lang smiled, "No, I just hugged you and helped you change your clothes. As for, during the process of helping you change your clothes, you know, there are some things that shouldn't be seen that are unavoidable." Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she immediately flew into a rage. "Shen Lang, you bastard. How dare you molest this beauty? I'll fight you to the death." Lu Xiaoxiao grabbed Shen Lang with one paw. Shen Lang was a little impatient, grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao's arm, and yelled, Okay, stop playing. What century is this? Besides, you were just wearing underwear, and I didn't look at you inside. You dirty rascal, how do I know if you were looking inside? Lu Xiaoxiao said in a shameful tone. Lu Xiaoxiao, let's stop playing. It's almost time to go to work, so let's leave here first. Shen Lang shouted. Lu Xiaoxiao snorted and was about to speak when her stomach made a gurgling sound. Shen Lang was startled and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with a strange look. You're not going to poop again, are you? No way. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned red, and she shouted in a flustered voice, her breasts rising and falling in anger. Shen Lang hurriedly asked, Then why is your stomach growling again? Lu Xiaoxiao said in a grumpy tone, I'm hungry, can't I? Shen Lang was also a little hungry and couldn't help but say, Then let's go find a place to eat something for lunch first. Stay away from me. Lu Xiaoxiao snorted. After a while, the noise finally stopped, and the two of them went to a real farmhouse in a nearby farm village for a meal. The food was not bad. After leaving the farm, Lu Xiaoxiao received a call from Su Ruoxua. Xiaoxiao, it's already time for work. Why haven't you come to the office yet? I ran into something outside, I'll be right back. Lu Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiaoxiao coldly glanced at Shen Lang. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, Shen Lang, take a taxi to the company yourself, don't even think about taking my car. Miss Lu, we are colleagues, there is no need to be so hostile to me, is there? Shen Lang was a little unhappy. Lu Xiaoxiao sneered, Who is your colleague? This beauty doesn't have a shameless and despicable colleague like you. Shen Lang shouted, Where can I get a taxi in this godforsaken place? You want to ride in my car? Fine, come over and lick my high heels, and I'll let you ride in my car. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and said haughtily.
Shen Lang's face turned black. This bitch is really hateful. Lu Xiao Xiao. You can give me diarrhea pills, but if I hadn't saved you just now, you would have probably been in the grass until dark. Shen Lang said angrily. Chapter 16. I can help you solve it. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. Who told you to eat this beauty's tofu yesterday? Shen Lang was too lazy to argue with Lu Xiaoxiao, and shouted, I already said that I didn't know who started it yesterday. I'm too lazy to argue. Get in the car. Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Shen Lang. If you had done that earlier, you would have saved a lot of time. Shen Lang smiled. If you keep talking, please get out of the car. After a while, the BMW finally drove away. It arrived at the foot of the Linya International Building. Director Lu, it's past the time for work now. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to work first. You took me to eat at noon, don't dock my salary. Shen Lang said with a smile. Lu Xiaoxiao hated it so much that her teeth ached. She glared at Shen Lang angrily and said, you better behave yourself. Next time, this beauty will definitely make you look bad. Shit, there's going to be a next time? Shen Lang was a little upset. This chick can't just give me a break and stop trying to get me in trouble. Too lazy to think about it, Shen Lang arrived at the office of the PR manager. The girls were already at work, and Lin Kaier was also in the office processing forms. Sorry, Assistant Lin, I'm late. Shen Lang apologized. It's okay. Lin Kaier smiled with a strong spirit. He sat down in the chair, comfortably crossed his legs, picked up the documents on the desk and started reading them, claiming that he was working. After a while, Lin Kaier seemed unable to resist sleepiness and actually fell asleep on the desk. Employees are definitely not allowed to sleep during working hours, but Shen Lang was still concerned about his sister and did not disturb her sleep. At this moment, a young and beautiful secretary came to deliver some documents and pushed open the office door. Assistant Lin, this is the company's plan for next month. Shoo. Shen Lang stood up from his seat and whispered to the secretary, Assistant Lin is tired, don't disturb him from resting. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Feeling that the air conditioning in the room was too cold, Shen Lang casually draped his jacket over Lin Kaier. Mr. Shen, you are so handsome. I have never seen such a gentle and considerate manager. The female secretary's eyes lit up with stars, and she looked at Shen Lang with a look of infatuation. Shen Lang felt a burst of pride in his heart, thinking that it was hard to find a manager as good as him. Cough, let's get down to business. Shen Lang coughed. The female secretary handed the documents to Shen Lang with a smile. Shen Lang was already familiar with the work and it was very simple to handle. The secretary didn't forget to give Shen Lang a flirtatious glance as she walked away, and whispered slyly into his ear, Manager Shen, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Shen Lang smiled playfully, and from his angle, he could vaguely see the two plump, snow-white pieces of the young and beautiful secretary's uniform collar. Because it is a fashion company, the female employee's dressing style is also relatively sexy and fashionable. Seeing Shen Lang's eyes fall on her chest, the girl's mouth curved, and she gently pushed forward. The hint of white was almost blinding. Is this really okay? Shen Lang's heart was pounding. He was also a young and passionate man, and the frivolous attitude of the iceberg beauty at home recently had made him feel somewhat oppressed, and he occasionally wanted to seek release. Although he is not a person to be casual, he doesn't want to have an affair right now. Shen Lang smiled at himself. Even if he wanted to, the iceberg at home probably wouldn't care if he strayed. Maybe next time. I have something to do tonight. After sending the girl away, Shen Lang continued working. Lin Kaier seemed to be too tired, and she actually slept through her shift. After waking up, the girl realized that she had made a big mistake and found that Shen Lang's jacket was still draped over her, which made her blush. Lin Kaier said nervously, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'll try to make it up to you. Manager Shen, why didn't you wake me up? You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Don't worry, I've already done your work for you. Shen Lang smiled. Lin Kaier looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Seeing her embarrassed and shy, Shen Lang smiled and patted her on the shoulder, saying, it's time to go home. Go back quickly and get a good rest tonight. Well, thank you. Lin Kaier took a deep breath, her emotions somewhat complicated.
Just then, her phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up and dialed.
Lin Kyer, where are you now?
Hearing this gloomy voice from the phone, Lin Kyer's face instantly turned pale, revealing a frightened expression. Soon, she calmed down and said to Shen Lang, who was standing next to her, "Sorry, Manager Shen, I'll be going now." After that, she quickly walked out of the office with her bag.
Lin Kyer's expression was in Shen Lang's eyes.
He didn't need to get involved in other people's business, but Shen Lang was curious and thought that Lin Kyer might be in trouble. Since he was about to leave anyway, he simply followed behind Lin Kyer. Lin Kyer looked hurried, and while walking, she picked up her phone and asked, He Tao, how did you know my phone number?" "Don't worry about how I know, I'll tell you."
"Lin Kyer, tonight is your last chance, don't let me down."
Lin Kyer gritted her teeth and said, "Please let me go." "No, I'm telling you, I already know where your mother is in the hospital."
"I'm losing my patience."
"I'll be waiting for you at Xiangshan Park in the suburbs at 7 p.m.
If you don't show up, you'll be responsible for the consequences."
Lin Kyer was both angry and powerless. She never thought that the man would be so shameless as to threaten her with her own mother.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Kyer walked out of the IA International building in a daze. "Assistant Lin, what happened?"
Shen Lang walked up to her and started a conversation. Lin Kyer looked back at Shen Lang and immediately turned her head away. "No, nothing." Although she was trying to hide it, Shen Lang could see a hint of tears in her eyes. His sympathy immediately overflowed. After all, Shen Lang had a good impression of Lin Kyer.
"If you trust me, I can help you solve any problem." Shen Lang smiled. "Manager Shen, you are a good person." "I really am fine." After saying this, Lin Kyer ran away. Shen Lang was a little depressed. Was his credibility that low? Coincidentally, his phone rang.
He took it out and saw that it was a call from Iceberg.
"Hello, wife, is there anything wrong?" Shen Lang asked with a smile. Su Ruoxue was immune to Shen Lang's cheekiness.
She snorted lightly, "I'm out doing business now, and I'll be home late tonight." Shen Lang had no doubts about Su Ruoxue's words. If the woman said she was talking business, then she must be talking business, because she didn't even bother to lie to herself.
The two of them weren't really engaged anyway. "But I don't have a key to my home." "Then you figure it out yourself and don't bother me." After that, Su Ruoxue hung up the phone. Shen Lang was very unhappy. This woman's attitude was too bad, wasn't it? Thinking about it, he really felt sad. He was already her nominal fiancé, but he didn't even have a key to his own home. He sighed, and since he had nowhere else to go that night, he saw Lin Kyer in the distance calling a taxi on the side of the road, so he called a taxi and followed her. Shen Lang was still a little worried about Lin Kyer. Based on his experience, he could guess that something bad was going to happen, so he decided to follow her. Lin Kyer did not have dinner and took a taxi directly to Xiangshan Park in the suburbs. The environment here is beautiful, and it is usually the best place for couples to stroll and flirt in the evening. However, because there have been several cases of young girls being raped in Xiangshan Park in recent days, no one dares to come to this place. It is very quiet at night, and it is also cloudy, so there are very few people walking in the park. Chapter 17, Kill Him for Me. Lin Kyer sat on a bench in the park, waiting anxiously. Shen Lang was watching Lin Kyer from behind the rockery not far from the park. It was only 5 o'clock, 2 hours before 7. He didn't want to disturb Lin Kyer, but he was too bored, so he simply leaned against the rockery next to him and played a mobile game. Finally, it was 7 p.m. It was dark and windy. A young man with dyed yellow hair and gold earrings walked into the park, followed by a tall bodyguard. The young man with the blonde hair saw the slender Lin Kyer sitting on the bench and rubbed his hands with joy. "Lin Kyer, you finally came. Where is my mother?" Lin Kyer stood up and looked at the young man with yellow hair in front of her tone soft and a hint of panic in her voice. "Don't worry, as long as you behave, I won't do anything to your mother." The young man with yellow hair is named He Tao, a second-generation official and a typical playboy. He Tao met Lin Kyer by chance the other day and was attracted by her beauty. The women at Linya International are of high quality and not so easy to get along with. Seeing that Lin Kyer was weak and could be bullied, He Tao set his sights on her. However, after being rejected several times, He Tao could no longer bear his impatience and finally had evil intentions. He learned that Lin Kyer's mother had been hospitalized for a long time, so he went to the hospital this time to threaten Lin Kyer.
Lin Kyer bit her teeth and said, "He Tao, don't go too far."
Excessive?
Hee, Lin Kyer, I'm just going to leave it at that today. As long as you let me sleep with you 8 or 10 times, I promise I won't bother you anymore.
What do you think?
He Tao said with a mischievous smile on his face.
I don't think so.
Before Lin Kyer could reply, a mocking voice came from the woods. A young man in a suit came from the side of the rockery.
It was Shen Lang. Shen. Manager Shen, why are you following me? Lin Kyer was stunned. I couldn't rest easy about you, so I followed you here to take a look. Shen Lang smiled and then looked at He Tao. Lin Kyer, I never thought you would bring a man here. You already have a man behind your back, why pretend to be innocent with me?
He Tao roared angrily. Lin Kyer quickly grabbed Shen Lang's clothes and said in a panic, "Manager Shen, you should leave.
My business is none of your business."
She knew that He Tao was not a good person and would do anything, and she did not want to get Shen Lang into trouble. "Since you're here, I'll naturally help you handle things.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Shen Lang's face was calm and relaxed.
He Tao looked at Shen Lang with contempt. Shen Lang is 22 years old, 1.8 meters tall, slender, handsome, with eyes like stars, giving a feeling of sharpness. He had already taken a dislike to Shen Lang, who had unexpectedly hooked up with such a pretty boy. He thought that young people nowadays, full of enthusiasm, like to show off in front of beautiful women, but in fact they have not encountered strong real-world obstacles.
Take Shen Lang for example.
He is very arrogant now, as if he can do a lot for Lin Kyer, but as long as he beats Shen Lang up, he will feel that there is nothing wrong with leaving Lin Kyer. "Kid, I don't care who you are, but you'd better stay out of my business, or I'll break your legs,"
He Tao said contemptuously. Really? I'm really scared. Then come and break my legs. Shen Lang smiled coldly. Seeing Shen Lang so arrogant, He Tao was furious. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're something?
After saying that, He Tao stepped forward and slapped Shen Lang, letting him know that he had offended him.
Pop!
A loud slap echoed, and before He Tao could throw his slap, Shen Lang's slap had already landed on his face.
Ah! He Tao had already been thrown out of the way, and he let out a wailing scream.
His whole face was almost deformed, and several of his teeth had fallen out.
This is not like a slap at all. It's like being kicked hard by an African wild elephant. Young master, are you okay?
The security guard with the crew cut immediately ran over and quickly helped He Tao, who was lying on the ground, to his feet.
Ouch! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and get him. He Tao pointed at Shen Lang and roared while he was moaning. The crew member immediately walked toward Shen Lang. You, don't do it.
Lin Kyer was panicked and stopped in front of Shen Lang. The short-haired bodyguard pushed Lin Kyer aside and stepped forward to hold Shen Lang's arm with one hand.
Shen Lang did not dodge.
He Tao was overjoyed and shouted, "Destroy him for me." Seeing that Shen Lang did not resist, the bald-headed bodyguard quickly revealed a hint of derision on the corner of his mouth. He thought he was some kind of powerful character, but it turned out that he was just a wimp. He Tao brought the bodyguard here at night, worried that Lin Kyer would resist, so he could subdue the girl. He didn't expect a fool to show up in the middle of the way, and he even slapped him.
He Tao couldn't swallow this humiliation without giving him a good lesson.
The short-haired bodyguard used both hands to hold Shen Lang's right wrist tightly. He wanted to show off his excellent military qualities and use a gorgeous over-the-shoulder throw to knock the kid out with one move. But soon, the short-haired bodyguard's face changed. No matter how hard he tried, the boy's wrist was like a fixed steel bar, and it couldn't be twisted at all. Shen Lang sneered, grabbed the short-haired bodyguard's arm with his other hand, and twisted it hard.
Crack!
A crisp sound of a bone breaking, the bald-headed bodyguard's face instantly turned purple-red, and he let out a miserable scream.
Shen Lang lifted his foot and kicked the bodyguard under a big tree, and the guy fainted. He Tao gasped in surprise. He never expected that this kid was still a tough guy with such good skills. Seeing Shen Lang walking towards him, He Tao subconsciously took a few steps back. After seeing the boy's prowess, he was finally afraid, and said in a frightened voice, "You, don't come over. My father is the head of the district security team, a full-fledged officer. You won't get off lightly if you mess with me." Hearing this, Shen Lang was very unhappy. "You can threaten me with a bigger official, but you're not even a section chief and you're still saying it. I hate it when people threaten me.
After saying that, Shen Lang slapped him again.
Ha!
Ouch, you fucking wait, I'll go get someone.
He Tao covered his face while roaring in anger. Haven't you learned your lesson? Shen Lang's face was expressionless as he slapped him a dozen times in a row.
The sound of slaps was unending.
Stop! Stop hitting me! My teeth are falling out. I'm sorry, I'm on my knees, please let me go.
He Tao was scared shitless, and his mouth was full of blood.
I'll let you off this time, but if you dare to harass Lin Kaier again, I won't let you off. Shen Lang's face revealed a hint of malevolence.
He Tao shivered all over and left the park crawling and running. Lin Kaier slapped her chest with her small hands. The scene just now almost scared her to death. She really never dreamed that this seemingly funny and humorous manager was actually such a violent character.
Chapter 18, Beautiful Policewoman. Assistant Lin, are you okay? Shen Lang asked with a smile. Lin Kaier was really impressed that Shen Lang could still laugh.
She said with a worried look on her face, Manager Shen, that person just now was not simple.
You will have trouble. Shen Lang's mouth revealed a hint of mockery.
Ordinary people might be afraid of He Tao's identity, but he had no qualms.
Don't worry, I'll help you settle this. Shen Lang patted Lin Kaier's shoulder.
Looking at Shen Lang's eyes, which were as clear as the stars, Lin Kaier suddenly felt an indescribable sense of security, and her words were blocked at the tip of her tongue.
What about that person?
Lin Kaier pointed to the bald-headed bodyguard who had fainted on the ground.
It seems that I hit him a little too hard just now.
Shen Lang scratched his head and said, I'll take care of it.
Assistant Lin, you can go back first.
I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Lin Kaier bit her lip and lowered her head. The girl's soft and delicate appearance really made people feel sorry for her.
Shen Lang waved his hand and said, This matter was originally my initiative. Don't worry about it. But? Don't say but anymore. Go home quickly. If anything happens, remember to call me. After a while, Lin Kaier finally left under Shen Lang's persuasion. Her mother was hospitalized in a hospital not far from the city.
Lin Kaier was worried about her mother and went to the hospital to visit her first.
Shen Lang glanced at the unconscious bodyguard.
He didn't care about the guy's life or death. He had just said that to comfort Lin Kaier. Just as Shen Lang was about to leave, a gust of wind suddenly blew up behind him.
Shen Lang turned his head and saw a tall woman in the moonlight, kicking him hard in the head. Those white legs even reflected some light in the moonlight. Shen Lang was stunned. What was this?
The strange woman was very skilled, her leg speed
was extremely fast, and the air trembled and rang. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to avoid this attack in the case of a surprise attack. But Shen Lang had long since transcended the realm of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, he reached out with his right hand, grabbed the woman's ankle, and easily pushed her to the ground. Let me go!
A cry of alarm came from beneath her, and the woman was completely taken by surprise by Shen Lang's speed of reaction. Shen Lang's eyes turned to the woman who had already been pressed to the ground by him. The other party was a beautiful woman, probably in her 20s, with delicate facial features and a cold and elegant temperament. She was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt, short shorts, and a white belt, and her two long, white legs were straight. What was conspicuous was that this beauty was also wearing a cap on her head, as if she didn't want to be recognized. Her name is Bai Qingyu, and she is the captain of the Huaha City Criminal Investigation Brigade. She was recently transferred from a special forces unit in a military region. Recently, there have been several cases of young girls being raped in Xiangshan Park. The criminals have not yet been caught, so Bai Qingyu lurked in Xiangshan Park at night, trying to see if she could encounter the criminals. It so happened that she had just come to the park that night and saw Shen Lang and the unconscious bodyguard under the tree. Bai Qingyu subconsciously thought Shen Lang was the criminal and rushed over without hesitation, kicking Shen Lang in the head. Unexpectedly, the criminal was so good at martial arts. I said, "Beautiful girl, why did you come over and kick me?" Shen Lang asked in puzzlement. Bai Qingyu's face turned red. She found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull her leg out of Shen Lang's hand. She was angry. After all, she had trained in the top special forces unit in China for several years, and her skills were excellent. She could easily defeat ordinary street thugs with one move. She knew she had probably met a master, but instead of being scared, Bai Qingyu was even more furious. She hated bullies who took advantage of others. Bai Qingyu did not want to give in, struggling desperately. Her body was very unruly.
Shen Lang couldn't help but think a little unhealthily.
Since this woman had done something bad to him, it was only right to take advantage of her at this time.
Bastard, have the guts to let me go.
Bai Qingyu's delicate face was full of anger.
Shen Lang didn't want to go too far, so he laughed and said, "Okay. But, beautiful lady, I don't seem to have offended you in any way. You have to explain why you attacked me." After saying that, Shen Lang let go of Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu instantly broke free and, without further ado, punched Shen Lang in the forehead. Damn it, do I have a grudge against you? Shen Lang was a little depressed, avoiding the punch.
The wind whistling by his ears confirmed the power contained in Bai Qingyu's punch.
Damn, if this hits the head, won't it knock the person out?
Bai Qingyu's full power punch missed, and she suddenly lost her center of gravity, and her body leaned forward involuntarily.
Ah!
A cry of alarm, Bai Qingyu's pretty face changed color, and she stumbled forward and fell into Shen Lang's arms. A burst of fragrance hit his face, and Shen Lang was stunned, unable to help but embrace Bai Qingyu's waist.
Be careful, beautiful lady. Shen Lang's hands effortlessly lifted Bai Qingyu's waist. You dirty rascal.
Bai Qingyu's face turned red, and she quickly took out a black and hard object from her waist and pressed it against Shen Lang's forehead.
It was a Type 92 pistol, which Shen Lang recognized as a police standard. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Bai Qingyu shouted coldly. Officer, are you misunderstanding something? Shen Lang asked curiously.
Seeing that Shen Lang recognized her as a police officer at a glance, Bai Qingyu became even more vigilant. Thinking about the fact that she had just been eaten by Shen Lang, she couldn't swallow her anger and kicked Shen Lang in the waist.
You're a scoundrel, aren't you? If you've got the guts, fight back. Keep fighting back. Why aren't you fighting back?
Every time Bai Qingyu shouted, she gave Shen Lang a kick, almost using her full strength with each kick.
Shen Lang's skin was thick and tough, so although he didn't feel anything, he was a little angry. Woman, don't think I'm scared of you just because you have a gun in your hand. Even if you have a rocket launcher in your hand, I'm not afraid. I'm only giving you a little face because I see that you're a cop. Shen Lang was kicked out of the fire and said with a blank expression. Bai Qingyu had never seen such a bold criminal before. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're pretty bold. When we get to the police station, let's see if you're still so bold. Don't move." Bai Qingyu's pistol was pressed firmly against Shen Lang's forehead. I said, "Are you a woman with a problem? You sneak up on me for no reason, and you want to take me away? Well, you have to give me a reason." Shen Lang was annoyed and really wanted to press this woman down again and molest her. Don't pretend to be innocent. I'm Bai Qingyu, the captain of the Huahai City Criminal Investigation Team. I suspect you're involved in multiple robberies and rapes. Get down on your knees and put your head between your knees. Bai Qingyu grabbed Shen Lang's arms with both hands, twisted them back, and handcuffed him directly. Damn, who is the rapist? What a sicko. Shen Lang rolled his eyes. Chapter 19, The Unlucky Shen Lang. I was just passing by. I had nothing to do with the robbery or rape. Shen Lang defended himself. Shut up, you scoundrel. Behave yourself. Bai Qingyu stepped forward and held Shen Lang's arm, trying to push him to the ground. Sorry, beautiful lady, I don't have time to play cat and mouse with you here. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders and disappeared directly in front of Bai Qingyu. He instantly went around behind her and struck her lightly in the back of the neck with a hand knife. Ah! Bai Qingyu let out a miserable cry, her body went limp, her eyes closed, and she fell straight down. Officer, you're 100 years too late. Shen Lang twisted his hands, and the handcuffs were easily bent, clattering to the ground. This beautiful police officer has targeted herself. This is not something that can be explained easily, so Shen Lang is too lazy to explain. But he didn't want to leave her here alone either. It was dark and windy in the park, and if a rapist really came at night, wouldn't it be like sending a beautiful, unconscious woman into the jaws of the tiger? There was no way around it. Shen Lang picked Bai Qingyu up in one arm and left the park, ready to find a hotel nearby and rent a room. Of course, the room was only for her to settle in. Shen Lang hugged Bai Qingyu and walked into the hotel.
I have to say, this beautiful police officer's figure is really just right, with a soft and flexible waist. Shen Lang only thought about it in his mind, and he was not interested in doing certain things. A middle-aged woman at the front desk was playing with her cell phone. It seemed that she was the proprietress of the hotel. The woman glanced at Shen Lang and Bai Qingyu, and her face didn't show much surprise. She said directly, "Single room 100, suite 200. Fill out the form yourself if you need it." After that, she handed a piece of paper and a pen to Shen Lang. Shen Lang filled it out casually, took out the only red bill in his pocket and put it on the table, saying, "I want a single room." The woman quickly handed Shen Lang the room key and said with a smile, "Young man, this medicine is really strong. Hurry up and go do your business. I guarantee that no one will come to check." This kind of scene is obviously something she has seen many times. She just cares about making money, so she doesn't care where the woman is from. Shen Lang smiled and didn't explain anything. It was just a matter of mud falling into his crotch, and there was no point in explaining it. He got on the elevator and went to the door of room 406. Shen Lang used his room card to open the door. He put Bai Qingyu on the bed and left. Thinking about it, he felt bad enough for being mistaken for a rapist, not to mention wasting his only $100. If he had known, he would have robbed He Tao. Just as Shen Lang was leaving the hotel, trouble struck again. 4 or 5 police cars swarmed in and stopped near the hotel. A group of uniformed police officers surrounded him, and the officer in charge glared at Shen Lang with a face full of anger. He Tao, whose face was swollen and high, stood next to the officer and yelled, "Dad! It was this animal. It was this animal that just injured me." The police officer looked at Shen Lang with a sinister look and said unceremoniously, "Kid, you are suspected of intentionally injuring someone, and the circumstances are serious. Now, come with us." The officer who spoke was He Tao's father, named He Guobing. Shen Lang smacked his lips. What bad luck tonight, getting into trouble with these guys. He should have just knocked this yellow-haired guy out. With Shen Lang's ability, it would not be a problem to solve these police officers, but there were too many of them, and Shen Lang did not want to be too high profile. 2 police officers came up and grabbed his arms. Shen Lang did not resist, and was handcuffed and taken away in a police car. Seeing Shen Lang being arrested, He Tao, who was bruised and swollen, was smug and sneered mockingly, "Kid, aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, go ahead. My father is the head of the Public Security Bureau's security brigade. I can easily get you a serious crime and make you spend the rest of your life in prison." The police car drove off as He Tao shouted. At the police station, under the orders of He Guobing, Shen Lang was escorted by 2 burly policemen into the interrogation room. The interrogation room was eerily quiet. Shen Lang looked around and felt very fresh. He had been in prison many times, even in the most heavily guarded prisons abroad, but this was his first time in an interrogation room. Soon, the interrogation began. He Guobing sat in the interrogation chair, flanked by 2 burly young policemen who looked menacing. "Kid, you've done something big. Do you admit your guilt?" He Guobing said coldly. "Big deal? Ha, then tell me what big deal I've committed." Shen Lang crossed his legs and smiled with a relaxed look on his face. Seeing that the kid was so arrogant, He Guobing couldn't help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Fine. Despite being so arrogant, I want to see if you can continue to be arrogant later. Begin the interrogation." At the sound of the order, 2 burly policemen began questioning him. "Name?" "Shen Lang." "Gender?" "Can't you read?" "Age?" 22 years old. Shen Lang supported his head the whole time, with a look of indifference. He Guobing ordered a police officer to open the interrogation room computer and sent Shen Lang's information to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, creating several false charges. In the hotel room, Bai Qingyu opened her eyes dazedly. She straightened up, but her head was still a little dizzy. "Where am I? What happened to me?" Bai Qingyu rubbed his head and looked around. He realized that he was in a hotel room. A hotel room? I was chasing that rascal, so how did I end up here? Oh, that's right. I think I was knocked out by that rascal. Bai Qingyu's face turned pale. Thinking that the other person seemed to be a suspected rapist, she suddenly felt a little scared. She didn't care about losing face, and in a panic, she reached down and touched the key area between her legs. Phew! Bai Qingyu was relieved to confirm that her underwear had not been touched and that she had not been violated. But she was extremely angry. That rotten rascal had the nerve to knock her out. After leaving the hotel, Bai Qingyu received a call from the police station. She was overjoyed to learn that Shen Lang had been arrested by the police, thinking that the despicable rapist had finally been caught. Not long after, her phone rang again. This time it was her boss.
Hello, Chief Yang, I'm here. Bai Qingyu picked up the phone. Officer Bai, I'm sorry to disturb your vacation. I remember your family lives in the southern city, right?
A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, seemingly very anxious.
Yes. Bai Qingyu replied, somewhat puzzled as to why Director Yang was asking about this.
The person on the other end of the phone was Yang Hu, the director of the Huahai City Public Security Bureau. It was a coincidence that Shen Lang had been reported to the Municipal Public Security Bureau by He Guobing as a key suspect. Yang Hu had just happened to see this news report on his computer and was shocked. Originally, Yang Hu didn't need to get involved in the affairs of the South City branch, but as soon as he saw the familiar name of Shen Lang, coupled with the photos of Shen Lang that were reported online, Yang Hu's scalp went numb, and he quickly called Bai Qingyu.
Officer Bai.
Since you live so close to here, you should hurry to the Nanchang District Public Security Bureau and find a man named Shen Lang.
He has just been arrested at the Nanchang District Public Security Bureau.
Yang Hu said hurriedly.
Who is Shen Lang? Bai Qingyu asked curiously. Don't worry about it, you'll know when you get there. Remember, you must protect Shen Lang's safety. I'll be right there.
After that, Yang Hu hung up the phone.
Bai Qingyu frowned. Shen Lang just got arrested at the Nanchang branch? Could it be that it was the same rogue from before? Chapter 20. Do you believe I can kill you?
In the interrogation room of the police station. No matter how the two policemen questioned him, Shen Lang answered calmly, as if it was as easy as chatting with friends. He Guobing was stunned. He had never seen such a brain-dead person before, and he didn't know who gave this kid the confidence. It was extremely easy to arrange charges for this guy.
Shen Lang, you just injured He Tao, right?
The tall policeman asked.
Yes, but I was too gentle.
I should have broken his leg.
Shen Lang shrugged. He Guobing's face turned pale, and he slammed his fists on the interrogation table in front of him, exasperated. Kid, do you want to die? How dare you hurt my son and still be so arrogant? Shen Lang laughed. Who told your son to be so aggressive?
Don't worry, next time your son is caught by me again, I will definitely break one of his legs. When he said this, the interrogation room fell silent, and all the police officers couldn't help but gasp in fear. They had seen arrogant people before, but never as arrogant as Shen Lang.
He Guobing's angry old face turned red, and he raged, Fine, fine, fine. I see that you son of a bitch won't learn until you hit rock bottom. Hurry up and sign this confession. If you try to play any tricks, I'll make sure you die a horrible death.
After yelling, He Guobing threw a prepared confession in front of Shen Lang.
Shen Lang took it up with interest and looked at it. He raised his eyebrows and said, Gee, this guy is really ruthless.
The confession states all kinds of false charges. These crimes are probably
enough to keep him in jail for the rest of his life. Officer, you have a lot of authority. You have specially arranged so many charges for me.
I, a humble citizen, am really flattered.
Is there no law in this police station? Shen Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He Guobing roared angrily, Fuck the law. Here, I am the law. Sign it now, or I'll break your leg first.
He Guobing is in his 40s and is a veteran police officer. He has not made any achievements in recent years, but he has become more and more skilled at bullying ordinary people. He got the position of the district security team leader purely by virtue of his age. He is usually arrogant and domineering, with a strong gangster-like air, and he speaks and acts very violently. In addition, Shen Lang beat his son, and He Guobing's anger swelled to a point where he had to take this kid down.
What if I don't sign?
A cold light flashed in Shen Lang's eyes.
He Guobing was furious.
Since taking this position, he had never seen such a gutsy pariah.
If I don't let this kid suffer a little, do you think he's a vegetarian? If you don't sign, I'll let you taste the consequences of arrogance.
After saying this, He Guobing got up and walked towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang sat in the interrogation room, his left hand handcuffed to the bars, completely immobilized. He walked around Shen Lang, raised his right leg, and kicked Shen Lang hard in the back. Boom! After a muffled sound, Shen Lang was fine, but He Guobing took a cold breath. He felt that Shen Lang's back was as hard as a rock. The immense pain almost made He Guobing fall over. However, He Guobing thought that he had used too much force, and thought that if his leg was in such pain, the other person's feeling could be imagined. But Shen Lang was still sitting firmly in his seat and had not been knocked over. He Guobing was suddenly angry and ashamed. In the past, when he kicked down the pariahs, he would knock them down with one kick. This time, he had actually made a mistake, which made him feel very embarrassed. He rushed forward, grabbed Shen Lang by the hair, and roared, "Kid, I see you won't learn until you hit rock bottom. You won't sign, will you? I'll show you the consequences." Shen Lang's mouth twitched. He originally thought that the matter could be handled without too much fanfare, but now He Guobing had completely angered him. "Come over here and beat him up." He Guobing shouted at the two policemen on the side of the interrogation room. The two burly policemen immediately stood up. They were friends of He Guobing, and this was not the first time they had done this. Opening the iron bars of the interrogation room, the two men approached with ill intent. One of the bald-headed policemen threatened viciously, "Kid, I advise you to sign the confession quickly, so you can suffer less." Shen Lang was convinced. He suddenly extended his right hand and knocked on the emblem on the police cap of the bald cop. He said coldly, "You have this emblem on your head, but are you worthy of it?" The tall policeman named Lu Jigang saw that Shen Lang had actually hit him with his hand on his police cap, and his face immediately turned black. Since Lu Jigang put on this police uniform, he felt like he had become a big shot. Usually, except for pretending to be a grandson in front of his superiors, ordinary people were all trembling in fear when they saw him. How dare a mere kid be so arrogant? Without saying a word, Lu Jigang suddenly started to fight. He grabbed Shen Lang's wrist with one hand and pressed his shoulder with the other. He wanted to subdue Shen Lang single-handedly and show off his superior military skills. Shen Lang's eyes narrowed, and he quickly grabbed Lu Jigang's arm and pulled hard. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking was heard. Ah! Lu Jigang's face instantly contorted, and he let out a wailing scream. He held his broken arm and rolled on the ground. "You want to die." Another policeman saw this and shouted, swinging his fist at Shen Lang. Shen Lang did not dodge, and his straight punch hit the man's swinging fist squarely. When the two fists collided, the policeman's face turned pale. He felt that Shen Lang's fist was like a heavy iron hammer, instantly breaking his right knuckle, making a crackling sound, and the entire arm also went limp, and he let out a miserable wail. Seeing that the two policemen were restrained, Shen Lang quickly kicked out two kicks, one to the left and one to the right, and the two policemen flew diagonally, hitting the wall on the side of the interrogation room and falling unconscious. He Guobing was shocked to see Shen Lang's amazing skills, and he roared angrily, You dare to assault a police officer? Assaulting a police officer? You're not even qualified to be a police officer." Shen Lang gave He Guobing a cold stare and a mocking expression. With a little force, the handcuffs on his right hand were bent, and they fell to the ground with a clang, and he threw them away. He Guobing was a little scared, quickly pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his waist, pointed it at Shen Lang's head, and threatened him, "You don't move, or I'll shoot your head off." I hate it when people point guns at me. Shen Lang's mouth twitched slightly, and a cold breath exuded from his entire body. He kicked open the iron door of the interrogation room and walked towards He Guobing, as if he didn't care about the gun in He Guobing's hand at all. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." He Guobing was shocked. How could this kid not be afraid of a gun? He was really crazy. Shen Lang flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was next to He Guobing, and took the 54 pistol from his hand. Eh? He Guobing had not yet reacted, and the pistol in his hand was snatched away by Shen Lang, who could not help but tremble with fear. Shen Lang threw the pistol away and then kicked He Guobing in the stomach. Ah! He Guobing let out a shrill scream, his body flying far away, his head hitting the wall, his eyelids fluttering, and he passed out. Having easily defeated the three men, Shen Lang looked at the confession on the table and sighed helplessly. These bullying guys must have used this kind of trick to harm ordinary people a lot. Just as Shen Lang was about to leave. Bang! The door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 21 Identity. Bai Qingyu pushed open the door and saw the three police officers who had fallen in the interrogation room. Her face suddenly turned pale. She had just received an order from Chief Yang Hu and had just arrived at the Nanchang branch. After learning that Shen Lang was in the interrogation room, she pushed open the door and saw the scene.
"Bastard, what have you done?" Bai Qingyu exclaimed.
Shen Lang scratched his head and thought to himself, what a nuisance.
Why is this woman here again?
If I had known, I would have hit her harder and let her sleep a little longer.
Can't you see what you've done? Shen Lang shouted in a bit of a bad mood.
If it weren't for Bai Qingyu, this brainless girl with big breasts, he wouldn't have gotten into this trouble.
You assaulted a police officer.
Bai Qingyu's voice rose 8 octaves, and she subconsciously reached for her waist. If it were during work hours, Bai Qingyu would definitely have a gun with her, but today was the weekend, and she hadn't brought her gun with her.
Calm down, beautiful lady. Let me explain.
Shen Lang briefly described what had just happened, and handed Bai Qingyu the confession in his hand to take a look. Bai Qingyu read the confession carefully, her eyebrows furrowed. The confession is too far-fetched, even going so far as to accuse him of attempted murder. In any case, Bai Qingyu had at least noticed one important point. The seemingly frivolous young man in front of her was Shen Lang, the one that Director Yang Hu had mentioned.
To avoid misunderstanding, I'd better tell you what happened.
Shen Lang was worried that Bai Qingyu would get involved with him, so he told her everything that had happened that night, including He Tao's harassment of Lin Kaier. After explaining, Shen Lang smiled and said, "That's all there is to it, beautiful lady.
You should understand now, right?"
Bai Qingyu closed the interrogation room door to prevent Shen Lang from escaping, and said in a cold tone, "Let's not talk about whether this is true or not, but the fact that you assaulted a police officer is also true.
Don't try to get away with it. Stay here and wait for your punishment."
She didn't believe the flowery words of a thug, but she was ordered by Chief Yang Hu to keep an eye on Shen Lang for the time being.
Shen Lang was very depressed.
If he stayed here for a long time, he would definitely attract all the police officers here, and the matter would become more and more serious.
"Beauty, I don't want to chat with you here. Please move aside," Shen Lang said indifferently.
He had already lost his patience.
"You dirty rascal, I won't let you out,"
Bai Qingyu said with clenched teeth. Shen Lang smacked his lips. "I said, beautiful police flower, you should wake up.
10 of you are no match for me. I don't want to fight you, so get out of my way. I'd like to try."
Bai Qingyu refused to give in, and punched Shen Lang in the forehead.
Shen Lang was furious. This woman was so unreasonable.
Seeing that Bai Qingyu was about to hit him in the face with a punch, Shen Lang reached out and grabbed her pale arm, pulled Bai Qingyu into his arms, and then turned around and pinned her down.
"Bastard, let me go."
Bai Qingyu was restrained in one move and desperately struggled. Shen Lang snorted, and unceremoniously used his legs to hold Bai Qingyu's beautiful legs, and his hands also pressed hard on her shoulders, pressing down on her. Bai Qingyu was caught off guard and was pinned down in a shameful position by Shen Lang, unable to move.
What do you want to do?"
Bai Qingyu's face lost its color, and she had a bad feeling in her heart.
"Beauty, since you are so barbaric, don't blame me for being barbaric."
After saying that, Shen Lang took out one of his hands and began to undo his belt.
"You are so vulgar."
Bai Qingyu saw Shen Lang undoing his belt, and she was so scared that her pretty face turned pale.
She thought he was up to no good and desperately twisted her body.
It has to be said that this girl's perfect and hot body can easily make a man with a strong blood and spirit feel some kind of most primitive impulse. Especially Bai Qingyu's shirt, the t-shirt, was bulging up high and down, and Shen Lang's eyes were involuntarily drawn to it. Feeling Shen Lang's unfaithful gaze, Bai Qingyu blushed and shouted in anger and shame, "Bastard, you dare to molest me, I will never let you go even if I die."
"Don't flatter yourself. Who molested you?" Shen Lang immediately dismissed the unhealthy thoughts in his mind and tied Bai Qingyu up with a belt.
He then took 3 belts from the 3 unconscious policemen, tied one to his pants, and the other 2 to Bai Qingyu's white legs and hands.
"Okay, it's finally done. Beautiful police officer, I'm leaving now. I hope I never see you again." Shen Lang smiled and waved to Bai Qingyu. Just as he was about to leave,
the door to the interrogation room was pushed open again.
"Damn, who is it?"
Shen Lang was really fed up, and trouble came one after another. A middle-aged man in a police uniform rushed in. He had a commanding presence and 3 badges on his shoulder, representing his status as the director of the Huahai City Public Security Bureau, Yang Hu.
"Director Yang, he is the thug, be careful." Bai Qingyu cried out.
Yang Hu turned a deaf ear to her. He looked at the frivolous young man in front of him, stunned for a long time, his body instinctively straightened, and a look of fanatical excitement flashed in his eyes. Xinlang, this man, was Yang Hu's former instructor and lifelong idol. Xinlang looked at Yang Hu, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
He thought to himself, it was him?
Humph, it seems that my time in Huahai City is not going to be so comfortable. Thinking of Yang Hu's usual habits, the next moment he must have straightened up and saluted himself with a standard military salute. Yang Hu did stand straight, and when he was about to salute, Xinlang quickly gave him a wink.
Yang Hu understood and thought that the instructor probably didn't want to reveal his identity, so he immediately said loudly, "Hello, Mr. Xinlang, I am Yang Hu, the chief of the Wahaishi Police Department." Bai Qingyu, who was standing next to him, was completely dumbfounded. How could Director Yang be so polite to a rascal? Xinlang coughed to cover his embarrassment and said with a smile, hello. Mr. Shen, what happened here? Can you tell me? Yang Hu asked hurriedly. Xinlang quickly told him the whole story. He Guobing, the head of the public security team. Yang Hu glanced at He Guobing, who was lying in the corner of the wall, his face as gloomy as ever. Mr. Shen, this is a problem for our police. I will immediately send someone to thoroughly investigate this He Guobing. If the facts are true, he will definitely be punished. Yang Hu said with righteous words. Okay, that's it. Xinlang nodded. Bai Qingyu saw Xinlang and Yang Hu singing in unison, full of confusion, and thought to himself, the chief is usually so authoritative, but when he sees this rascal, he loses all his authority. It's as if the subordinate is seeing the boss, and he is too biased towards Xinlang. Commissioner Yang, this thug called Xinlang assaulted a police officer. He just tied me up and tried to do something bad. Bai Qingyu said with clenched teeth. Xinlang's face turned black and he shouted, don't misunderstand, no one is plotting against you. I tied you up because I was afraid you would get hurt if you started to fight. Damn, is that a reason? Bai Qingyu was speechless. Okay, Officer Bai, this is our police's fault, don't blame Mr. Shen. Yang Hu said. Can I leave now? Xinlang was a little impatient. Yang Hu nodded, Mr. Shen, you can leave now, and I will give you feedback on what happens next. Xinlang nodded, and Yang Hu's work was still quite satisfactory to him. Yang. Chief. How could you let him go so quickly? There are obviously many suspicious things about this matter. Even if a rascal is innocent, the statement needs to be verified. Bai Qingyu questioned. What's there to verify? Yang Hu's forehead was sweating. According to Xinlang's temper, it was already good that nothing major had happened. He knew the instructor's personality well. If he really got him angry, the entire police station could be overturned. Chapter 22, Times have changed. Officer Bai, don't say any more. This is our police problem. Mr. Xinlang is innocent. Yang Hu said this, but his tone was obviously a little guilty. Bai Qingyu felt that her worldview had been destroyed. In her eyes, Yang Hu had always been a righteous police chief, and she had never expected that her respected boss would have such an attitude. It was really disappointing for Bai Qingyu. Director Yang, no matter what, you can't cover up for others. Even if this rascal is not a problem, it is only reasonable to go through the procedures of detention and interrogation. Bai Qingyu pointed at Xinlang and said, Officer Bai, this is none of your business. Yang Hu's face immediately turned dark. He remembered the days when he was fighting drugs at the border. He and his comrades were captured by local mercenaries. It was Xinlang who single-handedly broke into the enemy camp, killed more than a dozen mercenaries, and brought his comrades back unharmed. Bai Qingyu can slander anyone she wants, but Yang Hu will never allow her to slander the instructor. Director Yang, you disappoint me. I never thought you were like this. How can I trust you in the future if you protect a thug before the case is investigated? Bai Qingyu was extremely angry. Xinlang saw that the two were full of anger and could not help scratching his head. I said, it's not a big deal, so don't get angry. Can't you get along? You shut up, you scoundrel. Bai Qingyu said angrily. Bai Qingyu. Yang Hu was furious and shouted at Bai Qingyu, control your mouth. Do you know who you are scolding? I didn't let you handle this matter because I was worried that you would make everyone unhappy.
Bai Qingyu was so angry that her face turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Director Yang, you're really something to say that."
For my own good? Are you telling me that this scoundrel has a deep background? Humph, even if he has a background, everyone is equal before the law. Don't think about favoritism and perverting the law.
Yang Hu was furious at these words. He had never been so insulted before, and he could not help but angrily say, "Bai Qingyu, don't think that just because you have a general as your grandfather, you can look down on me.
Since you entered the police station, when have you ever been efficient? If it weren't for your grandfather's background, could you have become the head of the criminal police? You are nothing, and you have the nerve to talk about others."
Bai Qingyu was speechless and her delicate body trembled slightly. Yang Hu's words made her feel extremely uncomfortable.
Was her title as the head of the police really supported by her grandfather?
"I'm too tired to waste my breath on you, Bai Qingyu.
Recite Article 19 of the Criminal Police's secret provisions for me." Yang Hu roared.
Bai Qingyu was shocked. Article 19 of the secret provisions of the Criminal Investigation Team states that the police have no right to interfere with the actions of people affiliated with state secrets or security departments. In other words, even if someone from the National Security Department commits a crime in China, the police have no right to interfere. Even if these people commit a serious crime, it is handled by the National Security Department, and the police are not qualified to interfere.
So, is the man in front of me?
Bai Qingyu stood there in disbelief, unable to believe that this frivolous young man could have such a mysterious identity.
Shen Lang smiled at Bai Qingyu. "Miss Police Officer, is this misunderstanding resolved?" "Ha, let's let bygones be bygones. Please keep my identity a secret, okay?"
Bai Qingyu's pretty face was stunned.
After learning about Shen Lang's identity, she couldn't help but say weakly, "Okay. You are much cuter than before." "Bye." Shen Lang chuckled.
Bai Qingyu's face turned red and she snorted, "Mr. Shen, although you are not ordinary, please try not to cause any trouble."
Okay.
Yang Hu cast a ashamed look at Shen Lang. He was also angry just now and accidentally revealed Shen Lang's identity to Bai Qingyu.
Shen Lang didn't care.
It was better to tell Bai Qingyu, so that she wouldn't bother him again in the future. After a while, Yang Hu called 2 policemen to take Shen Lang away. Just as everyone was about to leave the interrogation room, a policeman walked in and said to Yang Hu, "Chief, there is a woman outside who says she wants to bail Shen Lang out."
"A woman? Did you ask her name?"
Yang Hu frowned slightly. "Yes, her name is Su Ruoxue,"
the policeman replied. Shen Lang was a little surprised.
He didn't expect Su Ruoxue to know that he had been detained in the police station. Just now, because he was arrested, Shen Lang's phone was confiscated. The first entry in his phone's address book was his wife, but it was actually Su Ruoxue. It is estimated that He Guobing's people mistakenly thought that Su Ruoxue was Shen Lang's wife and called her to the police station to claim a family member or something.
"Tell the lady that Mr. Shen is fine and let her in." Yang Hu smiled. "Wait."
Shen Lang stopped Yang Hu and said, "That's my friend.
Since she said she'd bail me out, let's just follow the normal procedure." Shen Lang did not want Su Ruoxue to know his identity. "Okay." Yang Hu also understood that Shen Lang might have some reservations. "I'll take care of it." "You can go back, Chief," Bai Qingyu volunteered to say. She had misunderstood Shen Lang as a robber and rapist, and had made a farce of it, so she felt a little guilty towards Shen Lang. "Okay." Yang Hu nodded. Under Bai Qingyu's arrangement, Su Ruoxue successfully bailed out Shen Lang, but she still didn't know why Shen Lang was arrested and brought to the police station. "Excuse me, officer, what exactly did Shen Lang do?" In the office, Su Ruoxue frowned at Bai Qingyu. "It's not serious.
We mistakenly thought he was a suspect in a robbery and rape case, but we later realized that we were wrong.
Here is the bail certificate. You can take Mr. Shen away with it." "Thank you, officer." Su Ruoxue was relieved. It was a minor matter.
Originally, Su Ruoxue had business to discuss that night, but when she learned that Shen Lang was arrested, she rushed to the police station as soon as possible. After a while, Su Ruoxue was led by 2 policemen to the interrogation room. As soon as the interrogation room door opened, Shen Lang walked out.
"Shen Lang, I don't blame you for being a loser, but can you please stop causing me trouble? What are you doing wandering around in the suburbs when you're not even in trouble?"
Su Ruoxue said angrily. Because of Shenlang, she was unable to close any deals that night, and she was naturally a little resentful.
Shenlang looked up and saw Su Ruoshua's face with a hint of coldness and disgust, and he suddenly became silent. Come back with me.
Next time you really commit a crime, I won't be so kind as to bail you out, Su Ruoxue said in a cold tone.
Shenlang felt very uncomfortable.
The reason why the woman came was probably purely out of compassion. But sympathy only comes once, and next time this woman probably won't care about her own life or death. Shenlang suddenly felt a little discouraged.
After getting into Su Ruoshua's car, he didn't say a word the whole way.
He felt that he and Su Ruoxue had no common topics, no emotional foundation, and this woman would not care about him.
Su Ruoxue, do you really want me to leave? Shenlang asked indifferently from the passenger seat.
Shenlang asked the question on his own initiative, and Su Ruoxue was a little surprised.
She said coldly, You know what I think, don't you?
Okay.
Shenlang nodded.
He had given up all hope in matters of the heart. Su Ruoxue was uncomfortable when she saw him, and probably wished he would leave. After years of hard work, Shenlang had long since lost the concept of shame, but he had a strong sense of self-esteem. He had been with many women, but he was not with Su Ruoxue for the sake of dating her. Shenlang was purely for the innocent little girl who handed him the cream cake a long time ago, but times have changed and people have changed.
Taking a deep breath, Shenlang decided to give up the mission and leave. Chapter 23, You don't want your fiancé anymore?
Although life here is comfortable and not as dangerous as it is outside, Shenlang feels cold at heart.
He doesn't like this kind of life.
He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 9 p.m. Shenlang suddenly felt something in his heart. The expensive watch on his wrist and the clothes on his back were all bought for him by his junior. In this world, only that woman would really care about him. It was almost impossible to get Su Ruoxue to care about him from the bottom of her heart. Shenlang was already bored, and the gap between his ideals and reality was too great. He took out his cell phone and dialed a familiar number.
Hello, Xiaolian, where are you now? Shenlang asked in a calm tone.
His junior sister was named Lian, and Xiaolian was her nickname. Shenlang rarely called her that, but today he suddenly changed his tone.
What's wrong, brother? Is something wrong?
On the other end of the line, Lian frowned and asked.
She knew Shenlang's personality well.
When her senior spoke to her in such a dull tone, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood.
It's nothing. Tell me where you are and I'll come find you first thing tomorrow. Shenlang said indifferently. What? Why are you coming to see me? Did your fiancé leave you? Stop talking nonsense and tell me where you are. No. You have to tell me first. What is the reason? Lian said with a pout. Shenlang was at a loss. Who could blame his junior sister for being stubborn? Okay, I'll call you later to tell you the reason. I'll go back and pack my things first.
After saying this, Shenlang hung up the phone. Su Ruoxue was driving in the driver's seat, and she naturally heard everything Shenlang said. She had always thought that Shenlang liked her, and that was why he was so persistent with her. She never imagined that this man would just leave so easily. Are you really leaving? Su Ruoxue raised her eyebrows. Shenlang frowned and said, As you wish. Su Ruoxue could see the impatient expression on Shenlang's face. She was a little confused and said with her teeth clenched, Shenlang, since you know that nothing can happen between us, why did you agree to this ridiculous marriage with Grandpa before? Is there something you and Grandpa are hiding from me? Since you are leaving anyway, there is no harm in telling you. Shenlang sighed. Just as he was about to tell her everything, Su Ruoxue's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, it's Grandpa's call. Su Ruoxue said to Shenlang, then picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Grandpa, are you coming home? Okay, I'll go back with Shenlang right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Ruoxue said calmly to Shenlang, My grandfather is coming tonight, so you can talk to him yourself tonight. Okay. Shenlang replied, looking at the woman's coldness. He was in a bad mood. When they arrived at the villa complex in Yuha Villa, the two had just gotten out of the car. Before they even entered the villa gate, an old man in a black suit came out to greet them, accompanied by a middle-aged bodyguard.
The old man is Su Ruoshua's grandfather, the CEO of Tianrong International, Su Yunshan, a well-known business magnate. Su Yunshan had white hair and looked vigorous. He smiled and shook hands with Shen Lang. Little Lang, are you comfortable these days? Has my granddaughter caused you any trouble? It's fine. Shen Lang could only smile and nod, thinking to himself that if your granddaughter doesn't even treat me as a human being, how can I possibly be comfortable? Seeing that Su Yunshan was even nicer to Shen Lang than to himself, Su Ruoshua was very puzzled and couldn't understand why her grandfather was so polite to this junior. Hello, Mr. Su. Shen Lang also shook hands with Su Yunshan politely. Xiao Lang, this is my personal bodyguard, Ah Fei. Su Yunshan introduced. The middle-aged bodyguard next to him, named Fei, was almost 2 meters tall and had a strong physique, but he was not just an ordinary muscle man. Shen Lang could see that this man had bulging temples, was extremely energetic, had a steady pace, and a very stable lower body. He should have practiced horizontal kung fu. In particular, the middle-aged man's palms were unusually rough, covered with wrinkles and calluses. This confirms Shen Lang's judgment that this man has practiced iron palm. Iron palm is a kind of horizontal kung fu that combines offense and defense. People who practice this kind of kung fu will have very rough palms and great strength, and they can easily crush hard stones with their bare hands. This person in front of him is not bad, but he is only a third-rate fighter. This is Shen Lang's evaluation of him. Ah Fei looked at Shen Lang with a hint of contempt in his eyes, and he was questioning what Su Yunshan had said to him before. Su Yunshan said that Shen Lang was a top-level master, but Ah Fei thought that this person was too young, at best a young kid, and it was hard to associate him with a master. Ah Fei wanted to test Shen Lang to see if he really had any real skills. Mr. Shen, I'm Ah Fei. Ah Fei smiled and extended his right hand. Hello. Shen Lang also reached out and shook his hand. Soon, his face suddenly changed. The moment the two shook hands, Shen Lang felt Ah Fei's palm suddenly exerting great strength. Want to compare strength? Shen Lang smiled and said nothing, and he also increased the strength of his palm. The two men's palms were firmly clasped together, and they were secretly exerting themselves. After a few seconds, Ah Fei's face became extremely ugly. Shen Lang's strength was truly unbelievable. Shen Lang was able to resist Ah Fei's strength almost instantly, and his strength was still increasing. Fei's face turned pale. He was unwilling to give in to a young punk, so he held on tightly, using all his strength. He was sweating profusely, his face turning red, but he was still losing. Crack! A loud cracking sound came from the bones, and Ah Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer. Sorry, Mr. Fei, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Just as Fei couldn't hold on any longer, Shen Lang suddenly let go of his hand and smiled. Ah Fei was embarrassed. If Shen Lang had wanted to, he would have crushed his hand. It was obvious that the other party had been lenient. Mr. Shen, please don't say that. I'm the one who made you look ridiculous. I'm really sorry. Ah Fei said sincerely, and there was already a hint of awe in his eyes. Ah Fei, who had practiced iron palm, had extremely strong hand strength. He had never met a young man who could suppress him with his hand strength. Su Yunshan was right. This young man was really not simple. Seeing this scene, Su Yunshan guessed what had happened and smiled. He was increasingly impressed by Shen Lang. He thought to himself that this was worthy of being the benefactor's apprentice, and he was truly a dragon among men. Su Ruoshua was puzzled and couldn't help but say, "Everyone, don't stand outside the door. Go in first." After saying that, she led everyone into the villa hall. Grandpa, you came to see me today, is there something wrong? Shen Lang asked Su Yunshan. Su Ruoshua frowned, thinking to herself, who are you? Grandpa wouldn't have come all this way for you. Grandpa must have come to see me. Chapter 24. Unfortunately, Su Ruoshua was wrong. Su Yunshan said solemnly, Xiao Lang, I really came here to see you about something. I have something very important to tell you, which concerns the safety of my granddaughter. Safety? Shen Lang's eyebrows raised. Su Yunshan took a deep breath and said, Xiao Lang, I have already received news that Luo Tianyao will return to Wahaishi next week. During this time, please take care of Shuer's safety. When she heard the name Luo Tianyao, Su Ruoshua's face turned ugly. The Luo family is the #1 family business in Wahaishi, and Luo Tianyao is the new heir to the Luo family's Haizheng group. That's not the point. The point is that this Luo Tianyao is Su Ruoshua's original fiancée.
A month ago, Su Ruoshua's stepmother secretly arranged a family marriage for her and made a marriage contract with Luo Tianyao. Because Tianrong International Group is on the verge of bankruptcy, only if Su Ruoshua marries Luo Tianyao will promise that the huge amount of money provided by the Haizheng Group will save Tianrong International Group.
Although Su Yunshan is the chairman of Tianrong International, the real power is not in his hands, but has always been controlled by Su Ruoshua's stepmother.
Su Ruoshua controls the Aya International Fashion Group, which is still too small compared to Tianrong International. Even if the entire company is sold, all the funds cannot pay off the huge debt owed by Tianrong International. Su Ruoshua was kept in the dark about this marriage. After learning the truth, she was distressed and would never marry someone like Luo Tianyao.
Su Yunshan also strongly opposed it. He would rather live on the streets than see his granddaughter fall into the hands of that pervert Luo Tianyao.
The reason why he is so disgusted with the marriage is that Luo Tianyao has a very perverted hobby.
Luo Tianyao is a leg fetishist, and not just any leg fetishist.
According to rumors from some rich young masters, Luo Tianyao is so perverted that he even cuts off the legs of beautiful women and makes them into specimens to put in a collection cabinet. This particular sexual fetish is really chilling, and you can imagine how perverted it is. That's why there is the story of Su Ruoshua and Shen Lang living together.
Su Yunshan's solution was simple: to let Shen Lang protect his granddaughter as her fiancée.
The Luo family has a military background and is a powerful family that is feared throughout the entire Huahai region. Although Luo Tianyao is a pervert, he is mentally strong and ruthless.
Su Ruoshua's breaking off the engagement naturally made the Luo family very unhappy.
They felt that they had been cheated by this woman.
However, Luo Tianyao was very clever.
Sooner or later, Tianrong International would collapse, and by then, Su Ruoshua would have no choice but to agree.
Grandpa, instead of sitting around and waiting to die, why don't we sue that bastard Luo Tianyao? He secretly brought down Tianrong International. If we can get a little evidence, we can bring him down.
Su Ruoshua said with her teeth clenched.
Su Yunshan shook his head. Silly girl, you don't understand. The Luo family is too powerful. It's not something we can face. Luo Tianyao will definitely come looking for you when he returns to Huahai next week. There is only one way to deal with this now. What is it?
Su Ruoshua asked hurriedly.
You and Shen Lang go get your marriage certificate tomorrow. As long as you are married, Luo Tianyao will have no reason to bother you anymore. Su Yunshan suddenly said. Su Ruoshua was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed, No! I will never marry Shen Lang even if I die. Okay, do I need to be more explicit? Are you really going to marry that Luo family scion? Even if it's a fake marriage, you have to agree. Su Yunshan sighed. If I marry Shen Lang, will Luo Tianyao stop harassing me?
Su Ruoshua said with clenched teeth. Only Shen Lang can protect your safety.
Su Yunshan said in a deep voice. Protect my safety? Su Ruoshua shook her head and smiled bitterly, pointing at Shen Lang and saying, How could I not see that he can protect my safety? I don't believe it. There are so many bodyguards, and any one of them can be more reliable than Shen Lang. Enough. If you really marry Shen Lang, that's your luck. Su Yunshan's old face showed a hint of anger. My luck? Grandpa, why is my marriage always interfered with by others? I don't understand.
Su Ruoshua cried out in a soft voice, and tears welled up in her eyes.
Shen Lang's mouth twitched slightly.
Su Ruoshua had always been a proud and strong woman in his eyes, and this was the first time he had seen her cry.
Although Su Ruoshua's contempt made him feel very unhappy, Shen Lang still said, Mr. Su, let's do this. Su Ruoshua and I don't need to get married. I will take care of Luo Tianyao, but I have a request. What is the request? Su Yunshan asked. I promised to live with Su Ruoshua for a year, but now I want to break the contract. After I solve this matter, I will leave Su Ruoshua's side. Shen Lang said calmly. No. Xiao Lang, I have a deal with your master, you can't leave. Su Yunshan's face was full of fear. However, Su Ruoshua and I are not suitable for each other. We can't get along, let alone get married. Shen Lang's brows furrowed slightly.
Su Yunshan was in a panic and immediately knelt down in front of Shen Lang, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Lang, I only have one granddaughter, Shuer.
If Shuer repudiates the marriage, the Luo family will not let us go.
Even if Luo Tianyao dies, Shuer will still be in danger.
Please don't leave her side.
Xinlang was shocked and quickly helped the old man up. Grandpa Su, you mustn't do this. Su Ruoxue couldn't bear to watch anymore, and ran upstairs while crying, shutting herself in her room and crying silently. She didn't understand why her grandfather had to be so subservient to Xinlang. She couldn't see that Xinlang was any different from other men, or even worse than other men.
She couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to think about it. She could bear everything in silence.
She was not afraid of living on the streets, but she was afraid of not having the courage to live. After a while, Xinlang finally reached a consensus with Su Yinshan. The original plan was for Xinlang to live with Su Ruoxue for 1 year and protect her safety, but now it was shortened to 3 months.
And Xinlang promised that he would not leave Su Ruoxue's side until he had dealt with the Luo family's affairs. After Su Yunshan and his bodyguard Fei left, Su Ruoxue still locked herself in her room.
Xinlang didn't know how to communicate with her, so he simply let the woman be. After taking a shower, Xinlang lay on the bed and picked up his phone to dial Lian's number. "Sis, I said I'd come to see you, but it might be delayed for 3 months.
Were you angry when you called me just now? Can you tell me what happened?"
Xinlang sighed in his heart, only this woman truly understood him.
"Okay, it's about my fiancé."
Xinlang told Lian everything that had happened between him and Su Ruoxue during this time.
Puff.
"Brother Lang, you used to be so good at picking up girls, but now you've met Su Ruoxue and you've turned into an idiot?"
Lian teased on the phone.
Xinlang was a bit speechless and said, "We don't get along."
"If you say that you don't get along with her, it's only because you care about her. Why didn't you say that you didn't get along with the women you had one-night stands with?"
"Idiot senior, if you really want to get along with her, then be serious.
Based on your previous performance, any woman would not get along with you." "Okay, then what do you think I should do?" Xinlang asked helplessly.
"Brother, you are handsome and charming, so you don't need to hide too much in front of her.
If that woman named Su really has good taste, she will naturally be attracted to you.
If she is not attracted to you, it can only mean that that woman named Su is also a vulgar woman."
Lian snorted. Xinlang thought for a moment.
Indeed, he was too unnatural in front of Su Ruoxue.
Su Ruoxue didn't understand anything about him. "Xiao Lian, would you be disgusted if I lived with Su Ruoxue?" Xinlang asked seriously.
"Brother Lang, I know you can't let go of this Su Ruoxue in your heart. After all, she saved you when you were a child.
Why should I be disgusted with you pursuing the woman you like? But I am a fickle man, and I can't let you go." Xinlang said it very plainly.
"That's good. Then I and that Su Ruoxue will share the same husband, and we will warm your bed every day."
"Maybe it will be very interesting."
Lian smiled playfully.
Chapter 25 You're Dreaming.
The next day was Saturday, and I didn't have to go to work. Su Ruoxue spent almost the whole day locked in her room, in a very bad mood. She didn't know what agreement her grandfather had reached with Xinlang, but she knew that the man would still be by her side.
No matter how bad the situation is, life must go on. Su Ruoxue changed into a fresh dress and walked downstairs.
In the hall, Xinlang was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. When he saw Su Ruoxue coming down the stairs, he greeted her.
Usually, Su Ruoxue would reply, but now she didn't even bother.
Xinlang didn't mind the woman's cold attitude, and told Su Ruoxue about the agreement he had reached with Su Yunshan the day before. "So, in 3 months at the most, I will leave you." Xinlang shrugged his shoulders and said. Su Ruoxue frowned slightly and remained silent.
"Who exactly are you? Why does Grandpa trust you so much?" Su Ruoxue took a deep breath and asked Xinlang.
She had thought about it a lot and always felt that there was something fishy about it. Grandpa was a shrewd and wise man, and he could not have trusted a young man in his early 20s for no reason.
Xinlang smiled and said, "I am who I am. Xinlang is my real name. If you don't want to marry Luo Tianyao, why don't you consider me first?"
Su Ruoxue was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "You're dreaming. I'm warning you, Xinlang, although we are living together now, please keep your distance from me in the future.
President Su, I'm actually very handsome, knowledgeable, talented, and have a great personality. I have so many good qualities, you don't need to hate me so much, do you?" Xinlang spoke with confidence. Su Ruoxue was a bit speechless. Shen Lang looked like a rascal, and it was more like a rascal in society.
Looking at Su Ruoxue's disgusted expression, Shen Lang felt quite helpless in his heart. He thought to himself that his junior sister was also wrong. He had shown Su Ruoxue his true self, but this iceberg woman still didn't believe him.
The phone suddenly rang. Su Ruoxue took the phone and looked at it. It was a number she didn't want to see. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoxue pressed the call button. "Hello, Mom." Shen Lang, who was sitting on the sofa, raised his eyebrows. "Mom?" Su Ruoxue is the adopted daughter of the Su family.
Her adoptive father, the father, has passed away, and because he was unable to have children, he divorced her mother early. In theory, Su Ruoxue should have no mother. The person Su Ruoxue calls mom should be her stepmother.
Su Ruoxue's stepmother is named Xiao Lan, the CEO and majority shareholder of Tianrong International, and the eldest daughter of the Chao family. "Come on, Su Ruoxue, do you still see me as your mother?" An arrogant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Ruoxue's face looked a little bad, and she said in a calm tone, "Mom, you called, is there something wrong? I heard that you are now living with a man. What is going on? You have to know that this is a very special time. I won't allow you to have any men around you. Otherwise, how will Luo Tianyao see you?" Xiaolan frowned. "Mom, I've said it many times, I won't marry Luo Tianyao."
Su Ruoxue said with her teeth clenched. Luo Tianyao is returning to China next week, and I will arrange for you to meet him."
Xiao Lan said indifferently. "I won't meet him." Su Ruoxue said coldly. "This is not up to you. The marriage between you and the Luo family must be carried out immediately, otherwise Tianrong International will definitely not survive the next month.
If you don't want your grandfather to go to jail, come see me tonight."
Su Ruoxue's face was full of bitterness.
She knew what Xiao Lan meant by this. Once Tianrong International collapsed, if the major creditors failed to recover their funds, her grandfather might be taken to court, and the lightest sentence would be 5 years in prison. Xiao Lan not only put the blame on her grandfather, but also forced herself to marry Luo Tianyao in exchange for the huge amount of money provided by the Haizheng Group. She hated Xiao Lan very much because the current situation of Tianrong International was basically the result of poor management by this woman. Moreover, this woman was the instigator, and she had arranged a marriage contract for her and Luo Tianyao without her consent.
"Okay, I'll see you tonight." Su Ruoxue's tone was indifferent.
After saying this, she hung up the phone. Shen Lang, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly said, "Your stepmother is really inhumane.
Now she's even threatening Grandpa Su. What does it have to do with you?" Su Ruoxue was extremely distressed and had no mood to talk to Shen Lang. Shen Lang was actually right.
Su Yunshan was her weak point, and Su Ruoxue had only one relative, her grandfather. Now Xiao Lan was even willing to send her grandfather to prison in order to fulfill the marriage contract.
"Let's go and see your stepmother."
Shen Lang suddenly patted Su Ruoxue's shoulder.
"This has nothing to do with you. Why did you come along?"
Su Ruoxue frowned.
"To protect your safety," Shen Lang said indifferently.
"Whatever." Su Ruoxue was in no mood to talk, and she had no hope that Shen Lang could protect her safety. She had just promised Xiao Lan to meet her, and there was no way to avoid it.
Su Ruoxue could only face it with a stiff upper lip.
Around 6 p.m., Shen Lang and Su Ruoxue, who had not eaten dinner, left the gate and got into the Audi convertible. The Audi drove away from the villa gate.
Shen Lang asked while driving, "Su, is the Chao family you mentioned famous in Huahai City?"
Now Shen Lang doesn't call her wife, which makes Su Ruoxue feel a little better. She answers with patience, "Not only in Huahaishi, it is also a leading family business in the province, mainly engaged in foreign trade. Huahai is a large city by the sea and is also the most well-known first-tier city in China, with very close trade ties in the surrounding area. Not only is it legitimate business, but underground business is also rampant, such as drugs, arms and other things. Smuggling is quite serious. Although the Chao family is not as powerful as the Luo family, it is also a well-known family in Huahai City, at least ranking in the top 5. The Chao family controls more than a quarter of the port of Huahai and has done a lot of dirty underground business in secret.
Huahai Villa is a top-class sea-view villa in Huahai City.
It was built relatively early, but has been rebuilt many times. It is a wealthy area with a long history in Huahai City.
The beautiful scenery comes into view, with lush greenery and a fresh environment.
There are various fountains, rockeries, viewing platforms, and even many trees protected at the national level. Even the street lamps in the villa community are expensive chandeliers. When you drive into the community, you can feel the luxurious atmosphere of the upper class. The Audi convertible parked in front of a Seaview villa. Shenlang and Su Ruoxue got out of the car. A beautiful woman in a red Versace dress, wearing heavy makeup, was sitting on a beach chair, leisurely shaking the glass of red wine in her hand. At first glance, the beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s, but she was tall and busty, with fair skin and
excellent maintenance.
Shenlang could tell at a glance that this woman was over 40 years old. Even with the best care, the wrinkles on her skin still exposed her age.
This beautiful woman is Su Ruoxue's stepmother, named Xiaolan, the eldest daughter of the Chow family and the new heir. Mom! Su Ruoxue took a deep breath and walked up to the beautiful woman and greeted her.
Xiaolan looked at Su Ruoxue and snorted, "That's funny, I'm not your mother, don't call me that." The woman's attitude was arrogant, and she felt superior when talking to people. This arrogance seemed to have been formed over the years. Su Ruoxue bit her teeth. In fact, she didn't really think of Xiaolan as her mother. It was just that her father had married this woman, so she called her mother purely out of respect for her dead father.
Xiaolan sipped her wine while sizing up Shenlang next to Su Ruoxue. She said coldly, "Who is this man?" Shenlang smiled and greeted him, "Hello, my name is Shenlang." Xiaolan's eyes flashed with contempt and disgust, and she said arrogantly, "Did I ask you a question?" "Shut up if I didn't ask you. Be aware of your own status and don't be ignorant of your own worth." Chapter 26. You dare to play with me. Shenlang's face instantly froze. Su Ruoxue, this stepmother, is really annoying. Mom, this Mr. Shen is now my fiancé, and my engagement to Luo Tianyao has long been nullified.
Su Ruoxue said with a stiff face. Before Shenlang could show off his acting skills, Xiaolan snorted, "That's enough, stop acting. I don't care if you have a man or not, you and Luo Tianyao's marriage must be fulfilled, otherwise you should know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxue bit her silver teeth, and her delicate cheeks revealed a hint of helplessness. She originally wanted to hold out for a while, survive the next fashion week, and attract foreign investment by achieving a good ranking. At that time, IA International would be able to rise again and provide a large amount of funds to save Tianrong International Group. The idea was beautiful, but reality was too cruel. There was too little time left for Su Ruoxue, and she now had to make a decision. Her stepmother Xiaolan didn't care about her life or death, and she just sold her like a commodity to Luo Tianyao. Su Ruoxue smiled bitterly to herself, this commodity of hers is really valuable. Seeing that Su Ruoxue was silent, Xiaolan's face revealed a hint of smugness. She knew that the woman had no choice, and her gaze then turned to Shenlang, who said coldly, "Your name is Shenlang.
Are you living with Su Ruoxue now?"
"Yes, so what?"
Shenlang smiled.
Seeing Xiaolan's attitude towards Su Ruoxue was so bad, Shenlang didn't bother to give the old woman a good look.
Seeing Shenlang's arrogant attitude, Xiaolan was annoyed.
She didn't care to argue with such a lowly character.
Xiaolan took out a check from the Hermes bag on the table and filled it out with a pen.
"This is a check for 1 million, which can be cashed at any bank in Huahai City. As long as you leave Su Ruoxue now, I will give you 1 million. Xiaolan said coldly. For the new heir to the Chow family, Xiaolan, a mere million is nothing.
Luo Tianyao and Su Ruoxue's marriage was arranged a long time ago. Now, Luo Tianyao must be stabilized first. There can be no other men around Su Ruoxue." Upon hearing this, Shenlang immediately walked up and took the check from Xiaolan's hand, smiling and saying, "Is this really 1 million for me?"
"Of course." Xiaolan smiled coldly, her smile a bit contemptuous, thinking to herself that the lower class are the lower class, and can be bought off with a little money.
"Su Ruoxue, you see now? The guy you found to play your fiancé is just in it for the money."
Xiaolan glanced at Su Ruoxue, her expression a little bit wonderful.
Su Ruoxue's face turned pale, and her body trembled.
She stared at Shenlang with her beautiful eyes, and a deep sense of disappointment welled up in her heart, mixed with a hint of anger.
How could he do this? Sell himself out for just 1 million? This man is really like this. Ha, I should have known. Su Ruoxue's body trembled and her emotions collapsed.
Although she had always kept a distance from Shen Lang, she still trusted the nominal fiancé that her grandfather had found for her. But this man betrayed her so easily. Su Ruoshua's mouth revealed a wry smile, and her heart ached a little. She suddenly felt helpless, and tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. Shen Lang slipped the check into his pocket and said to Qiao Lan with a happy face, "Miss Qiao, you are too generous."
Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lang returned to Su Ruoshua's side.
Su Ruoshua's delicate and pretty face was already full of tears, but she stubbornly didn't let herself cry out. She glanced at Shen Lang with cold eyes and slightly twitched her mouth. "You can go.
I don't want to see you again."
Shen Lang turned a deaf ear and grabbed Su Ruoshua's hand, smiling. "Schwer, your mother is really generous, giving me $1 million.
Let's go have a big meal. I'm treating today." Su Ruoshua was stunned and couldn't quite react to what Shen Lang meant.
Qiao Lan was also stunned, and then her face turned black, and she angrily said, "You little bastard, what do you mean? I told you to take the money and get out of Su Ruoshua's life." Shen Lang was very unhappy and shouted, "Miss Qiao, I just asked you if the 1 million was for me, and I didn't promise to leave Su Ruoshua.
Since you promised to give me the money, of course I will reluctantly accept it. How dare you play me?"
Qiao Lan was so angry that her face turned pale and she stood up and slammed the table. As the heir to the Qiao family, no one has ever dared to play with her like this, and even if they had, they would have already repented in their caskets.
This kid is nothing but a rogue. Poof. Su Ruoshua covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost choking on her laughter. She almost thought that Shen Lang had abandoned her for $1 million. Shen Lang looked directly at the bright and charming Su Ruoshua, couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe away the tear stains on the woman's face, and smiled and said, "Schwer, don't cry, it's so ugly." Su Ruoshua's tears flowed uncontrollably again. At this moment, she felt that the man in front of her was not so annoying. "Who's crying?" Su Ruoshua wiped her tears and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Shen Lang smiled and said, "Schwer, you look much better when you smile." Seeing Shen Lang call her so intimately, Su Ruoshua suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She had never cried in front of another man except for her grandfather, and Shen Lang was the first, which made her feel a little embarrassed. However, Shen Lang had teased Qiao Lan, which made Su Ruoshua feel much better. It was rare for Qiao Lan to be embarrassed, and Su Ruoshua felt a sense of satisfaction. Qiao Lan's face was as dark as a thunderstorm.
If she had a knife, she would stab Shen Lang a few times. Shen Lang was the first person to dare to tease her like this. "Su Ruoshua, to tell you the truth, the reason I asked you to come today is to pass on a message. Luo Tianyao is holding a dinner party on the Red River cruise ship next weekend, and he has invited many people from the business and political worlds, including you. If you don't go, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself."
Qiao Lan snorted. Su Ruoshua calmed down. Luo Tianyao had just returned to China and was already planning a dinner party. It must be something big.
Su Ruoshua was not stupid and guessed that it might have something to do with her. At the moment, she had no other choice but to take things one step at a time. Looking at the woman's sad expression, Shen Lang turned his gaze to Qiao Lan and said with a dry laugh, "Miss Qiao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave with Miss Su."
"Wait."
Qiao Lan's face turned cold, and she said in a flustered
voice, "Reckless boy, don't go too far. Give me back my check." Shen Lang sneered, "I just told you not to regret it, and you're already breaking your promise? As the CEO of Tianrong International, you don't even have integrity, no wonder the company is going bankrupt. Chapter 27. Your son is too much of a pain in the ass. You."
Qiao Lan pointed at Shen Lang, speechless with anger.
At this moment, boom!
The sound of a raging car engine was heard, and a brand new blue Bugatti Veyron sped up and stopped in front of the villa. The Bugatti Veyron is a top-of-the-line supercar with an exaggerated body shape, an exciting style, and a strong visual impact. Coupled with the dazzling blue polished paint, it is quite eye-catching. The door opened and a young man dressed in a non-mainstream Japanese and Korean style walked out.
He was wearing sunglasses and had earrings.
With this outfit and temperament, he could not be more like a spoiled rich kid.
"Mom, I'm home."
The young man put his hands in his pockets, chewed gum, and shouted,
"Xiaoxing, you're back. Are you tired today?"
Qiao Lan, who had just been full of resentment, immediately revealed a kind smile as soon as she saw the young man in front of her and got up and walked over. The young man in the Japanese and Korean style is called Xiao Xing, and he is Qiaolan's son. Su Ruoxue is not related by blood, nor was she born to Qiaolan and her adoptive father. Before Qiaolan married Su Ruoxue's adoptive father, she already had a son, who took her surname and was this Xiao Xing.
Although they are not related by blood, Xiao Xing is still Su Ruoxue's half-brother.
Mom, you don't know how tired I am today.
Dancing practice really exhausted me, especially that stupid dance teacher. Next time that dance teacher is so against me, I'm too lazy to go. Xiao Xing sat lazily on a beach chair.
Xiao Xing, if you don't want to go, that's fine.
Qiaolan quickly comforted him.
Xiao Xing crossed his legs and glanced at Shenlang and Su Ruoxue, revealing an expression of interest.
Sister, what brings you here?
Don't just stand there, come sit with me. Xiao Xing said to Su Ruoxue with a smile, and his eyes wandered over her body for a while. Although Xiao Xing has played with a trainload of female college students, Su Ruoxue's appearance is still one of the best Xiao Xing has ever seen, and she is many times better than some of the school beauties in the university. Xiao Xing often fantasized about being able to date his sister, but unfortunately his mother Qiaolan seemed to hate the way Su Ruoxue looked.
Su Ruoxue frowned and said coldly, "No need. We're done talking. Gee, sis, did you come here to talk about the marriage proposal with the Luo family again? Oh, sis, you are so pretty and young, it's a pity that you have to get married."
Xiao Xing laughed, and his eyes wandered over the high part of Su Ruoxue's neckline again.
Feeling Xiao Xing's lewd gaze, Su Ruoxue rose a trace of anger. Qiaolan patted Xiao Xing's shoulder affectionately and said, "Xiao Xing, don't you have to do anything about this? It's her good fortune that she can marry Luo Tianyao."
Xiao Xing shrugged, "Okay. I just think it's a shame that a beautiful woman like my sister would be toyed with by Luo Tianyao."
Su Ruoxue was extremely angry and looked at the two of them coldly.
Shenlang's face was gloomy, and he thought that this mother and son must be no good.
Eh? Right, where are you from? I haven't seen you before, have I?
Xiao Xing pointed at Shenlang and asked with interest.
Before Shenlang could say anything, Su Ruoxue said coldly, "He's my bodyguard." Xiao Xing was even more interested, and said with a laugh, "So he's a bodyguard. What's your name?" "Shenlang." Shenlang laughed. "That's a wild name. I'll call you Wild Boy."
"Ha, Wild Boy, I heard that you bodyguards are good at martial arts and stuff?
What kind of kung fu do you know? Show me a couple of moves."
Xiao Xing teased him like a monkey. "Xiao Xing, you are of noble birth, so don't associate with these lowly commoners."
Xiaolan said disdainfully. "It's okay, Mom.
I just think that Longzi is average, and I want to see what he can do." Xiao Xing laughed and shouted at Shenlang, "Longzi, I'm telling you, I've learned kickboxing and boxing at school, and my skills are not worse than yours."
Shenlang laughed mockingly, "Okay, since you want to see my kung fu so badly, let's try sparring now and exchange ideas." Xiao Xing immediately became interested, clenched his fists, jumped around in front of Shenlang, and took a boxing stance, shouting, "Come on, Lang Zai, I don't think you have any skills at all, do you?"
"Young master, I don't hit lightly, don't blame me for knocking you down later."
"Okay, Xingzai, I'll let you make the first move."
Shenlang immediately walked forward and said with a smile,
"Fuck you, you can't call Xingzi that. Watch out." Xiao Xing was very unhappy.
He jumped forward like a monkey, swung a punch and hit Shenlang. To Shenlang, this light punch, even if he got hit by it, was like scratching an itch, and he wouldn't feel anything. Shenlang was too lazy to play with this idiot, so he kicked him directly, hitting Xiao Xing in the stomach.
Boom! Shenlang kicked Xiao Xing away like a soccer ball.
Xiao Xing spat out some sour water and flew out at an angle, crashing to the ground.
"Ah! My stomach!"
Xiao Xing rolled around on the lawn, covering his stomach and screaming like a pig.
"Kid, you dare to hit me!" Xiao Xing's face turned ferocious, and he roared at Shenlang.
He had been spoiled since childhood and had a low tolerance for pain.
He couldn't believe that a mere bodyguard would dare to lay a hand on him. Xiaolan was stunned at first, then became furious and roared at Shenlang, "You bastard, how dare you hit my son?" Su Ruoxue was completely speechless, and her head was a little bit sore. Couldn't this guy Shenlang be a little more obedient? "Miss Jiao, it's not that I want to hit your son, it's just that your son is too much of a pain in the ass."
Shenlang spread his hands and looked helpless.
Xiaolan was so angry that she turned pale and shouted, "You little bodyguard, you dare to act like a big shot,
you dare to provoke me, and you dare to hit my son, you wanna die. Bodyguard, come over here and kill this animal who doesn't know when he's dead. Unfortunately, Xiaolan had just fired a few bodyguards a few days ago, and now she had no one to protect her. The bodyguards she had fired were also unable to stand Xiaolan's arrogant attitude. Shenlang walked slowly towards Xiaolan with a blank expression on his face, and said mockingly, "Old woman, who are you going to beat to death? You dare to scold me, you wait for me, I." Before the angry Xiaolan finished speaking, Shenlang suddenly kicked the table in front of Xiaolan, smashing it in the middle, scattering wood shavings and splitting the wood into several pieces. A bottle of red wine on the table was poured directly onto Xiaolan, drenching her.
Miss Chow, my patience has its limits. I advise you to watch your mouth. Shenlang snorted. You animal, I'm going to kill you.
Xiao Xing got up from the lawn and screamed at Shenlang with a hideous expression on his face.
Humph.
Shenlang kicked again, sending a corner of the stool flying across the lawn.
Boom.
Another muffled sound, the corner of the stool that Shenlang kicked flew and hit Xiao Xing's lower abdomen. After being hit, Xiao Xing fell to the ground and couldn't get up, emitting a miserable wail.
Chapter 28, The Killer.
After doing all this, Shenlang walked over to Su Ruoxue and scratched his head, saying, "Sorry, Ruoxue, I couldn't help it."
You can't use violence either. Su Ruoxue was completely speechless and didn't know what to say to Shenlang.
Although Shenlang's actions were a bit too extreme, seeing Xiaolan and Xiao Xing both suffer, Su Ruoxue felt very relieved. She had long since had enough of this vicious mother and son.
However, with Xiaolan's vindictive personality, Shenlang might be in danger.
After all, the Chao family has a background in the underworld.
Shenlang, let's go.
Su Ruoxue's face showed a hint of worry, afraid that if she stayed here any longer, Shenlang would be in danger. She grabbed the man's arm in a panic and quickly walked to the Audi convertible. The two got into the car, and Su Ruoxue sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The Audi convertible drove out of the Huanghai Villa complex. Xiao Xing wailed for a long time before crawling up from the lawn. His face was extremely hideous, and he roared like a thunderstorm, "Son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him." He had never been beaten up since he was a child. Xiao Xing stumbled over to the Bugatti Veyron supercar next to him and Xiaolan shouted, "Xiao Xing, don't go provoke that crazy kid.
I'll get someone to deal with him right now."
Xiao Xing's anger swelled, and he roared, "Mom, you better get someone to kill that kid." Xiaolan stood up with his hands on his stomach, his face showing signs of violence, and immediately dialed a phone call.
Hello, this is Xiaolan. You guys better get me 2 hitmen to kill someone.
The Chao family had a background in the underworld, and Xiaolan was really angry with Shenlang this time.
She wouldn't let the kid go.
The Audi convertible drove away from the Seaview Villa complex.
On the car, Su Ruoxue glared at Shenlang and said with a silver tooth, "Shen, would it kill you to cause me a little trouble?"
Shenlang smiled, "Schwer, they didn't start the trouble, it was your obnoxious mother and son who started it with me.
I can't swallow this humiliation without teaching them a lesson. Don't call me Snow." Humph, how come I didn't realize you had such a big mouth before? Su Ruoxue glared at Shenlang in annoyance. President Su, I was just being low-key before. You'll see that in time. Besides, I'm just doing good by rooting out evil.
Shenlang said with a grin.
Su Ruoxue's head was a little dizzy, and she said, "Shenlang, do you know that you're in big trouble? That's Xiaolan.
She has the Chao family behind her.
If you mess with her, it's going to be very bad."
Shenlang remained calm as usual, with a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, Miss Su, it's not certain who will suffer."
Su Ruoxue was a little speechless.
She didn't know where Shenlang got his confidence. This man always gave her a sense of mystery, but Su Ruoxue couldn't say where the mystery was.
In the past, she always looked down on Shenlang, thinking that this idle man was unreliable, but today Shenlang could vaguely give her an inexplicable sense of security. Su Ruoxue is a famous businesswoman in Huaha City, but after all, she is a woman, and the heavy pressure is like a taut string that could snap at any moment. Women are made of water, and there is always a weak side. Su Ruoxue also fantasized about having a man who would silently care for and take care of her, and who could protect her. She also wants to put down her burdens and occasionally be a little spoiled, not wanting to live so hard. Can Shenlang do it? Su Ruoxue smiled to herself, thinking how her standards for a husband had become so low. She didn't want to think about it and just focused on driving.
The Audi convertible drove away from the harbor and entered the city.
Suddenly, Shen Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. As a top-level master, he sensed an unusual aura.
It seemed that there were other vehicles following the car. Shen Lang immediately leaned his head against the window and scanned the area with his eyes.
Sure enough, as he had expected, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class car was following the Audi Cabriolet, with two killers in suits and sunglasses in the car. Shen Lang's eyes narrowed.
He didn't have time to explain, and immediately unbuckled the seatbelt of Su Ruoxue, who was sitting in the driver's seat.
Su Ruoxue was startled. Shen Lang, what are you doing?
There are cars following us.
Let me drive.
Shen Lang said quickly, and directly pulled Su Ruoxue's seatbelt off, grabbed the woman's waist and pushed her forward, and hurriedly crossed his legs and sat behind her by force. Su Ruoxue was pushed forward by Shen Lang and looked a little panicked, but she still held on to the steering wheel tightly. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, and the woman's body exuded a fragrance like gardenia, seemingly a high-end perfume. The soft, elastic skin was refreshing. Su Ruoxue sat on Shen Lang's body, feeling the warmth of the man's chest, and her pretty face instantly turned red to the ears. Shen Lang had no time to appreciate the feeling of holding Su Ruoxue. He stared at the rearview mirror with a gloomy expression, always watching the movements of the Mercedes-Benz behind. Fortunately, the convertible top was closed, otherwise such a large movement would easily be noticed by the other party.
Shen Lang, what do you think? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Lang covered Su Ruoxue's mouth. Shu, don't talk. You sit in the passenger seat, and I'll drive.
As he said this, Shen Lang's hands passed through Su Ruoxue's chest and grabbed the steering wheel, inevitably touching a certain soft part. Su Ruoxue's face turned red, and she glared at Shen Lang in annoyance, a little suspicious that the guy was deliberately groping her. However, seeing the man's serious expression, she immediately did as Shen Lang said and got into the passenger seat. Shen Lang stepped on the accelerator, and the Audi roared forward, picking up speed quickly. The two killers in the black Mercedes-Benz saw the Audi convertible in front of them suddenly accelerate, and couldn't help but change their expressions.
The other party was so alert?
They noticed it so quickly. The Mercedes-Benz also immediately accelerated and chased after it. Shen Lang stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed, but the speed was still not very fast. The performance of this Audi convertible could only be considered average. He didn't want to shake off the Mercedes-Benz behind him, but just wanted to attract the other party to a remote and uninhabited place to deal with the aftermath. He hates enemies in the dark, and it is best to be able to face them.
Su Ruoxue also noticed the Mercedes-Benz behind them.
Looking at Shen Lang, who had a stern expression on his face, her heart was in her throat.
The car following behind. I know, it must be your stepmother sending someone to deal with me,
Shen Lang said in a cold tone.
This.
Su Ruoxue bit her lip. She guessed that Xiao Lan would retaliate, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. The Qiao family has always had a background in the underworld, and Su Ruoxue naturally knew this. She suddenly felt a little scared and said, Shen Lang, you just hit Xiao Lan's son.
She won't let you go easily. Let's call the police.
No, I will handle it myself.
Shen Lang waved his hand.
Shen Lang felt a bit sorry for Su Ruoxue for bringing these two killers to him. It was now 7 p.m. and it was completely dark. The Audi drove to the suburbs, keeping a large distance from the two Benzes behind it.
After about 10 minutes, they arrived in the countryside. Shen Lang drove the sports car directly into a thick forest and stopped at the edge of a patch of uneven grass. Shen Lang opened the car door and said to Su Ruoxue, Okay, just stay here quietly in the car and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to come back.
Hey, wait. Su Ruoxue looked at the dark trees outside the wilderness and felt a little scared. Shen Lang, don't leave me here alone.
Shen Lang said helplessly, Miss Su, it's safe in the car. Don't you want to see me fight with someone else? In this remote area, I'm afraid. No, I want to go too. Su Ruoxue's pretty face showed a hint of panic.
She wanted to say she was scared, but she was too embarrassed to say it.
Miss Su, don't make it difficult for me. Just stay in the car,
Shen Lang said, and then locked
the car door. The dark, dense trees, accompanied by the rustling of the leaves and the chirping of insects at night, made the place dark and eerie.
Seeing Shen Lang leave like this, Su Ruoxue's body softened and she fell onto the seat, her hands tightly grasping the seat. Damn Shen Lang, if you get beaten up and seriously injured, I don't care about you.
Chapter 29, Evil.
Shen Lang walked out of the woods at a fast pace, and the Mercedes-Benz in the rear had already stopped on the muddy roadside.
This is already a remote suburb, far from the city center. The road is muddy and desolate, with no streetlights. It was already evening, and the light was dim.
Only a few farms could be faintly seen in the distance. There were no streetlights here, let alone surveillance cameras.
No one will find out if someone is killed here.
The door of the Mercedes-Benz was suddenly pushed open, and two killers with guns hidden in their waists walked toward Shen Lang.
The driver also followed with sunglasses on.
"Kid, are you scared or just stupid?
You didn't run away, and you actually came here willingly,"
a bald killer said mockingly.
Shen Lang shrugged and sneered, "Why should I run? Did you come here to deal with me?" "Yes, it seems you're not stupid.
Unfortunately, you're going to die here soon." The bald killer's face showed a hint of brutality.
"Okay, cut the crap. Let's get this guy done."
Ms. Xiao is waiting for our response. The other killer, who had a scar on his face, was quiet and unsociable. He pulled a silver-gray pistol from his waistband.
The Browning M1911 is a pistol with a large caliber bullet, extremely lethal, outstanding performance, and high durability. It is a pistol commonly used by killers in the United States and Central Europe.
The bald killer also raised a pistol of the same model. The two killers looked at Shen Lang with the same disdain as they would at a cockroach on the ground, and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang!
Two gunshots echoed through the wilderness, and the birds in the woods scattered in fright. Incredibly, after the two gunshots, Shen Lang's figure suddenly disappeared in the mountains and forests, as if he had evaporated.
What happened? Where is he?
The two killers' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly looked around.
Whoosh!
A silver-colored sharp weapon suddenly flew over. The scarred killer's neck was pierced by a Western-style knife, and blood spurted out like a fountain.
He didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground and died. In the sky.
The driver behind him screamed in horror. As soon as he finished speaking,
whoosh!
Another knife flew out, and the driver's throat was also pierced by the knife, and he fell in a pool of blood. The remaining bald killer was so scared that he finally realized that Shen Lang was in the air, about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. He flipped his right hand and another knife appeared.
The bald killer's scalp went numb.
He didn't have time to think about why Shen Lang was in the air, and he raised his gun as fast as he could. Before he could pull the trigger, a sharp sound pierced the air.
Ka-chow!
The M1911 pistol in the bald killer's hand was pierced by the knife and turned into pieces. Seeing his pistol fall apart, the killer gasped, and for a moment he doubted if he was seeing a hallucination. He had never seen such a terrifying guy before. Shen Lang made a leap, grabbed the bald killer's throat with one hand, and said in a sinister tone, "I'm going to ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly, or else, you're dead." Although it sounded like a casual remark, it made the bald killer feel a sense of boundless fear. Shen Lang's voice was like the voice of death, and the man was so scared that his limbs were trembling and he was incontinent. The bald killer's hands were covered in blood, and he had seen the world. Even if he was really being pointed at by a gun, he wouldn't be scared like this. The main reason is that he could feel the extremely fierce murderous aura emanating from Shen Lang, suffocating him. The other party's murderous aura was as thick as a substance, and it was hard to imagine how many people this man had killed. The bald killer finally understood why Shen Lang had not taken them seriously. In comparison, they were just cockroaches on the ground.
"Master, spare my life." "Spare my life, I'll answer," the bald killer said in a trembling voice.
Shen Lang smiled coldly, sometimes revealing a little bit of hostility, which was indeed very good at making people obedient.
"Besides you, did Xiaolan send anyone else to kill me?" Shen Lang asked in a low voice. "No, it's just the two of us."
The bald killer pointed at the other killer lying in a pool of blood in a panic, saying with a terrified face,
"Xiaolan only asked you to kill, not to harm Su Ruoxue?" Shen Lang asked again.
Yes. Ms. Xiao only asked us to kill you, and she also told us not to hurt Miss Su."
"Okay, that's all."
"Now you call Xiaolan,"
Shen Lang said indifferently.
"Okay, I'll call. But please, spare my life. We were just following orders. We knew you were such a master, and we wouldn't have taken this job even if you killed us." The bald killer said in a panic, his intestines turning green with regret.
Make the call.
Shen Lang's face turned cold, and he repeated the words. The bald killer was so scared that he could not help but tremble as he took out his cell phone and dialed Xiaolan's number.
Hello, have you finished?
A woman's arrogant voice came from the phone, with a hint of anger in her tone.
Hearing it was Xiaolan's voice, Shen Lang's right hand tightened. Crack!
The bald killer's neck was instantly broken by Shen Lang, and his body went limp, falling to the ground and dying. After doing this, Shen Lang casually put the phone back to his ear and smiled faintly. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry, but the 2 killers you sent out have now been killed by me. Xiaolan listened to this mocking voice and shuddered, immediately shouting, Shen Lang, it's you.
Shen Lang said coldly, if it isn't me, then who is it? Enough of the nonsense, old woman. Don't challenge my bottom line. I am a fair person.
If you still dare to send someone to kill me or threaten Su Ruoxue, then I will kill your son.
You. Xiaolan was shocked.
Shen Lang's cold words made her shiver. He usually dotes on Xiaoxing the most, and Shen Lang threatened him with Xiaoxing's life. To be honest, Xiaolan was really a little scared. You dare to lay a hand on my son, I'll make sure you die a horrible death.
Xiaolan roared. Ha ha, you can try it, but if you dare to lay a hand on me again, you'll be picking up your son's body.
After that, Shen Lang hung up the phone and crushed the phone into pieces. He casually waved his hand, and the metal scraps scattered in the wind. The main reason for threatening Xiaolan with Xiaoxing was that Shen Lang didn't want to make things difficult for himself and let the other party know that he was not someone to be trifled with. If he had kept quiet about this matter today, Xiaolan, that bitch, would probably have continued to send assassins to kill him.
With this threat, Xiaolan will definitely think twice before taking action against him. Too lazy to think too much, Shen Lang took out several rolls of sacks from the Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. It seems that the 2 killers have done this kind of business a lot. Shen Lang put the 3 bodies of the people on the side of the road into the sacks and threw the bodies of the 3 people into a remote ravine without a trace. After doing all this with a blank expression, Shen Lang patted the dust off his body and walked towards the small forest. It was getting dark, the dark trees, the cold wind, and the night insects made Su Ruoxue, who was hiding in the car, scared, and she kept praying that Shen Lang would be safe. She was really scared when she heard the gunshots in the distance, and her heart was in her throat. In a panic, Su Ruoxue's thoughts became clearer.
It must be because Shen Lang had previously attacked them, and Xiaolan was so angry that she sent a killer to deal with Shen Lang. Su Ruoxue cursed herself for being a fool. If she had just stepped in and apologized, she wouldn't have put Shen Lang's life in danger. Although she didn't like this man, she didn't want to be the villain. As soon as she got up, she suddenly heard footsteps outside the car. Su Ruoxue was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She immediately hid under the seat and whispered, Shen
Lang, is that you?
There was no response from outside the car. Su Ruoxue's face turned pale, and a strong sense of fear welled up in her heart.
Shen.
Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Lang suddenly poked his head out of the car window and made a face at Su Ruoxue in the car.
Ah! Su Ruoxue's face turned pale and she let out a scream.
After a moment of disorientation, she realized that it was Shen Lang who had come, and her face turned red. She gasped for breath, and the snow-white mountains under her dress's neckline rose and fell rapidly. She said angrily, Shen Lang, you bastard, you just scared me to death. Seeing the woman's pitiful appearance, Shen Lang thought it was quite interesting and laughed. Miss Su, you look quite cute like this.
This girl is not finished with you. Su Ruoxue's face turned red, embarrassed and angry. Chapter 30, It's Not Delicious. Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a little amused. He never thought that a woman could reveal such a cute side. Su Ruoxue realized that her appearance was a bit embarrassing, and immediately turned cold and pouted. Where are those people? Shen Lang shrugged, don't worry about them. Mr. Su, let's go first. What did you do to them? Su Ruoxue asked. Of course I chased them away. Shen Lang casually replied, he didn't want to scare Su Ruoxue. Although Su Ruoxue was a little suspicious, she didn't ask anymore. Shen Lang opened the car door and smiled, okay, Mr. Su, don't stay down there. Come out quickly. Do I have to carry you out? Who wants you to hold me? Su Ruoxue blushed, gave Shen Lang a look, and crept out from under the seat, tidied up her messy hair and clothes, and then directly stepped into the passenger seat on the opposite side.
Shin Lang got into the car, sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away from the woods. Su Ruoxue frowned, and she sensed a faint smell of fishiness coming from Shin Lang, which seemed to be the smell of blood. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz on the muddy road, which was empty, and the bloodstains on the ground, Su Ruoxue was a little scared. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was not as simple as she had imagined. This was the first time she had felt that Shin Lang was somewhat mysterious. Although this man was smiling on the surface, he was hiding very deeply. He was both mysterious and a little scary. Su Ruoxue was about to ask a question when an inappropriate voice came over. Gurgling. Shin Lang froze. There were only 2 people in the car, and Shin Lang was sure that it wasn't his stomach that was growling. The sound must have come from Su Ruoxue's stomach. Are you hungry, Ms. Su? Shin Lang asked with a smile. Su Ruoxue was too embarrassed to speak, and subconsciously covered her flat stomach with her right hand. She was like a deflated doll, with a hint of embarrassment on her pretty face. I haven't eaten anything tonight, so I'm hungry. Su Ruoxue said with a pout. Shin Lang said with a smile, well, let's go home and have dinner, Mr. Su. The Audi drove away from the suburbs and returned to the villa. Shin Lang sat on the sofa, feeling a bit hungry. He couldn't help but ask, Su, I'm a bit hungry too. Hurry up and cook dinner. On hearing this, Su Ruoxue was furious. Who does this guy think he is, daring to order her around? I'm in a bad mood today, I don't want to cook, you want to eat, order takeout yourself. Su Ruoxue said angrily. Then give me some money first, I don't have any money to order takeout. Shin Lang shrugged and said. The last time he rented a room for Bai Qingyu, he spent his last red ticket. Shin Lang is really poor now. But he did have a check that he had extorted from Xiaolon. Su Ruoxue was unhappy. If you don't have money, you can make it. If you want to eat, you can do it yourself. Okay. Shin Lang sighed and walked into the kitchen, thinking that he would have to do it himself. The kitchen was well equipped with all kinds of utensils and cooking equipment, as well as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, etc. He found some noodles, eggs and vegetables in the refrigerator and simply boiled some egg noodles. After a while, 2 bowls of steaming egg noodles were served, sprinkled with some chopped green onion and sesame oil, giving off a burst of fragrance. In the living room, Su Ruoxue was browsing the news on her laptop when she suddenly smelled the aroma and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the dining table. If you're hungry, you can join us, Mr. Su. Shin Lang said with a smile. Eat by yourself. Su Ruoxue snorted and continued to browse the news. Don't be so formal. Shin Lang directly placed a bowl of noodles on the coffee table and handed over a pair of chopsticks. Su Ruoxue wanted to refuse directly, but she felt that her attitude was a bit too harsh. After all, it was a kind gesture, so she silently took the chopsticks. She had originally had no expectations of Shin Lang's cooking, but after taking a bite of the egg noodles, Su Ruoxue couldn't help but be stunned. The taste was unexpectedly good, much better than her own cooking. Su Ruoxue felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't expect that her cooking skills were even worse than Shin Lang's. Mr. Su, is it delicious? Shin Lang asked. It's not good. Su Ruoxue snorted and quickly finished the egg noodles in front of her. Shin Lang was a bit speechless. Couldn't this girl give him a little face? Miss Su, your takeout. A voice came from outside the door. Su Ruoxue got up and went to the door to pick up 2 fast food boxes, which she placed on the dining table without even looking at them. I'm full, you can eat it yourself. Su Ruoxue's pretty face was slightly unnatural, and after she finished speaking with a pout, she walked upstairs without looking back. Shin Lang looked at the 2 exquisite fast food boxes in a daze. So Su Ruoxue had already ordered takeout. Were the things he had said before just angry words? I didn't realize that Su Ruoxue had such a proud and arrogant side. Shin Lang's mood suddenly improved a lot. This woman was hiding her feelings deep down in front of him. After dinner, the 2 went to take a shower and go to bed. Shin Lang wanted to communicate with Su Ruoxue, but the cold beauty wouldn't give him a chance, so he had to give up. Su Ruoxue still felt a little uncomfortable looking at Shin Lang, but after tonight's incident, she no longer felt so disgusted with him. Before, Su Ruoxue had always been worried about one thing. After all, she was now living with Shin Lang, and she wondered if he would take advantage of the situation to do something to her. Su Ruoxue has been very beautiful since she was a child. She is a goddess in terms of appearance, has a high level of intelligence, and is very perceptive. She knows that most of the men who approach her have a favorable impression of her, or they have certain thoughts in their minds.
Of course, this is not conceited, but self-aware.
After observing him for a few days, Xinlang was so honest that he was a bit too honest, and even made Su Ruoxue doubt whether she was a beautiful woman. Although Xinlang was a smooth talker, he sometimes maintained a certain indifference in his eyes.
In addition, Xinlang's unusual behavior today made Su Ruoxue curious about this man for the first time.
Su Ruoxue still deliberately kept her distance from Xinlang. After all, they were only engaged in
name only, with no real commitment. Xinlang understood that this was the best thing for her.
The next day, Xinlang woke up with a sigh and stretched his body. After washing up, it was just after 7 o'clock.
Su Ruoxue happened to be downstairs, wearing a light blue dress that still couldn't hide her full breasts.
Beneath a circle of light blue openwork lace, her deep, bottomless, enviable cleavage seemed like a secluded valley, exuding a mysterious charm. Today she also wore light makeup, her delicate face was as white as snow and as soft as a piece of paper. Combined with her perfect figure, she exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. I have to say, this woman is really beautiful when she puts on a little makeup, dazzling Xinlang a little. When she sensed the surprise in Xinlang's eyes, Su Ruoxue's mouth faintly outlined a faint smile, and she felt a little proud in her heart. This man is not a blockhead after all.
So early? It's the weekend, I don't have to go to work. Xinlang said. I don't have the habit of sleeping in. Su Ruoxue said in a bad mood. Leaving this sentence, Su Ruoxue walked towards the door. Where are you going? Xinlang asked. To buy food. Su Ruoxue pouted. Xinlang was a little bit amused and sad. A president of a large company has to go shopping himself? Chapter 31 Scum.
Pulling up a jacket, Xinlang followed behind Su Ruoxue.
Why are you following me? Su Ruoxue asked with a frown. To protect your safety. Xinlang smiled lightly. Su Ruoxue looked at Xinlang's expression of nonchalance and said casually, suit yourself. The two left the villa gate. Because the supermarket was not open in the morning, Su Ruoxue drove to a more remote market. It was the first time Xinlang had accompanied Su Ruoxue to the market, and it was quite a novel experience. Although the iceberg around him was a bit cold, the goddess was a goddess, and she could attract the attention of men at any time when she walked down the street. A group of men looked at Xinlang with envy and jealousy.
This kid can have such a beautiful girl, he really has a lot of luck. On the way back, Xinlang was driving the Audi convertible and passed a bus stop. He saw a familiar figure and seemed to be in trouble, so he couldn't help but frown. Xinlang suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped. The tires and the ground were in violent friction. Su Ruoxue was unprepared and suddenly felt her body suddenly lean forward, and her head hit the car window.
Ah!
Su Ruoxue let out a cry of pain, and a big bump appeared on her little head.
Sorry, Mr. Su, I have something to do. You can go home first.
After saying this, Xinlang unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Su Ruoxue rubbed her forehead, which was still sore from the impact. When she came to her senses, she couldn't see Xinlang anywhere. She was so angry that she stuck her head out of the car window and yelled, "Xinlang, you bastard, come back here." When she got out of the car, she found that this was a no parking zone and there was a camera in front of her.
Su Ruoxue's pretty face was distorted with anger. You bastard, when I get home, I'll give you a piece of my mind.
Su Ruoxue was not so delicate, but she just sighed with a depressed look on her face, rubbed her head, and then sat in the driver's seat and drove away. Xinlang ran at full speed to the green belt not far from the bus stop. On the side of the green belt, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face was counting money in his hand, while the petite Lin Kyer was kneeling next to him with a look of grievance on her face.
How can this be all the money?
The middle-aged man was fierce, holding a stack of thousands of red bills in his hand and yelling at Lin Kyer.
That's all I have left, and that's just the salary I got last month.
Lin Kyer bit her lip and weakly replied, her eyes red.
Humph, go get me 50,000 yuan in a few days.
The middle-aged man stuffed the money into his pocket and said to Lin Kyer without any courtesy.
How can I have so much money?
Lin Kyer was stunned for a moment, and then exclaimed. Humph, I don't care if you borrow it from someone else or sell your body, you have to get the money for me.
The middle-aged man said unceremoniously. Even if you kill me, I can't get that much money. Besides, my mother's illness will cost a lot of money. Lin Kyer's eyes welled up with tears. Humph, you can't pay? I don't believe it.
After yelling, the middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the wallet from Lin Kyer's hand.
That's my mother's life-saving money, you can't take it.
Lin Kyer shouted, tearing at the middle-aged man's clothes, tears welling up in her eyes.
Get out of here.
The man snatched the wallet and kicked Lin Kyer to the ground. Shen Lang saw that the man dared to hit Lin Kyer, and his heart immediately flared up. He rushed forward and kicked the middle-aged man in the stomach.
Ah!
A loud scream followed, and the middle-aged man's body flew out, his forehead smashed into the trunk of a large tree, and he collapsed on the ground, bleeding from his forehead.
Scum! Shen Lang glanced at the middle-aged man and spat.
He thought this man was robbing Lin Kyer's money.
Are you okay?
Shen Lang hurriedly helped Lin Kyer up off the ground. Lin Kyer was taken aback when she saw Shen Lang suddenly appear, and then panicked.
She hurriedly ran up and helped the middle-aged man under the tree to his feet. Dad, are you okay? Dad? Shen Lang was stunned, and his face became a bit weird. Is he your dad? Yes. Lin Kyer nodded with her lips pursed. But why did he hit you? Shen Lang asked.
Lin Kyer shook her head with her eyes closed and didn't say anything.
Oh, forget it. Let's take your dad to the hospital first.
Shen Lang directly picked up the middle-aged man, and Lin Kyer followed closely behind.
They hailed a taxi. About an hour later. Outside a ward in the First People's Hospital of Huahai City. Sorry, I didn't know it was your dad.
Shen Lang scratched his head and apologized. Lin Kyer shook her head and still didn't speak, with a tear hanging from her eyelashes.
Shen Lang was a little helpless. He had actually made such a mistake. He felt that Lin Kyer should be angry with him. Which one of you is the patient's family member? The door to the ward opened and a doctor came out and asked. I am. Excuse me, Dr. Lee, how is my father? Lin Kyer asked hurriedly.
There is nothing serious, just a head injury, which has already been stitched up.
The total cost of the surgery and hospital stay is 10,000 yuan, which you need to pay now. The doctor said.
Lin Kyer's pretty face looked a bit ugly. Dr. Lee.
Can I pay 6,000 first? I don't have that much money on me.
No, at least 8,000.
Hospital fees cannot be delayed.
The doctor said with a professional expression. Seeing Lin Kyer's anxious look, I guessed that she didn't have that much money on her. Shen Lang said, I'll pay the money, but I need to go get some money first.
Assistant Lin, wait a moment.
Shen Lang left the hospital and went to the nearby bank to withdraw the check for 1 million yuan that he had extorted from Qiao Lan and transferred it to his own card. The taste of instant wealth made Shen Lang feel good.
Back at the hospital, Shen Lang quickly paid Lin Kyer's 8,000 yuan in advance.
Lin Kyer whispered, Thank you, Mr. Shen.
I'll pay you back later. Shen Lang scratched his head and said awkwardly, What do you mean by pay back? I'm the one who injured your father.
Lin Kyer said apologetically, Thank you, but I will still pay you back.
It's all my fault. I've caused you so much trouble every time. Shen Lang sighed. This girl is quite stubborn. Why did your father hit you? Shen Lang asked. This. Lin Kyer hesitated. Is there something you don't want to say? Shen Lang asked in surprise. After a moment of silence, Lin Kyer told Shen Lang everything.
The middle-aged man that Shen Lang had just knocked out was named Lin Shifu, and he was Lin Kyer's biological father. Lin Kyer is a good and gentle girl, but her father is not a good person. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a scum. After being laid off, Lin Shifu has been staying at home doing nothing, and he hasn't looked for a job. Recently, Lin Shifu has become addicted to gambling, and it has gotten out of control. He has lost all the money he has left at home. Lin Kyer is an assistant in the public relations department of Linya International. She earns a good salary, but her mother suffers from uremia and has been bedridden for many years. She needs to earn money to pay for her mother's monthly kidney dialysis treatment, and is often asked by Lin Shifu to gamble. Because Lin Shifu has been addicted to gambling these days, he has borrowed money from loan sharks. The loan sharks are pressing him to pay, so he can only force Lin Kyer to get the money. Lin Kyer has only been working for less than a year, and her mother's illness has already cost her a lot of money. She has given all of her savings to Lin Shifu. Just now, Lin Shifu took the last of her money, and Lin Kyer didn't even have enough to pay for her mother's treatment.
Shen Lang listened more and more unhappily, gradually becoming angry. How could there be such a shameless father? Chapter 32. How do you want to play?
No wonder Lin Kyer was in a daze at work before, saying that something had happened at home. Shen Lang could not imagine that such a gentle girl had such a heavy burden. Lin Kyer felt very wronged, and she began to sob.
It's okay, don't think too much, everything will pass.
Shen Lang grabbed Lin Kyer's small hand and comforted her. These small, pale hands were cold and gentle, and Shen Lang couldn't help but feel an urge to hold them forever. Lin Kyer's pretty face turned red, and she smiled gently at Shen Lang. After paying the bill, Shen Lang and Lin Kyer went to the ward to see Lin Shifu.
Damn you, you little bastard, how dare you hit me?
Lin Shifu was furious, and almost jumped off the bed. It seems that the injury is not a problem.
Dad, he didn't mean it.
Lin Kyer hurried forward. Lin Shifu was furious and slapped Lin Kyer.
With a loud crack, Lin Kyer let out a scream and fell backwards.
Shen Lang quickly helped Lin Kyer up and, furious, shouted at Lin Shifu, "How can you touch your own daughter?"
My daughter, I can hit her as I like. It's none of your business. Pay me the medical expenses.
Lin Shifu roared angrily. Dad, Shen Lang has already paid the medical expenses. Lin Kyer's eyebrows were tightly knitted and she called out in a sweet voice.
Shen Lang was really angry and couldn't understand why such a simple and kind girl would have such a scumbag for a father. You hit me, the medical expenses are not enough, give me the mental damage fee.
Lin Shifu said unceremoniously.
Dad, you can't do this.
Lin Kyer said with her teeth clenched.
Shen Lang really couldn't hold back his anger. He thought for a moment and said, You are Lin Kyer's father, right? Let's negotiate. I'll give you some money. You and Lin Kyer will sever your relationship. Don't ask her for money anymore. What do you think? How much money can you give?
Lin Shifu sneered, seeing that Shen Lang was dressed in cheap clothes and must be a poor guy.
Name your price. Shen Lang snorted. 300,000. Not a single bill less. You give me 300,000, and I'll give you my daughter. You can do whatever you want with her. She's still a virgin. 300,000 is not expensive.
Lin Shifu was afraid that Shen Lang would think it was too expensive, so he added a few words at the end.
Dad.
Lin Kyer's head buzzed. Lin Shifu was selling her. If it weren't for Shen Lang, and if it were another man, Lin Shifu would have traded her away just like a piece of merchandise.
How could there be such a father in the world?
Lin Kyer's cheeks were streaming with tears, and she was already unable to speak.
Okay, I'll go to the bank to get the money for you now, but you have to keep your word. Your daughter will be cut off from you in the future and will be my woman. Shen Lang sneered.
Lin Shifu did not expect Shen Lang to agree so decisively, and he immediately beamed with joy, saying, Okay, I promise, this girl will be your woman from now on, and she has nothing to do with me.
Good.
Shen Lang ran downstairs to the nearby bank and withdrew the money from the card. Shen Lang put the money in a black box and went to the ward, where he threw the box to Lin Shifu. Lin Shifu opened the box and saw a stack of money.
He was overjoyed. 300,000 yuan. Not only could he pay off all the loans he had taken out, he could also buy a car.
Thinking that he could become a car owner, Lin Shifu smiled happily. Seeing this kind of father who had lost his humanity, Lin Kyer was so scared that she was crying silently. Shen Lang immediately grabbed Lin Kyer's small hand and walked out of the ward. After staying there for a moment, Shen Lang was afraid that he would not be able to resist beating Lin Shifu.
Can I go to my house?
Lin Kyer wiped the tears that had seeped out of the corner of her eyes and smiled at Shen Lang.
Shen Lang didn't know what Lin Kyer meant, but he still nodded and said, yes.
Along the way, Lin Kyer was unusually silent and did not sob.
Shen Lang did not say anything either.
When they arrived at the Peach Blossom community, the two of them walked up the stairs.
Please come in.
Lin Kaier used the key to open the door to her home and let Shen Lang in. The rental house was not big, with one room and one living room, clean and tidy, and two fresh potted plants on the coffee table. It was clear that Lin Kaier was a diligent girl. There were very few pieces of furniture in the house, and they were very simple. There was only one old color TV that stood out a little. Shen Lang glanced at it casually, and Lin Kaier grabbed his arm and walked into the room.
Assistant Lin? Shen Lang was a little confused and didn't understand what Lin Kaier meant.
There was only a bed in the room, which was not too big or too small, and it was also very clean. Lin Kaier sat on the bed, her mouth curled up, and she tried to squeeze a smile for Shen Lang. Okay, now I'm your man, how do you want to play?
How to play? What to play?
Shen Lang was stunned for a moment, not quite sure what Lin Kaier meant. Lin Kaier bit her lower lip, gathered her courage, took off her top and lay on the bed, blushing and whispering, I'm a woman, now you can do whatever you want.
I won't blame you. Cough. Shen Lang's throat suddenly choked.
Lin Kaier slowly pulled her skirt up, revealing her smooth, jade-like thighs and a pair of pink cotton panties.
Shen Lang was silent.
It seems that this girl really thought that she had bought her.
Hurry up. Hurry up, but I can only let you play a few times. I can't be your lover. I'm sorry.
Lin Kaier said with her teeth clenched. It can be imagined how much pain and suffering this girl had endured before.
Shen Lang was moved and sat on the bed.
Lin Kaier closed her eyes tightly and felt the breath beside her. She suddenly panicked. Although she had summoned up the courage, how could she not be afraid of such a thing? But when she thought about the fact that it was Shen Lang, Lin Kaier felt a little better. At least she didn't have any aversion to Shen Lang. Shen Lang gently stroked Lin Kaier's head and comforted her, silly girl, don't think of me as that kind of person. I just don't want you to suffer any more from your father, not that I really bought you. After hearing Shen Lang's words, Lin Kaier's delicate body trembled slightly, and she wanted to cry again.
She sobbed, oh, but I. Don't say but, do. You really want me to play with you right now?
Shen Lang squeezed Lin Kaier's small hand and asked.
This woman is as soft as water.
Shen Lang said that it would be a lie if he didn't feel moved, but he was too proud to take advantage of someone in need. Lin Kaier's pretty face flushed with shame. To be honest, if the other person was Shen Lang, she wouldn't be disgusted. But Lin Kaier is still a very conservative girl. To take the initiative to say such things has already reached the limit of her shame. She also has her own bottom line in her heart. Lin Kaier straightened up in a panic, and another thought came to her mind.
Could it be that Shen Lang only felt pity for her and actually looked down on her? Chapter 33, What's the point of raising you? Manager Shen, do you look down on me?
I know I'm not very good looking, and my figure is not as good as Director Lu's.
Lin Kaier's eyes flickered, and she asked timidly. Shen Lang's eyelids twitched. How did he mention Lu Xiaoxiao?
In terms of appearance, Lin Kaier naturally would not lose to Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao is mature and cool, while Lin Kaier is gentle and pure. As for the iceberg at home, Shen Lang hasn't figured out what type she is.
No, you are very beautiful. As for the body, it just depends on the person. You and Director Lu have different styles. To be honest, you just made my heart flutter a little. But you weren't really you just now. I don't like to force others.
Lin Kaier listened with a fluttering heart, biting her teeth and saying, but you used 300,000 to buy me from my father.
Shen Lang was a little speechless. Silly girl, do you really think you are only worth 300,000? No amount of money can buy you, so you are still you are free, and I will not force you to do anything. Thank you. I will work hard to earn the 300,000 back for you.
Lin Kaier said gratefully.
Okay. Shen Lang smiled.
He had guessed that this stubborn girl would say something like that.
Mr. Shen, Don't call me Manager Shen, it's awkward. Just call me Shen Lang, or Brother Lang. Shen Lang smiled. Yes, Lang. Lang Gu.
Lin Kaier's pretty face flushed with a hint of seductive red, like a ripe little apple.
Okay, Kaier, I have to go. If anything else happens, you can call me. Shen Lang stood up and said. Hey, Brother Lang, wait a minute.
Lin Kaier bit her lip and said shyly.
What else?
As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, Lin Kaier stood up, put her feet on the ground, and kissed Shen Lang's cheek with her rosy lips. A burst of fragrance hit his face, accompanied by a warm and moist touch.
Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion.
This was the first time in her life that Lin Kyer had made such a move on a man, and she was extremely shy. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, who looked lazy, Lin Kyer's heart fluttered. Although she had only known Shen Lang for a few days, she felt that she might really be hopelessly in love with him. When she returned from the hospital, she had been holding herself together, thinking that although Shen Lang had saved her, his ultimate goal was probably to possess her.
But Shen Lang didn't do that.
He was genuinely concerned about her. In addition, the night before, when she was being harassed by He Tao, it was Shen Lang who came to her rescue. She had never been treated so well by a man before, and in addition to gratitude, Lin Kyer also felt an inexplicable affection for Shen Lang. Shen Lang saw Lin Kyer's blushing face looking at him, and for a moment he really had the urge to hold this gentle and kind girl tightly. But Shen Lang still didn't do it.
It was enough to just taste it a little. He didn't want to get too deep into it. Silly girl, I'm leaving first.
Shen Lang smiled and touched Lin Kyer's fair face with some nostalgia before getting up and leaving. Outside the building, Shen Lang took a deep breath and calmed down a little.
The scene just now by the bed, Shen Lang would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted by Lin Kyer. Unless he had lost some kind of man's function. Sometimes, a woman's body can bring pleasure and relaxation to a man who is in a state of tension and violence. This truth was taught to him by his master, so in the past, his master not only allowed Shen Lang to flirt with girls, but even forced him to have a relationship with a woman. But flirting is flirting, and the old man forbade Shen Lang from getting emotionally involved. A top-notch killer, a ghostly figure walking on the edge of a knife, once caught in a love affair, is very scary and the consequences are serious. Now, Shen Lang is not really free, and he doesn't want to think about relationships for the time being. As for his relationship with Su Ruoxue, he is also taking things one step at a time. Yuhi Villa Complex. Su Ruoxue was sitting on the sofa in the living room, fiddling with the computer, checking some data from the company, and holding a cup of coffee in her hand. Suddenly, Su Ruoxue picked up her cell phone and pressed the call button. Hello? Who is this? Miss Su, it's me, Zhang Wenji.
Zhang Wenji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Ruoxue frowned, wondering why this guy was calling her again.
Zhang Wenji, what is it?
Thinking about the last time, Su Ruoxue was also a little embarrassed. It was really a bit too much to leave her old classmate hanging there like that.
Nothing, I just want to invite you out for dinner tonight.
Zhang Wenji said on the phone.
Sorry, Zhang Wenji, I'm busy tonight.
Su Ruoxue said indifferently.
Zhang Wenji's expressionless face, Ruoxue, I know you don't like me, but this time I just want to invite you to dinner and talk to you. I, Zhang Wenji, promise that I will never bother you again. Su Ruoxue raised her eyebrows. Zhang Wenji, I'm really sorry about what happened last time, but I'm very happy that you can think like this. You really just want to invite me to dinner? Ruoxue, you make me very sad when you say that.
I will also be developing in Huahai City in the future and plan to open a large pharmaceutical company.
If we can't be lovers, we can at least be friends in business, right?
This time, I'm not only inviting Ruoxue, but also your boyfriend to dinner.
Zhang Wenji said. Su Ruoxue couldn't help but be stunned. What was Zhang Wenji up to? Cough cough.
I had a bad experience with your boyfriend before, but it's all in the past.
This is a good opportunity to make friends. Harmony brings wealth.
Zhang Wenji said with a smile. Su Ruoxue didn't know Zhang Wenji's purpose in doing this, but since he had already said so much, it would be unreasonable to refuse. She had no choice but to agree.
In a luxury suite of a certain hotel.
Zhang Wenji hung up the phone, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. In fact, after the last incident, Zhang Wenji had already known his own limitations.
The probability of him successfully pursuing Su Ruoxue was almost zero. In Su Ruoxue's mind, he was probably just a man who liked to jerk off.
Zhang Wenji felt that he was really humiliated to the point of losing face.
The culprit was that bastard Shen Lang.
The reason he also invited Shen Lang was to take the opportunity to teach that kid a good lesson.
Is that kid really that powerful? Zhang Wenji glared at a burly man in the corner. Yes, boss, that kid is too strong, and he's also very good at pretending to be tough.
The strong man said with a sad face. This strong man is named Lu Meng, and he is the same guy who led the group that blocked Shen Lang outside the Linya International building the day before yesterday.
Lu Meng is Zhang Wenji's bodyguard.
Zhang Wenji originally asked Lu Meng to beat Shen Lang up, but Lu Meng was beaten by Shen Lang and ended up in the hospital. Now he has a swollen face and a bandage on his head.
What a waste! Zhang Wenji was furious.
He just couldn't understand how someone as scrawny as Shen Lang could take down several strong men.
No matter. What? Zhang Wenji was not satisfied with this.
He said with a gloomy face, "Humph, I won't say any more nonsense.
This time I want to personally fix that kid. You better find me some reliable people this time."
Lu Meng quickly said, "Boss, I know a few powerful masters on the street.
They can definitely fix that kid." Then what are you still doing here? Hurry up and get in touch with me. Zhang Wenji yelled.
Okay, boss. Lu Meng nodded repeatedly and was about to leave when Zhang Wenji stopped him.
Wait a minute, I have another plan.
Zhang Wenji said with a cold face.
Chapter 34. I can't stand seeing people practicing taekwondo.
Shen Lang left the Peach Blossom community, took out his cell phone, and called Su Ruoxue.
Hello, Su, are you at home now? I'll be right back. Shen Lang said on the phone. On hearing this, Su Ruoxue was furious and snorted, "You still know how to come back?" Sorry, Miss Su, it was just an accident. Shen Lang didn't know how to explain it, and was a little embarrassed. I don't want you to explain, and I don't want to hear your explanation.
Zhang Wenji just called me and said he wants to invite us to dinner at noon. Su Ruoxue said indifferently.
Zhang Wenji? Shen Lang was stunned. Why would that impotent man invite him to dinner? Did you say yes? Zhang Wenji is my college classmate after all.
He was very adamant, so I had to agree to it for you.
Oh, by the way, he will pick us up in his car later, so you should hurry back.
After saying this, Su Ruoxue hung up the phone. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders. The kidney-deficient man invited himself to dinner, so he probably didn't mean well.
He didn't want to think about it.
If Zhang Wenji dared to provoke him, Shen Lang wouldn't mind giving him a lesson he would never forget. He took a taxi and returned to the villa.
As soon as Shen Lang walked into the house, a black Maserati stopped outside the villa gate. Zhang Wenji, dressed in a brown suit, walked out with a red face.
Su Ruoxue heard the sound of the car outside, and she also walked out of the villa hall. She was wearing a refreshing summer dress, with long, slender legs and fair skin, fresh and elegant, giving a feeling of being brightened. Zhang Wenji's eyes were fixed.
He still had not given up on Su Ruoxue. Zhang Wenji, come in and have a cup of tea. Su Ruoxue smiled and greeted Zhang Wenji. No need, I've already booked a table at the Kaihua Hotel. Let's go now. Zhang Wenji smiled. Zhang Wenji, you are too polite. Su Ruoxue's face was slightly embarrassed. Miss Su, please don't doubt my sincerity.
Mr. Shen, although we had a little argument last time, I hope you can forget about it.
Zhang Wenji looked at Shen Lang and smiled. Oh. Shen Lang shrugged. Get in the car.
Zhang Wenji opened the door to the passenger seat with great enthusiasm and smiled elegantly at Su Ruoxue, looking very cultivated. Shen Lang didn't say a word, and directly opened the back seat of the car, and without a trace, he pulled Su Ruoxue's tender white arm and sat down in the back seat together.
Su Ruoxue's heart jumped, and she quickly withdrew her arm, staring at Shen Lang with some embarrassment. Zhang Wenji saw that Su Ruoxue did not sit in the passenger seat, but instead sat in the back seat with Shen Lang. His face became a bit gloomy.
Zhang Wenji turned his head and looked at Shen Lang, revealing a trace of an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, if I don't teach you a good lesson this time, my name will be written upside down. After getting in the car, Zhang Wenji kept talking to the two of them, and he was so friendly. Shen Lang and Su Ruoxue kept nodding in agreement, without saying anything else. They felt that the atmosphere was very strange.
After leaving the villa area, the Maserati drove smoothly.
After about 20 minutes, it entered a relatively secluded alley. This old alley was not the only way, but it was a shortcut. There were very few people on the road, making it seem especially cold. As the Maserati was about to turn into the next corner, it suddenly stopped.
Zhang Wenji, what's wrong? Su Ruoxue asked curiously. Someone is blocking the road ahead.
There were 4 tattooed youths in front of the Maserati, looking sloppy, blocking the middle of the alley. One of them was holding a brick in his hand and staring at the people in the car with a sinister look. Su Ruoxue frowned, not expecting to encounter social misfits in this alley.
Let's call the police. Su Ruoxue didn't think about it for a moment, immediately taking out her phone to call the police. Wait. Let's see what they want first. Zhang Wenji, who was driving, looked very calm and collected. He stopped Su Ruoxue from calling the police. Zhang Wenji naturally wouldn't let Su Ruoxue call the police.
In fact, all of this was arranged by him. At his request, Lu Meng found 5 powerful thugs. Of course, Zhang Wenji not only wanted to deal with Shenlang, but also wanted to show off in front of Su Ruoxue. On the way to the Kaihua Hotel, there is a secluded path. He asked the 5 experts Lu Meng found to stage a scene where the 5 of them block the Maserati and pretend to rob Shenlang of his money and his woman, taking the opportunity to beat him up. After Shenlang was brutally beaten, Zhang Wenji would step in to settle the score. In order to achieve the best results, Zhang Wenji also briefed Lu Meng on how he would strike, and asked the other party to cooperate.
Although Zhang Wenji is weak in the kidneys, he has practiced Taekwondo since childhood and is quite good. Taekwondo is a magnificent fighting technique, so Zhang Wenji was prepared to demonstrate a flying roundhouse kick in front of Su Ruoxue. Of course, the back kick is very difficult. If there is no opponent to cooperate with, it may be a big embarrassment to kick in the air. Therefore, Zhang Wenji has long since let Lu Meng communicate with the person, and a person wearing a black vest will cooperate with him to perform the back kick. This is a 3-pronged approach. First, he can see the beaten-up Shenlang with his own eyes. Second, he can show off in front of Su Ruoxue. Third, he can show Shenlang how powerful he is. But what puzzled Zhang Wenji was that none of the 4 people in front of him were wearing black vests. It was already this late, and Zhang Wenji didn't have time to call and ask again. He guessed that the master wearing the black vest might have left temporarily. After all, the original plan was for 5 masters to come and beat Shenlang, but there were only 4 in front of him. Zhang Wenji suddenly turned his head and looked at Shenlang in the back seat, and said seriously, "This kind of thing should be left to us men to handle. I practiced Taekwondo since I was a child, and I'm pretty good at it. These punks can be easily scared off. Shenlang, let's go down and take a look." Shenlang shrugged his shoulders and had no opinion, so he simply got out of the car with Zhang Wenji. "Buddy, lend me some money." A young man looked at Zhang Wenji with a malicious look. Zhang Wenji's eyes lit up, thinking that the play was not bad, but did you make a mistake? The communication was previously targeted at Shenlang, but why is it targeted at me? Zhang Wenji desperately blinked at the young man across from him. "What the fuck are you blinking at? Are you fucking deaf? I said give me some money to spend," the tattooed youth said in a carefree manner. Zhang Wenji looked a little embarrassed and thought to himself, Lu Meng, that idiot, why didn't he communicate with these experts in front of him properly? He made these experts not even understand the details. "Shenlang, I'll leave it to you." Zhang Wenji tried every means to get Shenlang to do it. "Zhang Wenji, I'm not as good as you. Haven't you practiced Taekwondo?" Shenlang laughed. He was no pushover. "Fuck. I can't stand people who practice Taekwondo. Let's beat him up." The tattooed youth said this and rushed towards Zhang Wenji. The other 3 also rushed towards Zhang Wenji. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Wenji was a little confused, and then he became furious. He thought that Lu Meng had brought a bunch of idiots who couldn't even act. It could also be that the other party hinted that he should act first. Zhang Wenji was determined that he could only perform in advance. Chapter 35, What's Wrong with You? Because Zhang Wenji had made a fool of himself in the Western restaurant before, he had given Su Ruoxue a bad impression, and perhaps Su Ruoxue had developed a certain prejudice against kidney-deficient patients. Zhang Wenji couldn't wait to show Su Ruoxue that, compared to Shenlang, this white-faced boy, he was the real man, and his taekwondo was still very fierce. Zhang Wenji shouted, and his body suddenly rotated 360 degrees forward. His right leg spun up at high speed with his body, and his body soared into the air, completing a gorgeous drifting spin in midair. His left leg spun out a leg quickly. An unusually fierce left cross kick struck the tattooed youth's face. Shenlang's mouth revealed a hint of mockery, and he was a bit suspicious that Zhang Wenji was mentally retarded. A backflip kick requires a lot of strength. How much strength can Zhang Wenji's hollowed-out body kick out? How dare he show off at this level?
The result was that although Zhang Wenji's gorgeous move was performed, it was full of flaws, and it was not even clear whether it could hit anyone. However, Zhang Wenji saw that he had used the backflip roundhouse kick, and a look of smugness appeared on his face, because he didn't care about the power of the move at all. But what Zhang Wenji never expected was that the tattooed guy on the other side did not pretend to be kicked away, but instead stepped forward, picked up a brick, and smashed it hard at Zhang Wenji's crotch.
A muffled sound. Ah!
Zhang Wenji's face contorted, and he let out a horrifying scream, as if he had been horribly frightened, his voice exceptionally shrill. In that instant, Zhang Wenji felt a gust of wind between his legs, and before he could react, he was hit hard in the crotch. Bang! Zhang Wenji fell heavily to the ground, writhing in pain, and wondered if he had just been castrated.
Damn it, I can't stand pretentious people. Brothers, beat him up.
The other three also rushed up and surrounded Zhang Wenji and beat him up.
Zhang Wenji wanted to die. What kind of people did Lu Meng hire? I'm Zhang Wenji. Are you sick? You let him beat up that kid, but why are you beating me? Zhang Wenji yelled and pointed at Shen Lang.
But Zhang Wenji was met with a storm of blows.
You've got the wrong guy, Zhang
Wenji wailed like a ghost, but the young thugs were even more excited, and the more they fought, the more fierce they became. Shen Lang originally thought that Zhang Wenji was trying to trick him in some way, but it didn't seem to be the case. He didn't want to think about it, so he just watched the show. Su Ruoxue was worried. She quickly opened the car door and exclaimed, "Calm down, don't hit anyone." Shen Lang calmly walked up to her and said with a smile, "Ms. Su, it's dangerous outside, you'd better stay in the car."
Su Ruoxue was speechless. At this time, this guy could still laugh. But Zhang Wenji. Okay, get in the car. I'll take care of things. Shen Lang pushed Su Ruoxue into the car and closed the door. Shen Lang, don't just stand there. Su Ruoxue was anxious. She wanted to ask Shen Lang to help, but she couldn't get the words out. She had no reason to ask Shen Lang to help. Shen Lang was already unhappy with Zhang Wenji, so he wouldn't go help. Who could blame him for being angry with this retard who just used a flying roundhouse kick to show off? The beating lasted for 3 whole minutes before the group of people left. Ouch, it hurts like hell.
Zhang Wenji's nose was bleeding, his body was covered in bruises, and he looked miserable. His wallet had also been stolen.
Zhang Wenji, are you okay?
Su Ruoxue hurriedly got out of the car and helped Zhang Wenji up.
Zhang Wenji wanted to die, thinking to himself, do I look like I'm okay? Mr. Zhang, how could you be so careless? Shen Lang smiled.
Seeing Shen Lang's sarcasm, Zhang Wenji flew into a rage. "Shen Lang, you son of a bitch, wait for me, I won't let you live if I don't kill you."
Zhang Wenji, calm down. I'll take you to the hospital right now.
Su Ruoxue immediately took out her cell phone from her pocket and was about to dial 120. At this moment, a Wuling Hongguang van roared to a stop on the side of the alley. The door opened and 4 or 5 muscular men with colorful tattoos got out of the car, one of them wearing a black vest. The driver was Lu Meng, and something had gone wrong with the plan Zhang Wenji had told him about. The thugs Lu Meng called were unfamiliar with the old alley and had just realized that they had taken the wrong road. Now that he had rushed over, Lu Meng saw Zhang Wenji lying on the ground with blood all over his face. He was shocked and hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. Lu Meng ran over and saw Zhang Wenji with a swollen and bruised face and bloody nose.
He was shocked and said, "Boss, what happened to you? I'll fuck you up."
Zhang Wenji was so angry that he wanted to devour Lu Meng alive.
What the hell is going on? I told you to beat up Shen Lang, not me.
Zhang Wenji was in no mood to pretend anymore, and yelled at Lu Meng. Lu Meng's face turned slightly embarrassed. "Boss, the friends I brought here are not familiar with this alley, and just took the wrong road."
Zhang Wenji realized it then. No wonder none of the 4 men were wearing black vests. In other words, the 4 people just now were not hired experts and actors, and I was beaten up so stupidly? Zhang Wenji was furious. He yelled at Lu Meng, "Lu Meng, I'm going to kill you. Look at what you've done. Help me up." "Yes."
Lu Meng replied in a trembling voice, and quickly went over to help Zhang Wenji up. He still hadn't figured out how Zhang Wenji had been beaten. The 5 thugs behind him also looked at each other, confused.
Su Ruoxue stood up and leaned slightly towards Shenlang, asking in a suspicious tone, Zhang Wenji, what's going on? Humph. Zhang Wenji's face was dark and he looked at the 5 thugs behind Lu Meng, then pointed at Shenlang and shouted, what are you still standing there for? It's this kid. Hurry up and get on me. The 5 thugs looked at me and I looked at them. They quickly got into the mood and surrounded Shenlang with ill intent. What do you want? Su Ruoxue's pretty face showed a hint of panic, and then she looked at Zhang Wenji, calm down. Miss Su, don't say any more nonsense. Stand behind me. Shenlang walked up and whispered in Su Ruoxue's ear. Su Ruoxue's face turned pale, and she was so scared that she had to obediently stand behind Shenlang. Shenlang had already seen that the sudden situation just now should have been a scene arranged by Zhang Wenji, but for some reason it had suddenly gone wrong. Now Zhang Wenji is furious and directly ordered someone to clean up himself. Shenlang also knows that guy, Lu Meng, who he had beaten up before. Zhang Wenji had no good intentions when he first invited him. Anyway, Shenlang hates trouble, so it's good to be able to solve this kind of annoying thing quickly. Kill this kid. Hit him as hard as you can. Zhang Wenji roared in a fit of anger. Chapter 36 Master. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, we'll take care of it. The burly man in charge of the group replied in a deep voice. He had a huge skull tattooed on his left arm and a tiger head tattooed on his right arm, giving him a fierce and sinister appearance. To show his loyalty to Zhang Wenji, the burly man glanced at Shenlang, quickly stepped forward, placed his right hand on his shoulder, and said contemptuously, Kid, kneel down quickly and apologize to Mr. Zhang first. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when you break your arms and legs later. Zhang Wenji's mood improved a lot when he heard this, thinking that this master was sensible. There's so much nonsense, I'd better start first. Shenlang twisted his neck. As soon as the words fell, Shenlang kicked out a foot without any frills. The burly man had not yet reacted when he was kicked by Shenlang, and he took off in a graceful flight. He flew more than 10 meters, and just in front of him was a big tree. The burly man smashed into the trunk of the tree, face down in the mud. Shenlang slowly withdrew his right leg and sneered, I'm sorry, I just hit you a little too hard. Seeing this, the other 4 thugs gasped in shock, and everyone's face was full of disbelief. Shenlang in front of them was of average build and not very strong, but he was able to easily kick a 1.9 meter tall, beefy man like a bull flying more than 10 meters. Is this the power that a human being can have? The key is how strong the leader of the 4 thugs is. This burly man is called Snake Brother, and he is the elite fighter of the Hualong Gang, an underground force in Huahai City. A fighter of this caliber is not comparable to an ordinary social scoundrel. It's no joke that even a guy like Snake Brother was kicked more than 10 meters away. If it were them, they would have been kicked into the treetops. Therefore, as soon as the burly man was knocked down, they completely lost their fighting spirit. Shenlang also intentionally controlled the strength of his blows. If he had used his full strength, an ordinary person would not have been able to withstand his blows. However, it is normal to break a few ribs, which will be a good lesson for this guy. Brother Snake, are you okay? A short-haired thug hurriedly helped the burly man who had fallen into the mud to his feet. The burly man's mouth was still bleeding, and he was sitting on the ground, weak, with several broken ribs and his face covered in mud. Brother, please spare my life. We were also entrusted by someone, and we don't want to get involved with you. Please spare us. Brother Snake was full of fear, and he begged Shenlang for mercy, trembling all over. He knew he had messed with the wrong person. Brother Snake had been in the underground world for many years and knew that there were certain masters who had physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Brother Snake didn't dare to be sure, but he was sure that Shenlang in front of him was definitely someone he couldn't offend. Shenlang raised his eyebrows and said, Not bad, you're smart. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't fight you. Get out of here. Yes. Snake Brother's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Snake gave a wink to the 4 thugs standing next to him, hurry up and leave. 2 thugs carried Snake Brother and quickly left the scene. Snake Brother had already cursed Lu Meng and Zhang Wenji's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Not only did he not get any money, he had to pay a lot of medical expenses, and the key was that he almost got a demon. Seeing the 5 thugs running away like they had shit in their pants, Zhang Wenji opened his mouth wide, a little unable to react to the situation. Lu Meng's heart was already trembling.
Even Snake Brother, a master, couldn't deal with this kid, which was enough to show a problem.
No wonder this kid is so fearless.
He turned out to be such a master.
Today I really hit a brick wall. Boss, this kid is too powerful.
We should still apologize to him.
Lu Meng whispered to Zhang Wenji.
If he doesn't apologize to Shen Lang, he has a bad feeling about what will happen to him and Zhang Wenji.
Fuck you. Do I fear him? Zhang Wenji was furious. He could not swallow this humiliation.
Lu Meng thought to himself, if you're not afraid of him, you go yourself, I don't want to go to the hospital again. Before he could think about it, Shen Lang had already walked towards Zhang Wenji.
You, don't come over.
Mr. Shin, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, you'll be in big trouble.
Zhang Wenji took a few steps back, trembling all over, showing a look of horror. Really? Shen Lang was running out of patience.
He was the type of person who would not offend others unless they offended him first, and if they did, he would double the offense. Just as Shen Lang was about to teach Zhang Wenji a lesson he would never forget, Su Ruoxue suddenly grabbed Shen Lang's clothes from behind and said, Shen Lang, don't be impulsive.
Zhang Wenji is my classmate.
Seeing the woman's complex expression, Shen Lang sighed and looked at Zhang Wenji expressionlessly. For the sake of Su Ruoxue, I'll let you go this time.
If you dare to cause trouble for me next time, I'll let you know the consequences.
Zhang Wenji was extremely unwilling in his heart, and was about to scold him, but when he saw Shen Lang's angry eyes, he was scared and suddenly stopped talking.
Let's go. Shen Lang took Su Ruoxue's hand and walked out of the alley. Su Ruoxue couldn't help but ask, why did Zhang Wenji? Shen Lang sneered, Mr. Su, do you think Zhang Wenji really wanted to invite us to dinner? He just wanted to put on a show and deal with me at the same time. I just don't know why it didn't work out, and then he got angry and directly ordered people to target me. Shen Lang said these things, and Su Ruoxue could also guess vaguely. She had naively thought that Zhang Wenji really wanted to make peace, but she never imagined that Zhang Wenji's mind was so narrow. Anyway, the matter is now resolved, so don't think too much about it, Mr. Su. Shen Lang said with a smile. Su Ruoxue was silent. She didn't understand why this man could always remain so calm. But one thing she did understand was why her grandfather had said that Shen Lang was extraordinary. His skills are definitely top-notch among bodyguards, and she really underestimated him. Su Ruoxue always felt that Shen Lang had something hidden, but she didn't want to ask too much. Mr. Su, what are you thinking? Shen Lang asked with a smile. I'm not thinking about anything. In the future, don't cause me any trouble, and don't use violence so easily. Su Ruoxue said with a pout. Shen Lang was a little depressed and said, I don't like being bullied. If someone bullies me, I will naturally fight back. Of course, you are an exception. Su Ruoxue was a bit speechless and snorted, it sounds like I often bully you. Is it not enough? Mr. Su, men also have self-esteem, so don't casually trample on it. Shen Lang said helplessly. Su Ruoxue could not refute this. She thought that she had too many preconceptions about Shen Lang before, and even now she still did. Chapter 37, A Date with a Beauty. Let's not talk about this. Let's go back. Su Ruoxue changed the subject. Okay. Shen Lang shrugged his shoulders, stopped a taxi on the side of the road, and the two of them got into the car and returned to the Yuha Villa complex. It was almost 2 p.m. Shen Lang hadn't eaten all day and was really hungry. Opening the door, Su Ruoxue was sitting on the sofa. She had thought a lot about what had happened, took a deep breath, and said, Shen Lang, although Zhang Wenji was at fault for what happened today, I beg you to cause me less trouble in the future. Shen Lang smiled and said, okay, I know. My lovely boss, you should hurry up and cook. It's almost 2 o'clock, and I'm starving. Su Ruoxue was so angry that she dared to order her around. Who does this guy think he is? Although she was upset on the surface, Su Ruoxue still put on her apron and went to the kitchen to cook. She had already bought all the ingredients in the morning, including pork ribs, beef, pork, broccoli, green beans, and other vegetables and meat. In fact, this was the first time Su Ruoxue had cooked for a man. The president of the prestigious Aya International Fashion Group actually cooked for a man. I'm afraid that many men would envy Shen Lang if they saw this scene. After half an hour of hard work, the dishes were served. The smell was good, but I didn't know how it tasted. Su Ruoxue brought the last dish and said, it's ready, you can eat it. Oh. Shen Lang immediately walked over from the sofa and sat down at the table. A woman who is willing to cook for herself is somewhat touching to Shen Lang. He picked up a piece of fish and said with a smile, "This looks pretty good. I'll try it." After saying that, he put it in his mouth. Su Ruoxue glanced at Shen Lang and couldn't help but ask, "How does it taste?" "Well, it's just a so-so." Shen Lang put down his chopsticks and said. Su Ruoxue frowned, a little angry, picked up the plate, "Then I'll pour it." Shen Lang grabbed it with one hand and picked up another piece of fish, tasting it as he said, "What's wrong with it? It's not like it's inedible. If it's not good, then don't eat it, I'll eat it myself." Su Ruoxue said with a pout. She doesn't cook often, but her cooking isn't bad. Shen Lang sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly coaxed, "I was joking with you, Su Zong, your dishes are the best." Su Ruoxue's pretty face was cold and indifferent, and she ignored Shen Lang, eating her meal on her own. Shen Lang was too lazy to make trouble for himself, and began to deal with the table of dishes in front of him. Although Su Ruoxue didn't say anything, she was already silently reflecting on what the man had said. She knew that her cooking was not very good, but Shen Lang still ate it with gratitude, giving her enough face. Su Ruoxue now thinks that Shen Lang's attitude towards her is really very good, and she always likes to find fault with Shen Lang. Although she doesn't have any feelings for this man, she still plans to change this habit of hers. "I'm sorry it wasn't delicious. I'll try to make it better next time." After saying this, Su Ruoxue immediately got up, took the bowl and chopsticks, and walked into the kitchen. Her face was still a little flushed. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment and almost suspected that something was wrong with his ears. What's wrong with this iceberg? How could he say such gentle and beautiful words? I have to say, Su Ruoxue's temper is also quite strange. She usually has a cold and indifferent appearance, but occasionally she also shows a cute side, which is really unpredictable. Today is Sunday, but there is a lot going on. However, Su Ruoxue is still a busy person, and in the afternoon, she is still at home dealing with some company chores. Shen Lang was very idle. It wasn't until the evening that he received a call from Lin Kaier. "Hello, Shen Lang, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to dinner." The voice of Lin Kaier came from the other end of the phone, a little embarrassed. "Yes, but I'll treat you." Shen Lang chuckled. He knew that Lin Kaier had been living very frugally recently, and besides, how could he let a girl invite him to dinner? "No, I must invite you," Lin Kaier said seriously. "Well, okay." Since she was so determined, Shen Lang had no choice but to agree. Lin Kaier's mouth curved. "Okay, Brother Lang, you choose the location." Shen Lang didn't hesitate, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go to the bar street. I haven't been to a bar in a long time." "Okay." The two agreed on a time and place, 6 p.m. at the Dream Bar on Bar Street. After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang looked at the time and saw that it was already 5:15. Shen Lang took a shower and put on a casual suit in a checkered pattern by Givenchy. He looked cool and somewhat aristocratic. After fixing his hair, Shen Lang looked in the mirror and arranged a few broken strands. "Damn, I'm really fucking handsome." He walked out of the bedroom and Su Ruoxue happened to be downstairs. "Right, Mr. Su, I have something to do tonight, so I need to borrow your car." Shen Lang smiled at Su Ruoxue. Seeing Shen Lang dressed so formally and brightly, Su Ruoxue asked suspiciously, "Where are you going dressed like that at night?" "I have a date with a beautiful woman." Shen Lang smiled. Su Ruoxue's expression was slightly unnatural, and she smiled lightly. "Really? I wonder which beauty has such bad taste that she would actually go on a date with you." Shen Lang's face turned black. "Can't this girl say something nice?" "Ms. Su, this is just dinner, not a date. Besides, this is my private business." "Ms. Su, you seem to be over-concerned." Shen Lang smiled. Hearing that it was just a normal dinner, Su Ruoxue was relieved. But Su Ruoxue soon began to blame herself. It was none of her business that this guy was dating other women. Did she care about this man? No, that's impossible. Su Ruoxue snorted, "Don't get me wrong, I just don't like it when a man casually hooks up with a woman. I said it was dinner, not flirting." Shen Lang was a bit speechless. Su Ruoxue shrugged and threw the car keys on the coffee table to Shen Lang. Shen Lang grabbed the keys and smiled, "Thank you." He walked out of the villa and went to the garage. Su Ruoxue has two cars.
The one she usually drives is an Audi A5 convertible, and there is also a small Audi A3. They are not expensive cars. Lin Kaier probably knew the Audi A5 that Su Ruoxue usually drove.
To avoid any misunderstandings, Shen Lang drove the slightly smaller Audi A3 away from the villa complex.
Shen Lang had said on the phone that he was going to pick up Lin Kaier. Lin Kaier lives in the Peach Blossom community, which is a relatively old community.
Lin Kaier rents a house in the community and lives a self-reliant life.
The Audi drove into the entrance of the community, and Shen Lang saw a girl standing outside the community. She was petite and cute, with a fair and beautiful face, giving the impression of a little sister next door. Lin Kaier was wearing makeup when she went out. Her face was exquisite and impeccable, wearing a sky blue dress. Her white legs were clearly exposed under the skirt. Her simple and refreshing dress made people's eyes shine.
Chapter 38. What happened?
Shen Lang opened the car door and smiled. Kaier, get in the car. It was the first time a man had called her so intimately, and when she saw the handsome man smiling at her, her heart skipped a beat.
Lin Kaier nodded lightly and immediately got into the car.
Around 6 o'clock, the bar street in Huahai City was brightly lit and bustling with people. The bar street is located in a commercial street section in the city center, with rows of entertainment venues full of people. A group of young men and women of all kinds come and go, and you can see girls wearing revealing and sexy clothes from time to time.
The Audi parked outside the entrance to the Dream Bar.
Lin Kaier basically doesn't come to places like this very often, except for the company's dinner party once or twice, but the environment seems to be pretty good here.
This bar is different from the noisy and vulgar bars.
The interior decoration is very exquisite and the quality is quite high, but the atmosphere of the bar is still strong and the DJ music is still very loud.
The two of them found a seat. Lin Kaier thought it was quite novel and asked with a smile, "Brother Lang, do you often come to places like this?"
Shen Lang said, "I used to come to the bar when I was upset, but I haven't been here in a long time."
"I'm sorry, did I upset you?"
Lin Kaier said, a little panicked.
"What are you thinking? I'm just happy that a beautiful girl asked me out to dinner." Shen Lang shook his head and smiled. Lin Kaier lowered her head a little bit, blushing, and asked with courage, "Brother Lang, do you have a girlfriend?" "No,"
Shen Lang said very decisively. "I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a fake fiancé."
Lin Kaier's heart was a little excited.
Shen Lang didn't have a girlfriend, which meant that she still had a chance.
Looking at Lin Kaier's silly expression, Shen Lang picked up the menu and asked with a smile, "What do you want to eat?"
"Whatever."
Lin Kaier's mouth curved into a nice arc.
She should have asked, but Lin Kaier enjoyed the feeling of Shen Lang taking the initiative. It was Shen Lang who gave her a new life. Although she had just escaped from Lin Shifu's entanglement, Lin Kaier felt like a bird that had broken free of its cage, free and easy, and in an exceptionally good mood. "Waiter, 2 orders of spaghetti and 2 margaritas with tequila."
Shen Lang called the waiter to take their order.
Soon, the pasta and cocktails were served.
Lin Kaier and Shen Lang chatted while eating.
Just when they were halfway through their meal, Shen Lang's phone suddenly rang. When he took out his phone, it was a familiar number.
"Sorry, Kaier, I have to take this call." Shen Lang apologized to Lin Kaier. "It's okay."
Lin Kaier smiled. Shen Lang quickly walked out of the bar and dialed.
"Hello, little sister, what's up?"
"Brother, I've already found out about Luo Tianyao, the person you asked me to look into last time.
This person is indeed not simple.
His grandfather is a lieutenant general and deputy chief of staff of the Chinese Navy, and he has 2 5-star masters under his command." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone.
Shen Lang's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect Su Ruoxue's ex-fiancée to have such a hard background. It's really not easy to get started. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for helping me find out the information,"
Shen Lang said gratefully.
"Don't be polite with me."
"Brother, Luo Tianyao is still in Mexico doing business with drug lords.
If you think this guy is a problem, I can help you get rid of him. Don't be impulsive.
Since that guy has a military background, if you kill him, it won't be easy to explain to Longton."
"Let me handle it," Shen Lang said in a deep voice. "Okay. By the way, Lang, what are you doing right now? Why did you take so long to answer the phone?" asked Yi Lian. "I was having dinner with a beautiful woman." Shen Lang answered honestly. Elian raised her eyebrows and jokingly said, "Brother, isn't your style to go straight to the room with the beautiful woman? How can you be patient enough to accompany her to dinner?" Shen Lang's throat choked, and he coughed and said, "Where did you get that idea? Do I look like a person who is that casual? Anyway, I'm not a casual person." The two started chatting on the phone. Suddenly, Shen Lang saw Lin Kaya running out of the door of the dream bar in a panic, as if she had run into some trouble. "Little bitch, you really have no shame. How dare you mess with our brother Fei? Stop right there." Two burly men in black vests chased after Lin Kaya, looking displeased. Shen Lang frowned and hurriedly said on the phone, "Xiaolian, I'll call you later. Something seems to have happened here." After that, Shen Lang hung up the phone and ran towards Lin Kaya. "Kaya, what happened?" Shen Lang asked hurriedly. "Brother Lang, you should go now. Don't worry about me." Lin Kaya shook her head desperately. Lin Kaya was about to run away, but was caught by Shen Lang's arm. "Kaya, you can't solve the problem by not telling me anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lang saw a man in a brown suit running out of the bar, covered in red wine and bleeding from his forehead, yelling at Lin Kaya in a rage, "Little bitch, you still want to run? This place is full of my men." The man was about 1.9 meters tall, with a burly build, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and sharpness. Standing there, with a group of henchmen at his side, he looked like a gangster boss, and his aura was a bit intimidating. Shen Lang glanced at the man, and with his social experience, he guessed most of the story. The wound on the man's head was probably caused by Lin Kaya hitting him with a wine bottle. As for the reason, it was self-evident. The man in the suit was named Li Fei, the third in command of the Wahaishi-based underground gang, the Hualong Gang, which managed 7 or 8 entertainment venues on Bar Street. When Li Fei came to the Dream Bar for an inspection in the evening, he accidentally discovered Lin Kaya, who was dressed in a pure and innocent manner that made people's eyes light up. He was used to seeing those flirtatious women, so he suddenly became interested. He asked Lin Kaya to drink with him, but she refused. Li Fei was in a bad mood today, so he forced Lin Kaya to drink with him, trying to get her drunk. Under coercion, Lin Kaya drank a bottle of red wine with tears in her eyes. Seeing Lin Kaya's weak and vulnerable appearance, Li Fei immediately had evil intentions. He was about to push her down on the sofa, but Lin Kaya, with courage she didn't know where to come from, grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on Li Fei's forehead. Then, she ran out in a panic. Li Fei was naturally furious. He had been with countless women and had even slept with second- and third-rate celebrities, but he had never expected Lin Kaya to be so ungrateful. "Brother Lang, you better run." Lin Kaya looked extremely flustered. "Don't worry, follow me." Shen Lang grabbed Lin Kaya's hand, glanced at the guys chasing after them, and immediately ran towards the parking lot on the right. Shen Lang had already guessed what was going on. With his skills, there was no need to run at all. He just wanted to find a quieter place to deal with these guys. There were too many people in the bar, so it was definitely not an option. When they got to the parking lot, Shen Lang opened the door of the Audi A3. "What are you still doing? Get in," Shen Lang urged. Lin Kaya's face turned pale. She didn't want to get Shen Lang into trouble because of her, but since things had already turned out like this, she couldn't think of any other way. So she had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Shen Lang and Lin Zai sat in the driver's seat, glanced at the guys chasing them, immediately shifted into gear, and stepped on the gas. The Audi car sped forward. Steering the car left and right, the Audi A3 seemed to have eyes of its own, and in a few breaths, it had driven out of the crowded parking lot. "Catch up with that guy," Li Fei shouted. A group of thugs got into their cars and chased after the Audi driven by Shen Lang. Li Fei went to the parking lot and drove his beloved Porsche 911 out, chasing after it like a madman. Shen Lang was not driving fast, and when he saw the white Porsche 911 in the rearview mirror, he knew that he would definitely be caught up by the other party. Shen Lang's driving skills were completely fine. He just wanted to lead these people to a more secluded place to deal with the aftermath. Chapter 39, Drag Racing. "Sorry, it's all my fault." Lin Kaya had tears in her eyes. "No, you're not wrong. It's me who should be blamed. I shouldn't have brought you to a place like this." Shen Lang shook his head. "Brother Lang, let's call the police," Lin Kaya said hurriedly. "I will handle this matter," Shen Lang said indifferently. "How will you handle it?"
Lin Kaier was full of worry. You just wait.
Shen Lang replied. He looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the white Porsche had already caught up.
With Shen Lang's driving skills, even with a much less powerful Audi A3, he could still outrun the Porsche.
However, he didn't plan to really run away.
He just wanted to lead these people to a secluded place to deal with the aftermath. Soon, they reached an empty and quiet road section, and the Porsche caught up with them, followed closely by the minivan driven by the group of thugs behind them.
Li Fei in the Porsche smiled smugly, took out his cell phone and called the thugs in the car next to him, "You drive," and head straight for the kid and ram into him. After giving the order, one of the henchmen drove a Wuling Hongguang van and rammed it into Shen Lang's Audi. Shen Lang grinned and said to Lin Kaier, "Next to him, hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lang turned the steering wheel sharply to the right, hit the brakes, and the Audi A3 performed a cool drift, drifting to the right rear and turning the body 180 degrees. Lin Kaier was startled and couldn't help but scream. The van hit an empty space and crashed into a utility pole on the side of the road, shattering the windows. The Audi A3 stopped intact on the side of the road. Shen Lang grabbed Lin Kaier's hand and got out of the car. The Porsche and several other cars stopped, and Li Fei and a group of thugs surrounded Shen Lang and Lin Kaier. What do you want?" Lin Kaier said in a panic. "Don't worry." Shen Lang grabbed Lin Kaier's small hand. "Kid, you're very brave. Don't you know who I am? Are the brain-dead who play the hero and save the beauty still around these days?" Li Fei's mouth revealed a hint of contempt. "Gee, I really don't know what you are." Shen Lang laughed. "What did you say?" Li Fei was furious. In Huahai City, apart from a few people, no one else dared to say such things to him. "Kid, are you fucking tired of living? You dare to be so arrogant in front of me, you want to die. I'll kill you if I want to." A group of Mazi servants shouted angrily. Lin Kaier's pretty face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth and said to Li Fei, "I'll go with you. This has nothing to do with him." "Humph. It would have been better if you had decided this way earlier, but now it's not possible. Such an arrogant kid, if I don't show him a little color, I won't be able to swallow this." Li Fei sneered. Looking at this weak figure blocking in front of him, Shen Lang smiled slightly. This girl is kind and lovely, really good. If he didn't have a fiancée, Shen Lang would have wanted to make her his woman. Shen Lang pulled Lin Kaier back to his side and asked Li Fei in a neutral tone, "Okay, what do you want?" Li Fei glanced at the Audi A3 next to Shen Lang and said, "I don't like to use violence to bully ordinary people. Kid, I just saw that your driving skills are not bad. I can give you a chance. Let's go for a drive. We'll start here and go to Huahai Bridge." Li Fei's hobby is racing, and he is also very famous in the racing circles of the entire Huahai City. Not many people are his opponents. The car skills that Shen Lang just showed off made Li Fei a little itchy, and he couldn't help but want to try a race with Shen Lang. "Okay." Shen Lang's mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. "According to our rules, there is always a bet when racing. If I win, you will kneel down and give me 3 kowtows. And the woman next to you will be mine." Li Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. Shen Lang's face turned cold, glanced at the white Porsche 911, shrugged his shoulders, "Okay. But if I win, I'll smash your car to pieces, how about that?" Li Fei was stunned, as were the group of thugs behind him. "Smash Fei's car? What kind of bet is this? Is this kid a little bit crazy?" "Ha, who cares, this kid will definitely have to kowtow to Fei. Shit, with that piece of junk Audi A3, he can't even catch up with a Porsche 911. Li Fei looked at Shen Lang with a hint of mockery, turned around, opened the door of the Porsche, and got in. Lin Kaier was panicked. She didn't understand where Shen Lang got his confidence from. Maybe he wanted to take her away with him in the car. No matter what, Lin Kaier felt that she owed Shen Lang a debt of gratitude. She had always been causing trouble for him. Li Fei was not worried at all that Shen Lang would dare to escape. The members of the Hualong gang were all over the city of Huahai, so even if Shen Lang really ran, he would be caught in minutes. Shen Lang took Lin Kaier's hand and got into the Audi A3. "Are you really going to race him?" Lin Kaier couldn't help but ask. "Let's try." Shen Lang nodded, wanting to see how far he could push the Audi, just for fun. "Shen Lang, let's run. There are too many of them. Even if we win, they won't let us go."
Lin Kyer said with her teeth clenched.
Okay, then I won't race.
Shen Lang glanced at Lin Kyer and raised the corner of his mouth. Lin Kyer couldn't help but be stunned, a little confused about what Shen Lang meant. Before she could think about it, the two cars had already sped off. The sound of the roaring engine was deafening, and the modified Porsche 911's powerful acceleration quickly left the Audi behind, speeding off into the distance. The group of maids also got into several cars and drove out quickly, heading straight for the Huahai Bridge.
Shen Lang drove slowly behind them. Lin Kyer didn't understand what Shen Lang was thinking. He wasn't racing, so why was he driving so slowly? These idiots, isn't there a shortcut to the Huahai Bridge? As soon as the words were out, Shen Lang turned the steering wheel to the right and turned into an alley. Poof! Lin Kyer was a little bit unable to laugh or cry. She never thought that Shen Lang's idea would be like this. I'll listen to you. I'm not going to speed tonight. I'm afraid I'll scare you. Shen Lang smiled at Lin Kyer, showing his white teeth. Li Fei was speeding ahead, and the Audi was long gone from the rearview mirror. Brother Fei, that kid turned into a side street. A horseboy called Li Fei on the phone. What? Fuck, I've been tricked. Li Fei's face turned pale. Not long after, Shen Lang drove up the Huanghai Bridge from the side road. After a few minutes, Li Fei arrived at the Huahai Bridge in his Porsche, followed closely by two vans. As the third in command of the Hualong gang, no one had ever dared to play such a trick on him. Li Fei was furious and had no mood to race. Shen Lang got out of the car and said with a smile, I won. You cheated, how can you still call it a win? Seeing Shen Lang's mocking look, Li Fei was furious. You only said who got there first, and there was no rule about which road to take. I got there first, so I won. Shen Lang sneered. Chapter 40, let's hear you say Grandpa. Kid, you dare to act like a tough guy? You want to die? Can you win by taking a shortcut? Dare to tease Brother Fei, let's go and kill him. A group of Li Fei's henchmen roared in anger. Shen Lang looked calm and composed, not afraid of anything. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. He was always very accurate in judging people, and he always felt that Shen Lang was not simple. Compared to the group of young men around him who only know how to shout and kill, Li Fei actually appreciates young people like Shen Lang who have courage and intelligence. For a moment, his anger subsided, and Li Fei had the idea of recruiting him. Although the beautiful woman next to Shen Lang is very pure and pretty, women are just playthings. Little brothers are different. In a critical moment, little brothers may be able to save their own lives. Brother, I think we should just forget about this. We can be friends. Li Fei said with a smile, and took out a delicate box from his pocket. He took out a cigar from the box and threw it to Shen Lang. I quit smoking a long time ago. Shen Lang casually threw the cigar away. He didn't want to deal with this guy. Seeing Shen Lang being so ungrateful, Li Fei's smile instantly froze, and the anger that had just subsided came rushing back. Oh, you haven't forgotten, have you? We just made a bet. If I win, I'll smash your car. Shen Lang smiled. The other bikers looked at Shen Lang with dumbfounded expressions. They had seen arrogant people before, but never one as arrogant as this kid. Damn it, you dare to tease Brother Fei? I'm going to waste you. One of the henchmen rushed towards Shen Lang. Get back here. Who told you to do that? Li Fei said coldly. His own brothers are really easily carried away by anger. These low-IQ lackeys who only know how to act on impulse are usually good for nothing except waving flags and flattering behind the scenes. Shen Lang was arrogant, but Li Fei felt that he was different and wanted to recruit him. Soon as Li Fei spoke, the thug who had been shouting for a fight and blood retreated embarrassedly. Brother, I'll tell you what, I'll give you this Porsche 911. As long as you're with me, you'll have all the money and women you can eat. Li Fei laughed. Shen Lang said he wanted to smash his own car. Li Fei thought Shen Lang was interested in his car, so he simply offered him such an olive branch. According to what you said, this car is mine? Shen Lang asked with a smile. Yes, it's yours. Li Fei smiled and thought to himself that people are greedy for money. After being in the underworld for a long time, he has a deep understanding that almost everyone is controlled by money. As long as you get involved, you will get deeper and deeper, and it will be easier for you to control yourself. Okay.
Shen Lang smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He let go of Lin Kaier in his arms and walked over.
Lin Kaier's face froze. Shen Lang wouldn't really want to join the underground forces, would he?
Shen Lang walked to the trunk of the Audi and took out a large wrench.
Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Shen Lang walked over to the Porsche sports car. Shen Lang picked up the large wrench and smashed it down on the car door. Boom! The Mozzie all opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost falling to the ground.
This kid actually smashed a nearly $2 million sports car. Shen Lang smashed the front of the car, the body, and even the windshield, and he smashed the doors off. The brand new Porsche was smashed beyond recognition. Shen Lang is now very poor and really wants the sports car, but it's not good to have something that's not from a good source, not to mention that his master and his sister-in-law tell him to keep a low profile every day. This is really a frustrating thing.
Li Fei's forehead veins bulged. What the hell do you mean? Don't you know how to take a hint?
Shen Lang said with a sigh, why are you so angry when I smashed my car?
By the way, I just asked if this car was mine, I didn't say I wanted to hang out with you. I never hang out with other people. Poof. Lin Kaier choked in her throat. Shen Lang is too bold. Fuck. This is intolerable.
Li Fei was furious, and finally realized that he had been toyed with by Shen Lang from beginning to end.
Kill this son of a bitch. Li Fei shouted angrily.
A group of thugs had already been unable to contain their anger. They couldn't stand seeing Shen Lang acting like a big shot, and all of them rushed up like mad dogs. Shen Lang clenched his wrench and casually swung it forward, hitting a gangster in the shoulder.
Ah! The thug was hit hard and let out a scream of agony. Shen Lang then knocked him out with a wrench.
A yellow-haired guy was much more ruthless. He took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Shen Lang in the lower abdomen. His movements were skillful, and he was obviously used to doing this kind of thing. Shen Lang was unceremonious, and the wrench was smashed directly onto his forehead. Before the yellow-haired man could stab him, his head was smashed and he fell into a pool of blood.
Kill this kid.
A group of thugs looked fierce, pulled out their daggers, and rushed at him. Shen Lang swung his wrench rapidly. The wrench in his hand seemed to have eyes, and every time he swung it, one of them fell to the ground.
In less than half a minute, a large number of screams followed.
All the henchmen fell to the ground, twisted into a ball, and couldn't even get up.
Shen Lang strode toward Li Fei. You, don't come any closer. Li Fei finally panicked, took a few steps back, and looked terrified. No wonder this kid is so fearless.
It turns out that he is a master of this level.
Today, he has hit a brick wall.
Li Fei involuntarily reached for his waist, but unfortunately, he didn't bring a gun with him today.
This is a misunderstanding. Brother, don't take it to heart. Li Fei exclaimed.
Don't bullshit, you and I are not brothers. Since you like to be called Grandpa so much, come on and call me Grandpa.
Shen Lang sneered. Grandpa. Li Fei hesitated for a moment, but still called out.
Under the eaves, one has to bow one's head. Looking at Shen Lang's teasing smile, Li Fei knew that this kid was capable of anything, and he dared not provoke him.
Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh.
This guy seemed to have some momentum at first, but I didn't expect him to be such a wimp.
Grandpa, there's something to talk about. Don't fight. Li Fei cried out in alarm. No violence? Okay, you can go ahead and smash that car until it's completely destroyed. Shen Lang laughed and threw the wrench in his hand to Li Fei.
Li Fei was about to cry, and he really wondered if Shen Lang was crazy. The car was already in that state, so it would be a waste to smash it any further. Li Fei raised the iron bar and smashed it at the car door with gritted teeth.
Remember to hit the key points. With these words, Shen Lang walked towards Lin Kaier. The little farce was over, and after teasing these guys for a while, Shen Lang was in a good mood.
Lin Kaier's head was a little dizzy, and she was a little suspicious that she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, the Shen Lang in front of her was really the most mysterious and powerful man she had ever seen.
Okay, let's go. Shen Lang patted Lin Kaier's shoulder.
Lin Kaier subconsciously grabbed Shen Lang's arm, and the two of them got into the Audi together.
Kaier, I'm really embarrassed to have run into this kind of thing today, and I didn't even get to eat.
Shen Lang scratched his head and said. No, this is all my fault.
Lin Kaier waved her hands repeatedly. Shen Lang smiled and said, let's not dwell on this. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner. Yes. Lin Kaier's face turned red. Isn't this what dating means?
Of course, she had no reason to refuse, and her heart was as sweet as honey. The Audi car restarted and drove towards the Peach Blossom community. When they arrived at the community, Shen Lang escorted Lin Kaier to her building. Outside the door, Lin Kaier wanted to say something, but she couldn't, and finally she managed to say, "Good morning, go to bed early." Lin Kaier is not the type of person who is shy around everyone, but she is very thin-skinned when it comes to Shen Lang.
Shen Lang nodded.
He had a high emotional intelligence and knew that Lin Kaier was at least somewhat interested in him. This girl is so adorable that if she were to offer herself to him, he really wouldn't be able to resist.